Good morning and welcome to day 5 of the South African Human Rights Commission inquiry on access to water in KZN. Commissioner, if you're ready, you can make your opening remarks before I call the first witness.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. I'd like to welcome you all, as the Program Director has indicated, to this day 5 of our inquiry into issues pertaining to access to water in KZN. I am joined by fellow panelists. On my right is Commissioner Nissen of the South African Human Rights Commission. He is the Deputy Chairperson of this inquiry. And on my left is Professor Mabaudi, who is a chief panelist of this panel, and he is an external panelist from UKZN. Welcome once again to everyone, and thank you, Program Director. You may call your first witness.
Our first witness is the project leader in Infrastructure and Development Division, Mr. Beki Mbambo from Umgeni Water Board.
Mr. Mbambo, good morning and welcome. My name is Commissioner Nduli, as indicated earlier, and I'm the chairperson of this panel. Before we begin, do you have any objections to taking the oath this morning? I'm going to ask that you speak a little bit closer to the microphone, but they're assisting you.
Commissioner, no, I don't have any objection.
That's much better. In that case, then, kindly state your full names, the institution you represent, as well as the position you occupy. For the record, please.
I am Beki Mbambo. The institution I'm representing is Umgeni Water. I am the project leader, which is a senior manager in Infrastructure Division, responsible for infrastructure development in the area of jurisdiction that is supplied by Umgeni Water. My main projects being the main projects which are directives from the Minister for Water Scarce or Security of Water, like Mkomazi, Twabeni, and Stephen Depp, and other bulk projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Koba. Then, in that case, do you swear that the evidence you shall give this morning will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. We have 1 hour with you. Our time is quite limited, but we will do our best. 30 minutes will be for your presentation, and the other 30 minutes will be for engagements between yourself and the panel. Over to you, Koba.
Thanks. I do have a presentation, and I will just be asking the colleagues to help me to move it to the next slide. What I will start with, if you can move to the next slide, is evaluation and functions and future opportunities for water-related services, which, as you know, Umgeni Water is a parastatal mainly ikhaya lethu is the Department of Water and Sanitation. We are responsible for bulk distribution, and we got bulk potable water, bulk distribution, secondary bulk, and in some instances we're now moving even up to recycling of water. If you can move to next slide. Umgeni Water infrastructure asset in support of its bulk. We are supporting the water service authorities, of which I believe some have been here and some are still coming. We got 1,260 kilometers of pipelines, 67 kilometers of tunnels. We got 11 wastewater treatment works, and those wastewater treatment works are only for those WSAs which through the partnership had then said they can want Umgeni to support them to actually achieve green drop status. We got 7 customers that cover more than 52% of KZN geographically, and we got 15 impoundments, and we got 17 water treatment works, which includes the areas that we are supplying. Just to give you, on the next slide, you will notice, as you go north, recently we have taken over King Petwayo, which is one of the WSAs, and as you're coming further, we got Ilembe WSA, we got Gungundlovu inland, which within itself got the Water Service Authority, which is Umsunduze. We got where we are supplying, which is eThekwini, Herikwala, and Ugu Water Service Authority. I may not include that we have then recently been called even up to Eastern Cape, Alfred Nzo to assist, but that is just a directive that we just got for now. On the next slide, one is showing some of the key projects that I will just go through it, and as you talk to the WSAs, it will then assist you. I got Mkomazi bulk water project that I will elaborate on at the end. At the moment, currently, the demand is greater than supply, specifically on the areas like Umgungundlovu and eThekwini. So what has happened is that the cabinet took a resolution to have this project implemented, and it's going to be Umkomazi is going to give the assurance of eThekwini, Umgungundlovu, Ugudi, and Ugudi. I will then, at a later stage, advise the panel. We got Luam Komazi, which is currently going on, which is assisting Ugu and eThekwini. Umshwati bulk, we expanded a bulk for Umgungundlovu. What the panel must know is that there has been the trend where some of the municipalities embraced working with Umgeni at an earlier stages. And one of those municipalities, which is most rural, is Umgungundlovu. And they've managed to gain much access in terms of the bulk, and they are now dealing with the connections in terms of ensuring the reticulation to the tap. We got Davil wastewater treatment, which is the biggest one at Umsunduze for the city there. Umshwati, this is for Ilembe, and you will notice that if you have not met Ilembe, their project started later, but this Ilembe will then assist in terms of Ndwedwe. Greater Mpofana, it's set Umgungundlovu. We got Impendle, which we are assisting Umgungundlovu with, that is currently under planning. We got Impopomeni waste water treatment, which is currently under planning. We got the Vulindlela upgrade. This is water scheme that is assisting Umsunduze as well as Umgungundlovu, which is currently funded by Umgungundlovu. And at the moment, it's at SCM processes with the appeals that are currently then going on. We got South Coast Phase 2. You will notice that Ugu, they got some challenges. Then they approach Umgeni, and we got this project that is going on from Kelso to Umdoni. What Mapumulo, we are expanding to Ilembe by ensuring that the water treatment works. If you go to Mapumulo now, their people will be complaining about the capacity of water, and Umgeni is coming in there to upgrade the plant from 6 megaliters to 12 megaliters. Umhlabashane, that is Ugu, again, that is where we are assisting. I know because of time, we got a number of projects, but I'll try and be quicker, Commissioner. Durban Heights rehabilitation, At the moment, where we are here, the key or the heart of where we supply water is called Durban Heights, and it was in the media recently because of the disaster that taken place, and Umgeni is currently rehabilitating that and ensuring that there is assurance of water at eThekwini. Department of Water and Sanitation Minister has visited the project to ensure that it's actually going right, because the failure of that will then mean that eThekwini doesn't have water. But beyond this, Umkomazi will then assist iTheku ukuthi likwazi ukuthi libe namanzi. Trustfeed, it's a wastewater work for Mkungundlovu that we are doing. We've got Umzindo water treatment works that we providing amanzi through. And we got Umshwati phase 6. This phase 4, 5, and 6 that I'm talking about for Umshwati, they all extend at the bulk that Umgeni would have implemented for Umkungundlovu, extending to Ilembe. Ilembe currently got their own localized scheme, and on those localized scheme, what is happening is that we now have to assist them by putting in the bulk, which we are extending that bulk from Umkungundlovu using phase 4, 5, and 6. Phase 5 is currently to be awarded. Phase 4 is at tender stage, and phase 6 is going to be awarded. So all these projects that I'm talking about, they are not in planning, the projects are funded and they are moving forward. Got Lower Tugela that start to assist Ilembe North and South. That is what Tuguza and Mandeni. It's a project that is completed, but we will be upgrading. At the moment, we do have challenges with that one, and we got an emergency project that will be put in. Bofana wastewater works upgrade. It's a plan that we are dealing with Umkungundlovu, and in future, when we sign the agreement, we will also deal with that one. Stephen Lamini, Harry Kuala, at the moment, is having localized scheme. So there's been a directive from DWS Minister to appoint Umgeni Water as the implementing agent. And we are going to be implementing this dam, which is Stephen Lamini, which is going to give the assurance of water at Herikuala. And Negle Dam and Durban Heights rehabilitation, and the Siphon 6 rehabilitation. Beyond the disaster that I've talked about earlier on, Umgen will then be refurbishing this major plant, which is Durban Heights, to ensure again the future of security of water. Twabeni of channel storage, you will notice on the meter and so forth, Uku is one of the municipalities that is having a challenge in terms of the bulk supply. And again, we have gone in as Umgeni through the directive that is now have been issued by the Department of Water and Sanitation for ensuring that we build this dam. So we're going to be building key 3 dams, which I'll come to at the end of the presentation later, which is your Umkomazi, Stephen Lamini for Herikuala, and Twabeni for Uku. And we got also South Coast Pipeline that will just assist us. These are the issues of the Ilembe projects, and because of time, it's quite a long presentation. I will just skip this one because it's where then I was just showing the schematic presentation in terms of how the projects are circled. But let me just come to some of the challenges, specifically if you go to the next slide. Like in Ndwedwe, I took one which are common in the entire region of where we supply. Demand is somehow now reaching capacity, and we are moving ahead in terms of ensuring that we are dealing with that. Secondary bulk adequacy, there are projects that we are putting in terms of ensuring that we are dealing with that. But the key aspect, I want to touch on the purple one because it cuts across the entire country. Water losses in reticulation, that is what has put us here. Some of the municipalities do have bulk. They will purchase bulk from Umgeni, but through illegal connections, leaks, and so forth, we are finding that we are having challenges. So Umgeni has then said, as a government entity, what we then do, let us come in with the projects of water conservation and demand management, which are going to assist these these municipalities going forward. So we got one at Mkungundlovu currently going on, and that study is a pilot study which we want to replicate to all the municipalities to ensure that every drop of water that we produce as Umgeni water actually goes to the citizen. Because if I'll make an example here, if the municipality might have paid 100 million rands per month, you'll find that 50 million or so of that water get lost, either by the people with these illegal car washes and illegal metering and so forth. So we are partnering with all these municipalities to actually then see that before Umkomazi comes in, we are in a position to move forward. If you can just move quicker on this slide, I will tell you where to stop. As I said, because of time, I will just jump until maybe we reach the challenges as such. Okay, the one should be starting with Umkomazi. Okay, Umkomazi, I will elaborate on. As I said earlier on, it's one of the directives, but for Umgeni to implement, we need to have agreements with WSAs. There's a shorter presentation on that one. Lower Umkomazi, we had a number of delays. It's quite a big project. There were land owners' objection, delays in land acquisition, and lately we got a problem with the forums in actually stopping the work. It's quite a big project, and we're facing some of the challenges. Davil Waste Treatment Works, we had major delays due to the contractor, and legally we are dealing with that contractor, but we are finalizing the project. Umshwati Phase 4, at some point the tender, there was a circular that halted tenders. So we should have been in implementation stage on assisting ELAMB on this one. However, we were delayed, but we are now at tender stage. Greater Impofana, we had some of the stoppages which sometimes become common with our parastatals like Transnet, where we find that at some point the project could not go on. The issues of contract participation goals, which is subcontracting, remains cutting across in all our projects, and we are dealing with that because the organization got a policy of empowerment of saying that for any project, 35% should be given to subcontractors, which covers in the main your small SMMEs, female, disabled, youth, and so forth, as per the Gazette of 17th of April that was gazetted by the president there. But unfortunately, during this period of the PPPFFA, it was subjected to some scrutiny, and we'll be waiting for them. But as Umgeni, we are still implementing it. In Pendle, it's only one municipality that doesn't have bulk at Mkungundlovu, and we are planning on putting this one, but we had to halt it at some point because there was the issues of tariff, that there were zero tariffs and there was no funding because we are funding it internally. But in consultation with Mkungundlovu now, we are moving on with it. Mpopomeni Wastewater Treatment, it's a project that should have been implemented by Mkungundlovu. However, at that particular point in time, there was collaboration with Mkungundlovu to actually then ensure that we source funding. I must divulge that I was head of infrastructure at Mkungundlovu before I came back for the second time at Umgeni. And we then said, this is a bigger project that if you don't have that project, which is Mpopomeni Wastewater Works, you may not have the good quality drinking water here. Because it then sits, as you're coming from Durban, from Johannesburg to Durban, there is that big dam which is Midma. And if we were to contaminate that dam, we are contaminating this entire system. So then Umgeni came on board, they are funding the project, and the project is currently going on and it's going towards its final stages. I've talked about Ivulindlela that helps Mkungundlovu. I've touched the issue of South Coast Pipeline, but again there, we also got our problems of Sanral and so forth. Umapumulo upgrade, which I mentioned, we're just in the process of appointing the dam safety, and then we'll be upgrading, we'll be solving the issue of the dam and as well as upgrading a plant. Plabashane, helping Ugu, we had delays in terms of environment. Durban Heights, It's quite a specialized work, but again, with recent floods, there was a situation where we find ourselves that we were not able to supply eThekwini as adequately, but we then went in, put in extra pumps. Those pumps that were installed were refurbished, so that a person that doesn't know the heart or the kidney of the supply would not see. And at the moment, the plant is functioning very well with a work going on, which is closer to the minister, which is closer to the board to ensure that that project is actually then implemented. Stephen Dlamini, Kwabeni, and so forth, I will cover it, a smaller presentation at the end. And Nagel, oh, just seeing myself now. Okay, when Nagel Dam, again, you will notice, I'm not sure what is happening with the presentation, but I will then come to just general comments. If we can move to the slide with general comments on what has halted the business of now Umgeni entirely, regardless of the project that I may have mentioned anyway. The recent KZN floods and heavy rains had a negative impact on construction contracts and contractors falling behind the program. Remember, most of the projects we had to stop them, and negotiations with contractor in terms of going back. But all the projects that I've mentioned that are going on now, they are going on, but it actually delayed us. National Treasury halting of tenders had a major delay in getting out of tenders. It took some months. It was on media through the head of Treasury, which they were looking at the issues of triple PFMA, and there was a court case. And again, we are continuing now, hoping that the National Treasury is going to be able to solve this within 12 months, which is stipulated by the court. Because it then said, Sanral, Transport, any other institution, the municipality, all of us had to stop. So it just took us back when Umgeni was ready with funding, approved by the board to actually implement all these projects. Delays experienced due acquiring National Treasury. There is a situation whereby if there are variations, you don't just as a board approve, but you had to take it to National Treasury to get the approval. So that was also impacting on us. From 1 April, that has changed. The organization now through the board can approve the variation, but we must report to Treasury because we need to ensure accountability and transparency in terms of the work that we are doing, and ensure that our variations don't exceed what is unreasonable. Sanral and Transnet access, because of how they run their business now, they also we got pipe checking where the pipes go underneath the roads. Or say you want to go underneath the entry into here to north. The processes leading to actually going to there are quite lengthy, but we have created a relationship with them. While we understand their processes are slow, we are moving forward. Land access in some of the industries like Mondi, site disruption with business forums. Umgeni carries quite bulk projects, just like eThekwini and any other entities like Rand Water. So with this subcontracting, you'll find that some will say nothing for us without us, where you go to the community and say it's been awarded to contractor A through transparency in terms of the open tender. But then through the selection of the subcontractors, which is done transparently, and we want to ensure that the leadership takes role in that one. Every period or on every time that we have awarded, there has never been any community that is satisfied. So you find that there are those interruptions. High water losses in KZN, it's quite something that must be elevated to the radar screen. If we not, we may see the municipalities ailing in terms of servicing, only to find that the bulk supply has, in some instances, provided enough water. We are talking with Msunduze to deal with these issues, and they are embarking on it, but also helping them with other bulk projects. This is the next one. It's a slide that you may not want to see. But if you were to look at Amajuba, which is there, for 100% of water that they will have, 65% is non-revenue. They cannot account for it and so forth. eThekwini, 57%. Herikwala 30, which is somehow good. Ilembe, 57. King Cetshwayo, 54. So I may not be going through all the municipalities, but this is a monthly water balance, because what we do also as Umgeni is to coordinate the issue of water balance. And it just says you got 100 rands and you spend 100 rands, but you're gonna lose 65 rands. So it means the balance of what you got is then minimal. So then you must understand why these issues of non-availability of water. These are the issues that can be attested and confirmed by the municipalities. And as Umgeni, we are saying that let us come on board and assist the municipalities in terms of skills and so forth, so that they can reduce this. As I said, illegal connections, most of us have been in some of the car wash without a meter, and that water runs through the day, and it's unaccounted for, and it goes to that. Let me then just touch the issue of assurance in KZN, which I'm just going, I don't know, I didn't look at time. I start with Umkomazi. If you can go to the slide, next slide. Oh, okay, just before that one, just a picture. This is gonna be up Midlands, it's gonna be called Smithfield Dam. This is Umkomazi. It's gonna be a dam and the off-channel storage, and it will then have a treatment works at Richmond. This is gonna be one of the biggest projects in the KZN, in excess of about 30 billion. How is actually then funded? It's funded through a user pay, where the water service authorities will have to charge some tariff from all of us to actually then fund the bulk portion, which is your dam and the off-channel storage. And Umgeni Water, the directive that has been given to us is to say, let us coordinate the implementation of the project and implementation. That's where I come in as this one, as my main project, in terms of ensuring the project. The delay of this, one day, if you are not from KZN, you will find that you don't have water, and you have to drink through the water tankers, and not a single human being is happy drinking water from the water tanker. If you can go forward, this one is not going to be important. Just a schematic layout, you got a Smithfield Dam, and you'll have your tunnel. One of the biggest tunnels in KZN hemisphere, 32 kilometers, and it's going to take the water to water treatment plant. That water treatment plant is going to be implemented by Umgeni Water, and then it will then release water to Durban, and then inland, whatever that we produce from the Umgeni Water will hold back, so that you can then balance eThekwini and balance Umgungundlovu noMsunduze, and ensure that areas like Ugu and so forth are actually then benefiting. Let me just talk about progress on this project. The feasibility plan study is in place, the authorization environmentally are on. The offtake agreements, why offtake agreements is that Umgeni cannot implement this without the consent of eThekwini, uMsunduze, uMgungundlovu, iLembe, Ugu, and Herigwala. So as I come towards the end, I will tell you how far we have gone. It also have to go through the process of the Municipal Finance Management Act, which is Section 33, which deals with public consultation, to say that we will be implementing this project and how it will impact the budget of the government, and how it will affect me as a citizen of KZN in terms of limits. Two role players is TCTA, which is the agency of DWS, and Umgeni Water. TCTA, they will then go out and borrow the funds, and the funds will then be used to build the dam, and the OAMA water users through the tariff will then have to pay back. Political steering committee was formed by the minister 9 December of 2021, and Umgeni has budgeted for this part which are shared, which is e-potable water, but we have to wait for the dam first. It's fully budgeted for, and the proposal, or what has delayed the negotiations, was that the water users, thinking for their consumers, were saying they cannot have a situation whereby the tariff is so high. So the proposal was that 50% must be funded in order to assure that the tariff at least increase it's going to be about R2.50 or R2.58 in terms of the tariff that it will increase. So going to the last one, for just the challenges, I will say that these negotiations, remember Umgeni and TCTA and DWS could not force it through. At eThekwini, we had meetings that take place each and every week, and we had a list of issues that we're thrashing out, rightfully so, because they are looking at the consumer to say they must benefit. So this has delayed, and in the near future, the demand may be greater than supply. So we are fast-tracking that one. WSA resistance in terms of the offtake agreements, it's what we dealt with, and there was a formation of weekly bilaterals between ourselves and TCTA to deal with that. But the Section 33 of MFMA, which is now starting, and I will tell you why it's now starting at the next slide, is going to take about 60 days, which is what is a compliance in terms of Section 38. So, way forward, we have finalized the issue of offtake agreements, and there was a political steering committee led by the Minister, Ubabusenzo Mchunu, 11 August of 2022, and we have resolved. With that, with resolving of that, the negotiations that have taken almost over 2 years says now the municipality can start the process of Section 33 of MFMA, and also the issue of once that is done, there's going to be sign-off agreements, and then TCTA. Now you're putting water for these people. They've signed agreement. That agreement will then assist them in terms of then ensuring that they now can get borrowing internationally. That's how they get the funding. Appointment of professional service provider for potable and raw water component, and the dam itself, inclusive of everything, I should have included it there. Everything by 2028 should have been completed. Anything later than that, it will put us in quite a bad situation. I'll go to Kwabeni, which is for Uherigwala, which is which is for Uku. I know you'll notice that we also got challenges there. Directive have came through. Currently, what we're going to be doing, it's a concrete face rock fill, 47-meter dam height, and it's going to have 15.5 cubic meters, million liters, side channel with cute. Why in KZN we're coming with these dams with off-channel storage? To say that during the dry season, what you must then have, you must have where you then reserve water, so that when the dam goes low, then you are able to then have amounts going through, and the outlet tower. If you can go to the next slide. These are technical issues. I may not want to bore the tunnel, the panel with. It's my bread and butter that I will deals with. The current progress is that feasibility is in place, environmental assessment are in place, draft agreement was submitted to DWS. We are then currently waiting for the signed agreement between ourselves. Why? Let me explain why these agreements. Why Umgeni must implement this project. Department of Water and Sanitation say we don't have funds now, but Umgeni raise funds, implement for us this dam now, and then let us come to an agreement on how will you pay you later. So Umgeni Water Board said we will support that because we are supporting this municipality and they are forever crying. Then let us build this dam, and those agreements come with financials and so forth. So you've been agreeing, sitting at the teacher's office a week or two, it will then be signed. It goes again for the Stephen Dlamini, it's the same thing. Department said, here's a directive, I don't have money now, fund, I'll pay you later on through my grants. But this one is for Stephen Dlamini. If you can go to, I think you have, you only stop there. I've mentioned all these ones. If you can go to Stephen Dlamini. Stephen Dlamini, maybe let me go with you here, because as I'm facing that side and looking here, this is just a schematic layout. You can just move forward. We're going to be building a dam. That top part is what we are responsible for, 9.5 high walls, 100 meters long zoned at embankment, and so forth. And then water to the tap. Herigwala must do the raw water pump station, rising main, 10 megaliter water treatment wells, 20 megaliter command reservoir, and then they will be able then to actually then distribute. At the moment, Umgeni has lent a hand to say, we can, through our capacity, we can do that. But also, Herigwala are saying they are more than capable of doing that, so we're not going to stand in there. We can just support them because they'll be getting fund. As long as they got funds to actually to say that we don't build a dam and only to find that these issues are not done. And you are called as a human rights commission to say, but there was a dam that was built, but there is no water. So we are trying to run these things parallel, which I'm doing as a coordination moving forward. Go forward. The directive was received and we reviewed the design, and for now, we're just establishing the PSC, the signing of the implementing agent agreements, which I've talked about, and the procurement processes will then go on. So basically the two, if I can just summarize, Stephen Dlamini, Minister solved it on the 11th of August. These two, we're gonna get the IA agreements. And with that, we'll then be good to go in terms of ensuring that the key 3 projects at the moment in terms of the municipalities of some that we are calling in this panel are gonna be having a future sustainability or adequate water to then supply. But what will then help is to say, or the question will be then to say, do we really need to build Umkomazi for now? And if we were to do your analysis correct, it may not be necessary. But because of the water loss that we are getting through the system, you go now, so if you quantify that, it's millions that are there. But in any way, we'll improve, support the municipalities on that, and then but also ensure that through the minister's 3 key directives, Umkomazi, Stephen Dlamini, and Twabeni, we put in these key new projects to actually then ensure future security of water. Thank you, Commissioner.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mbambo. As indicated earlier, we have now taken up 50 minutes of the time that we had with you. But nevertheless, no, it's fine. It was worthwhile. Thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation. I will invite the Prof on my left for questions, comments, and reflections, and thereafter Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for that interesting presentation. You raised several interesting things in your presentation. Alarmingly, the issue of water losses that are happening not on your end, but the municipalities' side. And you mentioned that you are in a position to assist. Can you tell us briefly how you could assist municipalities in that regard? Second question, as your role is bulk water supply, mostly ensuring water security really, what is you skipped through some of the slides on status and so forth. So what is the current surface water availability within the catchment area where you are drawing your water resources? And what is the reliability of water supply? Following that, are you exploring conjunctive use and management of surface and groundwater resources? I'm asking this question because climate change tells us that with increasing temperatures, there are going to be increasing evaporative losses from open surface water storages. So if we are building more dams, bigger dams, that just means in addition to existing reticulation water losses, we're also going to have increasing evaporative losses. So what is the long-term plan to mitigate or to adapt to that climate change scenario? I think those are my key questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Chairperson. When we invited you to come to this meeting, to this inquiry, one of the things that we proposed to you was that the challenges experienced in respect for all communities having access to water within the province, that you must assist this commission to on that score, and the measures that have been implemented to address the challenges referred to above. We had municipalities coming here in the last few days, and the main thing was to complain about aged infrastructure, not having money, in some cases not having money or funds to do operational repairs and maintenance. They've also complained about the leakages, etc. But the one important thing that we found was the whole issue about capacity. And you have indicated in your presentation that you'll be engaging those municipalities, or you've already engaged them, and you're busy with a interventionist program in terms of assisting those municipalities. But some of those municipalities are also dysfunctional. And the problem is, if you have a municipality post 1994, and you've got all these, all the municipalities functioning up to today, what do you think is the problem? That is it a capacity problem, or is it just a kind of an attitude that that's not important? Although there's a directive from Treasury that 8% of the capex should at least be for operational maintenance and so on. And anything that, and they come in and they say, oh, this thing's 50 years old. But nothing has been planned for the influx of people into different areas, because that's the other complaint. They say that people are coming into the towns, they have not budgeted for it. But where's the planning about that? And the last thing is that the forums. I mean, we can't be held ransom for development, so people aren't getting water because projects cannot get off the ground because people want to behave in a criminal behavior. Have you engaged with the South African Police Services and the other law enforcement agencies to assist in that matter? Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, Koba.
Thanks. Let me cover these questions as I still remember. Water losses is an elephant in the country, not in the room. KZN 18, 19, 6 billion of rents will have gone without being spent by anyone. Nobody benefited. And if you look at that slide that to show you the figures of water losses, it says no matter how much Umgeni can produce, that is why we are taking this stand to say, let us support them. So the question was then to say, how are we then supporting them? We, through the divisions, one of the divisions which I'm part of, we have created a section that deals with water conservation and demand management. And what we have started firstly is to do the assessment at no cost to all these municipalities to say, we have sold 100 rands of water to you, but at the end you are only selling 30 rands, which means that 70 rands is gone. So we got that study that is now going on. But then it then say, okay, fine, what are the real problems on the ground that are actually there, and how are we then assisting? So the project in terms of the water losses that I'm dealing about comes to actually creating local projects which are going to be community driven, where line per line, house per house, we're gonna be dealing with the issue of getting where are the leakages and fix them as ourselves using our funds. As I said, we are also government entities, so we are not excited about it. We are not a profit-making organization. So as I said, I know Mkunguluvu may have been here yesterday. They would have mentioned that we got one of the projects with them. I know Msunduze is coming in today. We finalizing their projects, and the senior management led by the acting CE, we were discussing this in terms of ensuring that every leak is actually then sorted out. And then what we are encouraging them then to do is to ensure that they then also clean their data in terms of who actually gets water. We may be 15 of us in this house, but out of the 15, only 7 is built. So cannot account for that. So it means the data and the revenue collection must also be uplifted, must be uplifted, because out of, as I said, 57, your question talked about the influx. These new houses that are built not using Spatial Development Framework and Spatial Land Use Management Act, they are not in deeds office. So it's a person that just built a double story, puts in 4 toilets, geysers and everything, full water supply through illegal collection. So we said those issues must then be dealt with in terms of the municipality putting it on their credit policy, ensure and law enforcement. It's exactly like stealing. It's exactly like just coming to this house and stealing half of the chairs and table. So the municipalities must also be aggressive. So we are actually then teaching them that. One of the challenges that you must understand is that this is done at a local level where our leaders want to be popular at a local level. You are a councillor. You don't want to talk about that people are stealing water. You don't want to be talking about that people must pay for water. And I must say that with due respect, in some of the municipalities, this is carrier limiting. Some of the councillors may have ascended saying so. And once the councillor is there, and he sees that the municipality that he is now leading is ailing, how do you go back to the community and say, hey, listen, I made a mistake here. I'm a councillor now, but you must pay. You must maintain your 5 years and even gain your 5 years if so. So the councillors, we're looking at also giving what is called councillor induction in terms of this, to say that it's a risk because you get into power, but you are running an institution that cannot repair pipes because you don't have funds. So in a nutshell, it's quite a long subject. We can discuss it, but that is what the intervention that we are talking about. The issue of water catchment and reliability, the reliability, we are sitting at 98% reliability at the moment. But with what is actually going on, which I've just mentioning now, you'll find that that figure will start to drop. KZN, it's good, and as I said, we are even good maybe without even umkomas, but we have to push these umkomas to say, while we are sorting this elephant in the room, but let us get the assurance of people actually then getting water. Surface water and groundwater becomes the key. We ourselves as the bulk supplier, I must confess that we're not doing much in terms of the groundwater, but we have encouraged some of the municipalities to actually then deal with that. In terms of this area, you may understand, I don't know what municipalities that you may be calling. You may be calling other municipalities which are outside the jurisdiction of where we supply. I will be talking about areas like Omzinyati, because they don't have like benefit area where we go to Umgene River, where you go to Mkomas. These rivers are big. As much as, yes, we're talking about evaporation and so forth, but they become the key to say that if you use them and use them efficiently, you can then benefit. But what eThekwini has done recently from the floods, they have now started to use the groundwater. So I think negotiations with the board and so forth, we may also start to look at that. At the moment, it's not what we actually deal with. What we had looked at, we looked at the recycling of Ulwan, the sea Ilokuzan, the sea recycling, and it happened that it's possible that you can treat the water from the sea, but the challenge is the cost of treating the water from the sea will be high, which will mean that the customers will not be actually then be paying for it. But that is something that beyond groundwater that Umgeni Water is actually been doing. I know, if you know through media, that Cape Town had tried it, but somehow it do have challenges, specifically on in the issues of operation, in the issues of ensuring that people can be able to afford to pay for it. Ulwandle, it's like buying a Rolls Royce of water, and it's somehow very, very, very difficult. But groundwater, the groundwater studies, if I may then tell you, is to say we got good quality groundwater that is there. COGTA, which is Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, had assisted the municipalities specifically on the areas that are pockets that don't have, where they had like boreholes. I'll just confess, as I said, I was working for Mgungulovu. All what they would have wanted from the municipalities is for us to put in the business plans, which were evaluated, and then they were to look at it, and then they assisted. So we are saying municipalities with those pocket areas must actually look at it. It's something that is there, and with good quality. Access, the second one, Commissioner, was the second part, which talks about the access of water to WSA's fund to operate and maintain and capacity to do these things. Yeah, the emphasis here must be firstly be resting on the accounting officers to be able to run effective administration, which takes care of ensuring the performance of the organization in all aspects, which means delivery of services as well as revenue collection. If you get that part right, then it can cascade, because you are then able to say that if you are directing, there's only one accounting officer in any institution. In my institution, I got Ubabu Dr. Manana. If he cannot drive it correctly, I cannot be in a position to sit here and talk in the manner that I'm talking. So all what I'm talking cascade from the CE, it cascades from the board, which is led by Umama Ugabsi Matenju. So just as like what we do, the municipalities must do. The leadership must take ownership and responsibility and ensure then the skilling of the organization, that you're putting the right people right in right positions. I'm not wasting time just talking about 4-0 for Kaizer Chiefs. It may have been putting wrong people at wrong positions, and that led to that. I'm making an example, but to get it right, you are on the other side of Sundowns. I'm not supporting Sundowns. I'm making an example. So I think we do have to have a debate on that, leadership and directing of that. But it then comes to the employees themselves. Are they willing to earn a paycheck, or are they willing to produce? What is the percentage of people that goes to work just because they need to go to work, but they cannot wait for 4:30? Some of the people are still happy because people have been working remotely through COVID. And the mindset is still sitting at home watching TV and working through Zoom meetings. I'll be saying that I'm happy about this one, but if we were to run this as a Teams meeting, maybe I should be sitting with my kid, playing with my kid. And so it has done well in terms of productivity, but it has also done very bad. So funds to operate and maintain, as you said, 8% should be going towards that. The balancing of the budget of the municipalities, specifically, you'll find that there are issues which says that they need to balance in terms of funding and ensuring that that is there. To me, there is a room of improvement, and municipalities can do well, but we are willing to actually then assist. But remember, I don't know, if you take a horse and it doesn't want to drink, it doesn't want to drink. So they must just do that with us as a water board and all those. The issues of municipalities with dysfunctional schemes and so forth, also the budget. Remember, just like your car, we are sitting on a mountainous area where most of our water is pumped, and again, you must reduce this thing. So it means the maintenance in terms of the pump stations and so forth, and ensuring a good relationship with ESCOM, specifically during this period of your load shedding, because you find that as much as we do have water, but when there is load shedding, we are suffering. And in some of the instances, like Umgeni, we have exempted some of the areas, like here at eThekwini, where if that area was not exempted, you would be sitting here not having water, because Amanzi is not like electricity where you press once and then it goes through. So those are the issues. But I'm sitting here speaking on behalf of water boards, and the municipalities, as you speak to them, they should be able to talk about their skills and effective management and running and understanding their business. But I can say that, yes, as much as it's career limiting, there is challenges here and there. There are some that are doing well. Forums. We have established in some of the instances, you may see on TV, that we called in some of the forums, trying to sort of organize them, because then there's going to be any project or a tender according to the Gazette that is about above 30 million, 30% it must go to subcontracting. Umgeni added 5%, so it's 35% through the policy of the organization. But we're talking about money here. Some people, if they feel that they don't have money or they don't benefit, they be creative in terms of stopping. So as much as it's happening, or it's happened in terms of us, what I can say that the organization has done well in terms of ensuring empowerment, but ensuring that this percent is, that 5% is here. But beyond that, we're trying then to create, in fact, after this meeting, I would have joined another meeting at eThekwini, where we're talking about Luam Komas, where we are having a forum, so it's postponed for Monday, where through the councillors, political leaders, your traditional leaders, we sit together and try and harmonize and let them understand that if you don't have an opportunity on this part, then make sure that you will have another opportunity. But I can say that if Umgeni didn't take the stance of this policy of the 35%, I will be sitting here and saying all our projects are not working. We do have interruptions. We go in and negotiate and put harmony and put future plans of who all those who are not satisfied, to say what can happen in future, which are the plans for the organization on the capex for the next 5 years. And sometimes, yes, we do go through. So I will stand there for now, Chairperson. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mbambo. I'll just check if there are follow-up questions, Commissioner Nissen. Prof? Okay. No, Mr. Mbambo, we've come to the end of our time with you. There are no questions from me, except to say, please don't be personal about chiefs.
I'm a chief supporter myself.
Okay, no. No, thank you very much, Koba. If there are any follow-up questions that do arise, especially in the course of our engagements, even with the other municipalities that will come in the course of the day, we will follow that up in writing so that it can supplement your submission here this morning. We do wish you the best, and we thank you for honoring the notice by the Commission to appear before us this morning. You may now be excused. Thank you.
No, thanks. On behalf of the board, on behalf of Chairperson Mamu Kapsimatenjo, on behalf of Dr. Manana and the management, based on what we are saying, that on anything that you will find as a follow-up, feel free to actually then send it to us, and we will comply and oblige in terms of responding. And we appreciate the work of the Commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Puti. Program Director.
Our next witness is Utukela Water Board, and we have Ms. Kambule and Mr. Liwayo.
Sanbonani.
Good morning.
Ninjani.
Siapila Njani.
Sikona. Are you ready, or will you indicate when you are ready?
Good morning, everyone. We are ready to do the presentation.
Please speak to the microphone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nontobeko Kambule, the acting managing director of Utugela Water. Thank you for an opportunity to come in and do the presentation.
For now, I was just checking if you are ready.
Oh, okay, now
Yes.
I'm ready.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kambule. Then with that, before we move to formal introductions, I am Commissioner Ntuli. I'm the chairperson of this panel this morning. I am joined on my left by Professor Mabaudi, who is an external panelist from UKZN, and on my right by the deputy chairperson of this panel, Commissioner Chris Nissen, who is also a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. Can you kindly state if you have any objections to taking the oath this morning before we begin?
I've got no objection.
No, I don't have.
Thank you very much. Will you then kindly, for the record, speaking to the microphone, state your full name, the institution that you represent, as well as the position you occupy?
Okay. Advocate Nontobeko Nombuso Kambule, the acting managing director of Utugela.
My name is Clever Hiwayo. I work for Utukela Water. I'm the engineering manager there.
Thank you very much. Having stated no objection to taking the oath, we will do so individually. Do you both swear that the evidence you shall give this morning will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly individually raise your right hand and state to the microphone, "So help me God."
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You are duly sworn in. Then, Advocate Kambule, we have 1 hour with you, which begins now being 10:16. Plus minus 30 minutes will be for your presentation, and thereafter the panel will engage with you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I'll start with the background. Utugela PTY Ltd is a municipal entity currently operating as bulk water service provider.
Advocate Kambule, I will ask you for the record
to
here
be
to
close.
keep it close.
Okay.
Yes.
Utugela Water Company is a municipal entity currently operating as a bulk water service provider to water service authorities of Newcastle, it's Newcastle local municipality, Umzinyati district, and Amachuba district. In terms of newly signed bulk water service agreement, and in case of Umzinyati municipality, the existing old water service provider agreement is in place, and in accordance with the provincial cabinet resolution dated the 6th of June, 2012. The entity operates two bulk systems, and that is Ngagane system as well as Biggersburg. When we're speaking about Ngagane system, there are 3 module plant with 115 megaliter and capacity, 4 plant reservoirs, clear water pump station with 8 pumps, 2 raw water pipelines from Jingwayo Dam, 1 raw water pipeline from Buffalo River, and raw water pump station from Ngagane River. Ngagane system, we've got 3 pipelines from water treatment works to Brackfontein Reservoir, and that will be Newcastle East and as well as Buffalo Flats and Utrecht. 2 pipelines from water treatment works to Hilltop Reservoir, that is for Newcastle West. And then we've got small diameter pipeline to Kibachan, Eskom Village, Ngagane, and Ekseni. We've got some diagrams that illustrate the systems that I was talking about, which I'm not gonna dwell too much into. I've got a technical expert next to me who can just give further clarity of our system that is in place. The bigger spec system, it's 17 megaliters per day. that's a water treatment plant, and 4 clear water reservoir at the water treatment works. 1 raw water pipeline from Tayside Weir to the water treatment works. 1 raw water pipeline from Red Brick Dam to water treatment works. Bigger spec, 1 raw water pipeline from Stegstrom Pump Station to water treatment works. 3 clear water pipelines from the water treatment works to Glencoe Reservoir. 3 clear water pipelines from the water treatment works to Dundee Reservoir. Clear water pump station with 2 pumps. Then I've got also another illustration of bigger spec. Then we go straight to components and status of our system. We've got a water master plan where we've got our proposed projects as well as the lifespan of the programs. It's quite a lengthy list with the estimated costs as to what is actually required. For example, if we go to Tayside Pump Station, high lift pumps, this was done in 1980. That's the inception date of this project. But in terms of the lifespan, it's 7 years. And the intended costs or estimated costs for its refurbishment, it's about 26 million. We've got quite a number of projects that we have listed where we can be able to ensure that the maintenance of the projects are done, as well as the cost estimates and the lifespan. I'm not going to deal with all of them for the sake of time. Financial implications for bigger spec, for maintenance, we are looking at about 388 million, 400,000. For Ngakane system, 1 billion and 472,000. And we've got a master plan that actually speak to these kind of projects that we have actually summarized and outlined. Risk implications. Most of the components of the bulk water delivery infrastructure has outlived its design life. The entity is operating with unreliable infrastructure where imminent failure of the various components is inevitable. This puts the region under severe threat of inadequate, if not failure, of service delivery when it comes to bulk provision. We then going to look at the achievements of the entity despite the issues that we've just raised as risk factors. We are still providing water quality that meets proper expected standards. Bulk water infrastructure master plan is in place that seeks to address future water demands of the region. We've got qualified experience and dedicated staff. We've got uninterrupted supply of quality bulk water to command reservoirs of the 3 WSAs, the water service authorities being Newcastle, Majuba, and Umzinyati. We're maintaining reduced water losses through our bulk water infrastructure. Since 2008, the entity achieved unqualified audit with clean audit in 2017. Of course, we may have certain level of achievements. However, we still have quite a number of challenges. Our assets are old and require for refurbishment, as I've indicated, and they also require replacement. The old assets are expensive to maintain. We've got limited refurbishment done on some elements through WSAs have offered really temporary relief. When I say the WSAs, I mean the water service authorities being the municipalities. We've got lack of commitment from the WSAs in terms of payment of bulk water services rendered. As I've indicated, that assets are old and they require replacement. The old assets are expensive, partially funded operational budget no capital budget or investment in capital projects. As I've already indicated, the number of projects that we may have to ensure the maintenance, the list that has been indicated above. Hence, we don't have any capital budget to ensure that what has been identified can actually be addressed. Outstanding Department of Water Affairs debt. The entity has not been able to actually service its bulk water from the Department of Water Affairs. So that debt is still outstanding, but we have engaged and tried to pay something towards the department, though that is paid through the operational budget, and we still don't have any capital budget that has been injected to the entity. Unsustainable bulk water tariff that does not reflect the true cost of the delivery bulk water service. We are like, our tariff is at R4.41, and hence our WSAs are selling at 12 rand 1 cent, if I'm not mistaken. And we have tried really to say we need an increase of a tariff when the budget is being crafted, but we have not received any joy in terms of increasing the tariff so that we can be able to meet our demand as well as ensure that we set aside something for maintenance as required. Short-term interventions, Newcastle and Amajuba. Construct a 600 millimeter diameter pipeline from treatment plant to Hilltop Reservoir. Business plan was presented to Department of Water and Sanitation, who responded with comments that need to be addressed by Newcastle Municipality. Total funding needed is 950 million. You must remember, as our entity, we're supposed to be receiving capital funding from the WSAs. So we can only indicate to them what is required, and we expect a positive response from the WSAs in order to ensure that a proper maintenance and proper supply of water is not hindered. But sometimes we are not finding it in their, I don't want to say favor, but they've got other issues to address, and we are operating at a level where we know that water may be compromised, but we do indicate to the municipalities our challenges. Short-term interventions for Umzinyati is to upgrade the Tayside abstraction works, refurbish the Biggersburg water treatment plant. There's a 52 million rand business plan approved and currently being implemented. Medium to long-term intervention is the construction of new raw water source to meet long-term demands. Ngandu Dam identified as a potential site. Feasibility study as well as preliminary designs complete. Total estimated cost is 1.5 billion for that project. Recommendations, we recommend that the WSAs be actively involved in the affairs of the entity as they are the parent municipalities. Funding identified project that speaks to bulk objectives in their IDPs and embrace such projects in their IDPs, as indicated in Annexure 1 for itemized projects that I indicated earlier. Utugela Water Company to enter into agreement with WSAs for project identified to be included in the IDPs for implementation of Utugela Water. Further recommendations is getting commitment from the municipal managers for the concerned officials to understand water, Utugela Water Company mandates towards the WSA's crucial planning meeting, such as regional bulk water planning meeting that is scheduled by entity every quarter. But we have since seen a move by the municipalities to actually create war rooms for water. So we just believing that this recommendation will then be addressed through that war room. Engagement with the key stakeholders such as Cocktown National and Provincial Treasury Department of Water and Sanitation to address the to address the sustained provision of water services which may have a catastrophic impact if not addressed. Need a buy-in for adoption of realistic bulk water tariff of about at least plus 750. As it is known that we are our company is, I think in KZN, is actually having the lowest tariff, being, sorry. Yeah, in the country, in fact, the lowest, which is 4.41, hence with no capital budget, using as well the operational budget, which actually compromises, sorry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, there. That's better.
Oh, thank you. As we have indicated that our tariff in the country is the lowest, hence we are still producing quality water as expected in terms of the standards, but we feel that the tariff really, after we have had many engagements, we are still, it has just been increased slightly with very few cents from R94 to R4.41. But we are still providing the adequate quality, which is of utmost importance. But we are really, really compromised when we talk about the infrastructure and talk about all the operational needs. It's still really a difficult issue that needs to be addressed. A payment commitment for the old debt as well as the current debt from the WSAs needs to be in place through interventions of COCTA, National Treasurer, DWS, and the other spheres of government that, like the Commission, that can actually assist us, because we find it very difficult where the WSAs only pay what they can afford rather than paying what they have actually consumed. So we really have a serious challenge. But we are afloat. We are trying our level to ensure that service delivery is rendered to the community that is unaware of the challenges. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Advocate Kambule. As indicated earlier, then I will invite my fellow panelists to engage with your presentation. Prof.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. So my assessment is you have challenges that straddle from operational to tactical to strategic issues in the municipality. So I just want to get some clarity on several things. You have indicated that the municipalities are not paying for bulk water. And I just wanted to get if you've got exact figures in terms of your recovery rate from the municipalities, to say, you know, out of, if we are billing them, they are only servicing 50% of the bill, or what is the rate of recovery from the water service authorities? You have a master plan that you have presented, but you have also highlighted significant challenges in funding. Essentially, you have no capex. So what is the feasibility of the master plan if there is no funding? So is it a feasible master plan, or does it actually need to be revisited and looked into in terms of what is practical and possible? And given the challenges that are being faced by the entity, I saw you made a recommendation around engaging with COCTA and so forth. What steps, active steps, are you taking in terms of especially the gap, to bridge the gap in funding, where you are definitely under recovering, you have no capex, and you have all of these things? that need to be implemented or taken. I saw that one of your achievements is that you're unencumbered by debt, so you are not owing. So what is your credit worthiness? Get loans to fund, that gap in funding. Thank you.
You can attend to those questions before we go to the next round.
Okay. No, thank you very much. It's very difficult to pinpoint the rate of recovery. As I've indicated initially, that it's so inconsistent. I'll make an example. When we put a bill, I sent a bill to Umzinyati at some stage, they only paid 500,000 instead of paying 2 million. They decide, it's not upon us, regardless of, I'm talking about the current invoice, I'm not talking about the debt. We have engaged with the mayors, and we have engaged with the municipal managers at our official level to say, can we be prioritized? Because we also believe that water is supposed to be prioritized than any other thing. But we are not getting those commitments. We have sent commitment letters, we've said in different meetings, they have told us about their huge indigent lists and their financial problems. Amajuba, they are paying current, as from last year around October, they've started to pay. They are also paying their debt. They have also signed a commitment letter to address the debt. But we have not received joy from Newcastle, which is our major stakeholder. We have not received joy from Umzinyati. Sometimes there is no payment at all. But Newcastle, from in the past 4 months, they've started to pay their current, because previously they would not pay current, they would not pay the debt. It would be just nothing. Hence, we are dependent for daily operational reasons that they make sure that they make payment. So we are still trying to engage to ensure that there is commitment. We have sensitized COCTA. We have also engaged AG. We know AG serves as an oversight, but we have said, AG, how are you coming up with your audit outcome that does not really talk to what is being happening on the ground in terms of the entity? And AG is actually aware of our challenge. They said, no, we are just classified as one of the creditors, because initially they were not even paying interest. And AG had a finding to say that you're supposed to pay interest. So it's still a serious challenge. We have requested that they pay interest, and they said they're committing to pay interest, but they haven't paid any interest as yet. But we're hoping through that strategy that maybe AG then will see the wasteful expenditure part. We're just hoping, we engage and hope, but we're not getting what we're supposed to be getting. That's the truth of the matter. For the master plan, I will just ask my colleague to address it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. With regards to the master plan, I'll just give you a background. This master plan was compiled way back in 2012. So from 2012, we've been updating the master plan. As you are well aware, there's inflation, and we've been giving the municipalities what it takes for us to implement the master plan. As the advocate has indicated, we as a municipal entity, we cannot apply for funding directly to government or DWS or COCTA. What we do is we draw up the plans, we give them to the municipalities for them to then put in application for funding. So What we are doing, because you said, you've asked what steps are you taking? Recently, we have engaged with the Amajuba District Municipality to at least get those projects that have been identified in the master plan, to get those projects to be included in their IDPs. Once they're included in those IDPs, then they've got this forum now to then seek funding from DWS or COCTA. DWS, for these projects, you're looking at funding like your regional bulk infrastructure grant. Us as Utukela Water, we cannot apply directly to DWS. But we are glad, specifically with Amajuba, they have identified, though it's a drop in the ocean, but it's to us, it's a starting point, that they have included certain projects that are identified in the master plan in their IDPs.
Just to add maybe on what Mr. Dliwayo has indicated, sometimes you find that there is nothing really compelling between the municipality and the entity and forcing them to ensure that projects are actually listed. Though they are listed for them, but it sometimes becomes a serious mission to make sure that those projects are listed, though they would benefit the community eventually. So maybe if at a certain level, through COCTA and the other structures, they ensure that they monitor the functionality and as well as the processes between the entity and the municipalities, because it's been a mission really to even list the projects that we thought they'd be helpful to the community and they are from the master plan. So we need to beg and really request, and it's not like there is a proper mechanism to ensure that it is compelled that it is done. Hence, there is an RBIC grant that really seek to address issues of bulk. But if the municipalities can have a mentality of ensuring that bulk projects be listed and the money not be declared back to treasurer, you know, if we can have just that mechanism. If we may have that mechanism, I think it will assist the implementing agent really, because it is not disputed that the master plan seeks to address water issues within the region. Thank you.
No, thank you, Advocate Kambule. Commissioner?
Thank you, Chairperson. Advocate, you have answered one of my questions because I wanted to know, as a PTY, who's the owners, who are the shareholders of it, and so on. And do you have a board? And what's the governance structure of that board? Because if you are being owed money and you're a PTY and you cannot recover that money, in the end, you have your board members would have then failed in their fiduciary duty. And in terms of all the governance from King 3 and whatever, but also from if it's a state entity, then you've also failed to recover, because it means then that very soon you will not be a going concern. I don't know what your auditors are saying about yourself in that regard. The second thing is you almost have the same problems as the municipalities that you serve. You've got age, infrastructure. You don't have money to deal with that infrastructure, and despite the municipality yesterday were saying that despite being under administration, but they were saying that they had made quite good money. In terms of their recovery, because we asked them how your recovery rate, and they said they've got good recovery rates. So if you have a problem, the municipalities have a problem with age, infrastructure, of capacity, etc. The question that we've put to you in asking you to appear at this inquiry was to how can you help the communities to access water and also have water provisions for them on a daily basis. You are the bulk supplier of water to those municipalities. You have not spoken about the leakages, for example, that the others is that a challenge to you? And certainly you are losing on two levels. You're losing in terms of tariffs, and then also in terms of water that are leaking away, and you're not getting, nobody's getting the benefit of it. So those are just some of my comments and questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Commissioner. We understand that the board has they've got this fiduciary duty to ensure the recovery. However, we've got a fairly new board. I think they've got 4 months at most. Just last month, the chairperson was changed. The other chairperson had his own strategies as to how to ensure that this issue of recovery is addressed. So now we've just had a second meeting with the new chairperson. We have also outlined our challenges to say the board must really address these issues. So they're fairly new, but we are very hopeful that they'll be in a position to address the issues. In terms of the leakages, remember we are only a bulk service company. We just feed the reservoir and it ends there. So our leakage is at a very minimal percentage. It's below 10%. So we're not saying we're supposed to be reducing it, obviously, but it's not as high as the other entities or other municipalities. But we are aware of the aging of infrastructure, that it may also increase. So we're looking at the schedule of the projects that we've provided, that if those can be addressed, we know for a fact that will reduce the leakage, but it's still within the at least accepted standard. I'm not saying there's nothing that can be done. We are trying our level best. Remember, I've indicated that we are using our operational budget. We don't have any capital budget. I think my colleague has got something to add as well.
Through you, Chair. I also wanted
Use the advocacy.
I also wanted to add on the issue of water losses. As the advocate has mentioned, from our side, we've got a key performance indicator with the WSAs to say that we are not supposed to exceed water losses of more than 15%, of which in the previous financial year it was just above 10.9%. And in this current financial year, which has just closed on the 30th of June, we actually managed to reduce it to 9.79%. But however, we also acknowledge what is happening on the reticulation side, because in that region, we've got water losses of close to 40%. So this has actually impacted badly on our idea of pushing for a new raw water source, because the Department of Water and Sanitation strategy is you're supposed to first of all fix your leaks before you start building new infrastructure with regards to dams and any new raw water source. So the department is saying, first of all, you need to fix those leaks so that if you conserve that water, maybe you bring it down maybe to 20%. That balance that you've got, you might even have to push the number of years that you need for you to build a new dam. But now we do not have control as to what happens after the command reservoirs. But from our side, we make sure that our leaks are maintained below 15%. And then I think there's one question that was not answered that the Prof asked. I just wanted to correct something. He mentioned that can't we sort of borrow, since we don't owe anything. I just wanted to make a correction there. We actually owe the Department of Water and Sanitation. That is our biggest creditor. And this is because of the issues that the advocate has mentioned, that we are not recovering, the municipalities are not paying us. Hence, we cannot pay Department of Water and Sanitation. The major reason why the entity is still afloat is because we are not paying Department of Water and Sanitation. If we're paying Department of Water and Sanitation, then the entity would be bankrupt. Thank you.
Just to further add, we are paying 3 million towards a debt of 460 million. So when he's saying we are not paying, he means it's too minimal that we are actually providing. And we know even that 3 point something million, we started to pay just 6 months ago through our operational budget again. And this has been brought to the attention of the WSAs. They are aware of the situation. It is indeed correct that if we were really, because even this 3 million, surely it goes towards their interest. In fact, this 460 million is not the total cost of what we're owing. It's inclusive of the interest. So we know that the intervention of the other departments or other entities in terms of the interest, knowing very well that we have been trying to sustain ourselves with operational budget and being the WSA is not paying, maybe some engagements could be engaged on to cut the interest a little bit. But DWS, through our engagement, they were kind of willing to say that they may engage on our interest just to cut it. But still, if we go to the debt of about 300 million, it's still quite significant for us as a small entity, and when we don't have a full commitment from the WSAs in terms of the current plus the debt. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Advocate Kambule. You mentioned that you have a new chair of the board, and the old chair had their own strategy for how to recover
The board members. So we then executed that strategy. Only Amachuba signed the commitment letters, but they also reduced significantly. So we did not agree in terms of figures. Understandably so, it's their indigent register. They are also having their financial issues. But Newcastle, being our major stakeholder, has not committed or neither responded, as well as Umzinyati. They haven't committed anything as yet. But they've indicated their interest in terms of paying. You see, indicating your interest and actually doing it, it's two different things. What is there also cries us making them to pay interest. Hence, it is expected because it's a live debt. Thank you.
The concern with this is that it's unsustainable in the long run, and it needs a solution. I've been informed of the case of Sedibeng, which was de-established because of this similar problem of non-payment of debt by water services authorities. Now, your board needs to come up with a strategy that moves beyond the payment plan that was not adhered to by any water services authorities except Amajuba, and even them to a very limited extent. The question is, then what next? You have a board chairperson that has been in the position for 4 months, but what is the strategy that is going to compel water services authorities to pay these figures? So you will just make a note of that question so that I can just put to you other follow-up and related questions to that. We would want to know what is the total amount that you are owed by water services authorities. It would be interesting to know what this figure is in relation to the amount, the total amount that you owe your creditors. You have mentioned 460, but that is only to DSW. What is the total number? Who are your other creditors, especially the major creditors, whether you are paying them or not? Central to the questions I'm asking is the concern about the sustainability of your entity in the longer run.
Okay.
Then we would also want to know, you mentioned that about 10% or the leakages in the reservoirs. You mentioned a figure of 10%. We would want to understand, according to the KZN Water Master Plan, they have recommended that municipalities should expend 8% of their capital budget on maintenance, operations and maintenance. According to your Water Master Plan, what percentage of your annual budget should be allocated to operations and maintenance, and how much of your budget are you using for operations and maintenance? This is particularly also noting some of the challenges that you have highlighted: aging infrastructure, non-repairs to infrastructure. And this again links to the question of sustainability. We would also, you mentioned that you have been advocating for a tariff that is a true reflection of the cost of your production. And that tariff should be no less than R7.50. Currently, you are at around R4.01.
R4.41.
R4.41, which is a far cry from the minimum of R7.50, and that is a minimum. So the question is, what then? What are the measures beyond just noting the challenges? What are the strategies for addressing these? And perhaps even more importantly, what role do you perceive or foresee that the South African Human Rights Commission can play in assisting you to move towards a more sustainable position so that we can assist in the long run our common client? Thanks.
Okay, no, thank you so much, Commissioner. In terms of the creditors, we only owe DWS, as I have indicated, and it's a substantial amount, which is about 460 million rand. Okay, thank you. In terms of the total owed, Umzinyati is owing us about 93 million. And Majuba, it's about 32 million. And Newcastle, it's about 160. It's, to be accurate, it's 156 million, 637. So it's only Amajuba that are paying current as well as have committed to the payment of the debt. Newcastle is only paying current. They haven't touched the actual debt. Umzinyati, they are paying sometimes any percentage towards the consumption, daily consumption on invoices, and they haven't touched the debt. We know that through a commission like this, and with an understanding of what is happening on the ground and how it compromises the community at large, your recommendation or your engagement with the major stakeholders like your COCTA as well as Treasurer can have a significant impact. Also, the issue of 8%, we are taking from our operational budget. Remember, we've got quite a number of operational issues, but we do set aside between 6 to 8% at least, but depending on, remember we make a budget, we project that we will be receiving this much. We can, in paper, it looks good, but what is actually happening in terms of what we're receiving are two completely different issues. So it's very difficult as well to say that we'll be setting aside 8%, knowing very well that that 8% will never realize. In terms of the tariff increase, we know that this kind of a commission can actually look at the sustainability, as you've indicated, to say that is it really making any impact to have municipalities paying so little when they are actually tripling. It's more like 300% of what they are making. We understand that they also have their expenses, but they're not paying despite the fact that they are recovering. So this kind of a commission, at the end of the day, it's not about the entity, it's our entity. It's about the service delivery to the community. Are they getting the service they're supposed to be getting? Or the entity is just there to say that it is supposed to be done, but it's not done. So we believe that this commission can really make the community around our region realize what service delivery is in terms of water provision. Maybe the structure, to go back on the issue of the strategy, to say how, other than just providing for just making commitment letters and engaging as to what exactly can be effective. Remember, we have already sold the idea. Whatever that we do, it must pass through the water service authorities. But what we think is, and what we have sold, is that maybe if treasurer, because they do their budget, they budget for the volumes that they would be getting. Maybe if they get their tranche for whatever period, then that money is set aside and really sent directly to the entity, because they've already made provisions in terms of their budget. But when they're supposed to be releasing it, they don't release. They only release it based on the invoice, or as and when they have whatever they have. They feel they prioritize. Their prioritization criteria sometimes exclude the major entity, which is ourselves for water. So if treasurer as well as AG can actually assist us in terms of ensuring that once the allocation has been done, water funds is set aside and it's transferred to the relevant, and they put mechanism to actually monitor, to ensure that it is used for the purpose it was sent to do. Thank you, Commissioner.
No, thank you very much, Advocate. Any follow-up questions, Prof? Commissioner? Okay, then in the absence of any follow-up questions, we do note the challenges that you have stated, but we also note some of the issues that you have highlighted as possible interventions by the Commission. We have made a note of these, and we will also then follow up on them. Before then, we end our session with you. Do you have any closing remarks to make before we excuse you?
Thank you, Commissioner, once more. I think we are managing a very important commodity, and our entity, though it's not a water board, but it remains a bulk service, and it must be taken as serious as other water service authority. So we know that with this commission, it can actually send a strong message to say that we are not doing any favor. We are really administering a serious commodity that must be sent to the people. And the municipalities must take the entity serious to ensure that relevant projects are listed without begging, without really requesting. It must be a compliance matter that the projects are listed to ensure that water provision is done. Because we sometimes hear municipalities sending back the money that has been allocated for bulk service, when we know very well that at some stage there will be serious shortages around our region. So we would wish that the Commission takes this matter serious to ensure that there are structures or there are vehicles to ensure that we realize there is enough money. It's a matter of making sure that people are understanding that this is actually a priority commodity. Thank you.
Perhaps maybe you are just sparking a follow-up question there, or a curiosity. Have you considered maybe sanctions in terms of the provision of water to those, because you're saying there is money, they just need to understand the importance of utilizing those funds. And this is related to a myriad of other interrelated issues such as skills, technical know-how, political will, sometimes infighting within municipalities also adds to the challenges. So have you considered both sanctions as well as incentives? Sanctions for those who don't pay and incentives for those who do, in order maybe to also assist you?
We have, remember we're also in a very political space where we cannot be seen to be sabotaging, and when we raise these issues, we were told that we may be sabotaging. So it is not our aim to sabotage anyone. When we're saying monies must be paid, therefore we will put restrictions. We do indicate such to say that we intend to, but sometimes it's seen as a sabotage kind of. So we try other avenues. We are only officials, and we report to the WSAs. All the challenges are given to the WSAs, and we hope the WSAs would find it critical or important for the community at large to receive such a service. But we do all have all the mechanisms. As I'm saying that there is money, I'm saying there is money because there is ARPIC that has money for bulk services. It's a matter of listing projects, but enforcing, because we don't have a hand beyond the WSAs to say how are they making sure that bulk projects are listed and implemented in order to make sure that our mandate is realized as an entity. So it's a matter of getting this kind of a setup that will actually ensure that recommendations are sent to the correct people so that they really ensure that projects are listed. Because master plan is a tool that must be implemented. It has been communicated. They are aware. We have indicated everything on our site to say these are the strategies that can be used to ensure leaks are reduced, infrastructure is maintenance is done. You know, we've already provided. It's just a matter of finding some signage and some instrument that will ensure implementation.
No, thank you very much, Advocate, for your presentation here this morning. We have come to the end of our engagements with you. We thank you. This is, of course, as we now understand, will not be the end of our relationship. If anything, it's the beginning of hopefully a relationship that assists towards a more meaningful and effective change in terms of the work that you are doing and how it's felt for the communities within which you work. Thank you very much for your time. We also wish you safe travels back home.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. You may be excused. Program Director.
For now, we're going to take a break until 11:30. Thank you. Our third witness for today, we have Umsunduzi Local Municipality. And with us, we have the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mkize, the Acting City Manager, Mrs. Ngobo, the General Manager for Infrastructure Services, Mr. Tlela. We also have Mr. Siv Passard, who's the Senior Manager for Water and Sanitation, and Mr. Mike Greatwood, the Manager for Water Services Authority. Oh, and lastly, sir, we have the Chief Legal Advisor, Mr. Mbokazi.
Good afternoon and welcome. You constitute the largest delegation of this entire inquiry. So I hope that we will be hearing nothing but good news from Umsunduzi, despite the known challenges. It must be stated on record, Program Director, that part of the delay, I understand, is because Umsunduzi is currently under Section 139 intervention. And as such, we require the delegated authority from the administrator that has been deployed by COCTA. This has been issued to us, and then this has necessitated that we proceed. But we must also indicate, Program Director, that municipalities should already know this. It shouldn't be the case that you come here without that delegated authority, because that intervention is there for a reason. That administrator is there for a reason. And you are accompanied by your legal advisor. So these are issues that you should already know. But nevertheless, we do welcome you, and we thank you also for then responding in the form of obtaining this delegated authority. As we begin, may I just check if all of you will be providing testimony this afternoon? You will be. Then in that case, we shall swear all of you in. Do any of you have any objections to taking the oath this afternoon? No? No. In that case, then we shall start closest to the prof and move all the way to the far right. We shall declare our full names, the institution we represent, as well as our position in the institution.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Sabelo Nkule. I'm representing Umsunduzi Municipality. I am the Acting General Manager for Infrastructure Services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Greatwood. I'm the Water Service Authority Manager.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Nelsie Wengobo. I'm the acting city manager. My substantive post is the Chief Financial Officer.
Greetings, Chairperson. My name is Mgolis Mkize. I'm the Deputy Mayor of the municipality. I'm the Chairperson of the Infrastructure Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson and colleagues. My name is Brendan Sifprasad. I'm the Senior Manager for Water and Sanitation, which reports directly under the General Manager in that regard. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. It's pleasing to hear that all of the relevant officials are here, including the political head, DM. You are also the portfolio committee chair of infrastructure. We have the acting city manager who's also in the position of the finance manager, as well as, of course, then the water infrastructure managers who are accompanying you. So we are very pleased that you are all here. And we do engage with you with the hope that our engagement will move towards positive changes. We receive complaints from your jurisdiction. People within your jurisdiction perceive the situation there as a crisis level. In fact, when those who live within Umsunduzi heard that you will be appearing before us, they started to send even more messages to inform us of the desperation around which they live, not just with the provision of water, with other basic services as well. Before we then proceed, we must administer the oath. Do you all swear that the evidence you shall give this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly, individually again, raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. I hope that's not an indication of the level at which we are going to engage. If we don't know the right from the left already.
Every time I always check with my ring, which side it is.
No, it's fine.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So God help me.
Thank you very much. With that, then, having conducted the administrative exercises, I must introduce myself formally as well as my panel. I am Commissioner Nduli, and I am the chairperson of this panel. I am joined on my right by the deputy chairperson of this panel, who is Commissioner Nissen of the South African Human Rights Commission as well. On my left, I'm joined by our external panelist, who is a water expert with the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and that is Professor Mabaudi. With that, I'd like to then again officially welcome you. The time is now 18 minutes after 12. We have approximately 1 hour to engage with you. 30 minutes will be for your presentations, and then the other 30 minutes will be for engagements with ourselves. Over to you, Mapolova. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, to welcome us. I'll allow Deputy Mayor to introduce us or to introduce our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, SM. I will prefer to stand, so therefore I will be able to speak and address you correctly.
No, it's fine, Kabazela. Please do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, chairperson of the commission, the deputy chairperson, Professor Mabunda, all panelists and everyone who's inside the house. Let me just say all protocol observed. As I've been introduced, that I'm Councillor Mgolisi Mkhize, who's also the chairperson of the Infrastructure Portfolio Committee. As we are here, everything that we'll be stating, it's the honest truth. Now, as we all know that Pietermaritzburg, it's one of the oldest cities within our country. And again, our infrastructure, it's also going to be an aging infrastructure. But let me give a bit of a background about Pietermaritzburg, so therefore all of us will be clear and have a clear understanding of what is it that we're talking about. As we all know that Pietermaritzburg was Pietermaritzburg and later became Umsunduzi municipality after the introduction of local government. The system that was there was aimed to cater for those who were within the CBD and the suburbs of Pietermaritzburg, of which was your Scottsville and the northern suburbs. After the TLC, Umsunduzi incorporated Ashburton because Ashburton was not part of Umsunduzi municipality, and incorporated Edendale because also Edendale was not part of Pietermaritzburg Corporation by then. As time goes by, they incorporated Uvulindlela area with 9 wards by then. As time goes by, we incorporated Ingwadi, which was coming from Ingwe municipality, forming part of Herigwala district municipality. With that demarcation of 2016, had to incorporate Ingwadi. The size of Ingwadi on its own, it's equivalent to the size of the northern suburbs of Pietermaritzburg. Just 1 ward, Ingwadi area only. Now, Umsunduzi is divided into 5 zones. Zone 1 will be your Vulindlela area now, which is the area that
Sorry, Kabazela, your microphone is failing us.
Okay. Apologies. So they've got zone 1. As I've said, that's going to Pietermaritzburg now, Umsunduzi is categorized into 5 zones. Zone 1 will be your Vulindlela area. That area which is a rural area where you've got tribal authority. You've got your zone 2, which is your Edendale area. Now, you've got your zone 3. Now, your Edendale, you've got the formal building and semi-informal buildings at Edendale. Then you've got zone 3, which is Imbali. It's a township now. You go to zone 4, it will be your Pietermaritzburg CBD and the upmarket suburbs of Pietermaritzburg, your Scottsville and as well as your Wembley and Chatsville. You've got zone 5, of which will be your northern suburbs, your Northdale area, as well as your Lincoln and Ashburton. That's how Umsunduzi is categorized. As I've mentioned, that Umsunduzi is one of the oldest cities. And again, our infrastructure is also aging. But what is it that, as the municipality, we are currently doing or we have done in order to try to address those challenges? Because it's not that it's the challenges that are not known. As an oldest city, one of the oldest cities, you'll know that our piping system will be of an asbestos pipe system. But again, we must also be in line with the latest technological developments as the city. As Pietermaritzburg, as Umsunduzi, this year, the council, on its priorities, we've prioritized water and sanitation as our first priority, to say that in everything that we'll be doing, want to prioritize water and sanitation. So that will then simply tells us that the budget of the 2022-23 financial year, the biggest chunk has to go to water and sanitation. On top of that, we then said that we need to put at least nothing less than 10% in dealing with issues of repairs and maintenance from our budget. Because we want to address the challenge of an aging infrastructure. So therefore, we cannot every time we'll go and cry and say that our infrastructure is aging, our infrastructure is aging. But what is it that we are doing about that? Again, as Umsunduzi municipality, we then said that we cannot rely only on government funding. We have gone an extra mile in inviting the panel of potential investors that we are going to partner with them in addressing the issue of our infrastructure. Today we're having a meeting with the PCB, Pietermaritzburg Chamber of Commerce. Amongst other decisions that we took is then to say that we must have a constant engagement with the business sector within Pietermaritzburg, where we'll be engaging on issues on how are we going to address the issue of our infrastructure. So we are having those constant engagement, and we are about to sign an SLA in terms of how are we going to address some of these water challenges that we are having in terms of the aging infrastructure. So we've never said that we'll sit and relax and rely only on government funding. We have gone as far as DPSA to go and also request some funds that we want to utilize in addressing the issue of the aging infrastructure. Because we don't want to see Pietermaritzburg in 10 years' time from now still experiencing the challenges and having us to come in front of the Human Rights Commission to say that, no, our infrastructure is aging. Now, wherever we want to go, we want all other municipalities to come and benchmark with us, to come and then say that in those challenges that you once had as Umsunduzi, how did you do it? Hence, we said that we are prioritizing water and sanitation. Once we address the issue of water, because we're saying that we want to as well be changing these asbestos pipes, there'll be a lot of digging of our road that will be happening. Hence, we said that will then priority number 2 will be our electricity. Then priority number 3 will be our road network. Because we are saying that why electricity must be priority number 2. It's simply because we need to have a stable grid, so therefore we'll be able to pump water to all these reservoirs. So therefore, our communities will then be able to be in a position of getting clean water. As I'm about to allow our senior manager to present, under all the difficulties and the challenges that have been said about Umsunduzi, but we've managed to maintain our blue drop status. That's one of the things that we consistently and continue pride ourselves with. To say that under such difficult challenges that people perceives us to be having, but we've managed to maintain the blue drop status. I will invite everyone, then when you go to Pietermaritzburg, come drink our water. I don't think is there any water that you can compare with the water that you'll drink from Pietermaritzburg. It's a matter of fact. But I will request, Chair, that I will allow our senior manager to give a detailed presentation on how are we going to address all the challenges that are there. So therefore, it's going to go to the technical aspects of what is it that is there in hand. What is the plan of action we are having in trying to address all those challenges? Mr. Supersat, you can present on behalf of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kabazela. Mr. Supersat, Deputy Mayor has taken 10 minutes of your 30 minutes, which means we already know the challenges. They are well known. If you, as part of your preparations, you have prepared to also highlight the challenges, I will ask you to be as brief as you possibly can, and we would want to focus mainly on the interventions that you have planned to address the challenges which are well known. Over to you, Mr. Supasat.
Thank you, Chairperson, and once again, good afternoon. The presentation was given. I'm sure it's going to be flighted. Chair, it's just 12 slides. I honestly had a 33 slide presentation, and after our caucus yesterday, we broke it down to just exactly what the Human Rights Commission wants. So I'm going to go through, if we can go through slide 2, or I don't know if I have a device to move. Essentially, that's the summary of what the Water Services Act maintains and what we need to do in order to maintain it. One of the most pertinent points there is progressively look at the and ensure the efficient supply of water supply. How the deputy mayor, he probably could have presented on my behalf. How the deputy mayor has articulated that is, yes, we do have challenges. We're not going to move away from those challenges. We are in contravention of certain aspects of this act, the Water Services Act. However, there are going to be amendments as well as additions, as well as what the deputy mayor has, the honorable deputy mayor has said, prioritized water and sanitation. Next slide, sorry. This is just a summation of all our connections, all our customers. You can see we got 660,000 within the Mzinduzi borough. We've got so many metered connections, and we use, I know Amgeni Water presented earlier, we use in the region of 229 megaliters per day. That's quite a lot of water, but we still also failing to supply certain communities, not because of necessarily capacity constraints, but Amgeni Water is upgrading predominantly the Vulindlela system. We can move forward. This essentially just summarizes the technical aspects of where we are at the moment. Our population was estimated in terms of census as 660,000, which showed a population increase of around 15%. We do have a rapid increase within our rural areas of people migrating there and building, how can I put it, planning. Planning is overtaken by construction. So you've got people who've built there, and now you have to provide them with water. There's two major waterworks that are water treatment works that are 100% run at the moment. I'm sure Amgeni Water would have indicated such this morning. So they're working at maximum capacity to supply Mzinduzi at the moment. We also have various different housing unit within our community services.
housing developments that are proposed. Some of them we're actually turning down at the moment because we know that the capacity that we currently have is insufficient to even meet the needs of our existing customers, let alone the new housing development. When you come to the next slide, I will get to the limitations as well as the expectations, as well as the way we're going to go look forward. Next slide. In the entire Mzenduzi, we use 1,400 megaliters per day. Predominantly, we as Mzenduzi, the abstraction license takes Amgeni water back to the Department of Water and Sanitation, where they're saying, what can you abstract from the dam? There is an abstraction license, and we're exceeding that abstraction license as we speak. When I mean exceeding, it's Amgeni water. We continuously telling them we need more water, but the abstraction license allows them only to take so much. So this slide just encapsulates that. I'm not going to lie, we have a high level of water losses. This in the bottom there just encapsulates our level of water losses. In terms of circular 72 of the norms and standards, we managed to reduce our water losses to 29.5%. Norms and standards says or states that it must be under 30%. We're not happy with 29.5%, but we managed to do 29.5% with the interventions associated with such. Non-revenue water, we all know about the unrest that happened over the last year. There has been businesses that have been closed, businesses that have been demolished, businesses that are under distress in terms of meeting their daily needs in terms of supply and demand. So that non-revenue water percentage has also increased in that regard. Next slide. We have not been doing nothing. We've done a water master plan. It was done in 2018 and it was revised. That's a scary figure there. It's 2.3 billion that's required to upgrade our infrastructure. And that includes both water and sanitation. 2.3 billion, it's over a 25-year period. So you're looking at around 200 million a month, 200 million per annum to look at upgrading our infrastructure. So we have been compliant in that regard in terms of doing our master planning and ensuring that. And I think the Deputy Mayor quite articulated that how we are trying to get investors to get into the city to upgrade our infrastructure. We can move on. Yeah, aging infrastructure. Basically, the norms and standards in terms of the water guidelines, we are 3 times more bad in terms of burst pipes. So we're averaging about 6 burst pipes a day right now. Those 6 burst pipes would look, would we don't know which area it would impact on, but it impacts on various different communities. It's not something we are proud of and something we are working on. And the repairs and maintenance budget has been appropriately upgraded, raised, if I may use that term, to try and look at that, to bring it down. We were at 3 years ago, we were around 4 burst pipes a day, and these I'm not talking about meter leaks or anything. I'm talking about major burst pipes. Right now we're at 6, and we're increasing at the moment. I think 2,190 burst pipes were recorded last financial year. That averaged at 6 per day, which speaks to the water losses, as well as speaks to the aspect of us investing in aging infrastructure, as well as spoke to our political leadership, as well as our administrative leadership, to prioritize water and sanitation in that regard. The adverse impact of having no water is having no sanitation. We all know that. You can't flush a toilet with no water. We got residents with intermittent supply, where we rotating supply with them, or balancing the supply with them, where they'll get water within a certain period and then get water next time. So there is a balancing act. But we have to also be mindful that sanitation is dignity as well. And it absolutely impacts on your availability of water. If you don't have water available, it leads to various different schools closing, toilets are not working, let alone the diseases associated and accompanied in that regard. We can go to the next slide. Yes, we do have an internal problem. There's currently instituted by the leadership, as well as the acting city manager who's with us, a forensic audit into potential sabotage internally or maybe even externally. That forensic audit has commenced. They're busy gaining evidence in that regard. The time frame associated with that, when I inquired about it, they said give them 3 months. So there's definitely an element of sabotage within our system, be it internal staff that are manipulating the system to get overtime, or be it external staff that are external people that are utilizing our system to benefit themselves in that regard. We also want to just confirm that our system is fully telemetry operated. So at any given time, we can know the reservoir levels of our system, and we know when there's a problem. So we direct our staff accordingly to either circulate valves, balance the system, or look at a possible burst pipe. If we can move on, Secretariat. We, I think, I can't be more covered than the Deputy Mayor, but the area of Vulindlela is our biggest concern at the moment. And I'm sure when Amgeni Water presented earlier, I saw their pre-presentation that they shared, is our biggest concern. Around 30% of that community is getting water intermittently. Around 10% of that community is not getting water at all. How we've addressed it, and we're not happy with it, is that we've initiated water tankers. However, the full upgrade of the system can only be done when Amgeni Water upgrades their bulk system. And that's going to happen. It's starting in November. I hope they told you all the same date they told me. But yeah, it's going to be happening in November, but it'll take 18 months. We got 5 command reservoirs on the top. And if we have any outages, and I'm sure if anybody is from Maritzburg knows about the problems with Hilton and Groenkloof electricity outages, it works on a fully pumped system. So if we have any electrical outages, we lose capacity within those command reservoirs, noting that the demand has already increased. So we've got a dual problem there in that regard. We've also submitted business plans to, because I'm in a commission, can I say estimated amount of 390 million rand to upgrade the system. Amgeni Water are investing around 450 million on their bulk system, and we only foresee that challenge to be really resolved in about 2 years' time, 18 months. It's not good news for the public. It's not good news for the community. It has been communicated. It has been presented through our infrastructure services portfolio. We've also said that we can't just sit back and wait for 18 months. We've made certain resolutions on how we're going to balance the system, how we're going to get additional resources, how we're going to ensure that we have stock on hand, how we're going to ensure that we have a depot or facility within the Vulindlela area, which we inherited, and that has happened. Certain portions of it has not happened as yet. We're still awaiting the vehicles, those sort of items. But those resolutions have been taken by our executive management as well as our political leadership. Yeah. I'm just going to say we've got a 5-year non-revenue water master plan where we understand that Amgeni are abstracting more from their rivers than what they should, and that they bringing it back onto us, that it's because of our high non-revenue water or revenue loss or water losses. So we've got a 5-year non-revenue water master plan. It's going through our structures to be approved. Currently, we do have a problem. I'm not going to use the right word. We do have a problem with how Amgeni Water were billing us. We received a 57 million rand rebate where they confirmed they were overbilling us, although we still do owe them. And that non-revenue water master plan will only be submitted once we confirm those values accordingly. So we can put realistic targets against the water loss balances. Chair, that's it. And in my remarks, in my closing remarks, whilst it might not necessarily be on the screen, we realize our responsibility as a water services authority, and we realize our responsibility that sometimes we have not been taken seriously. We also realize that we need to ensure that we up our game, and hence the remarks from the Deputy Mayor where we've prioritized water and sanitation this year. It's not something we take in lightly. It's not something that we're proud of, that we have communities with intermittent supply and supplied by water tankers, but it's something we're proactively working towards. The real detailed presentation report, I think it was, Mike can confirm, I think it was about 54 pages on how we're going to stabilize and change the system, was submitted. But this was just a summation of that. And yeah, it's not nice to be summoned to a Human Rights Commission, but we take this very seriously. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Supasat. Kabazela, did you have closing remarks or are you fine? Or Mapoloba? Perhaps as the accounting officer, let us give you the opportunity to just make a minute or two remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner. To echo what my colleagues have said and have presented, we are taking...
to the microphone, please.
We are taking our challenges very seriously. As a municipality, we've developed an action plan to try and address the challenges that are facing water as a department. At this point in time, I have been instructed by the leadership to have water reporting directly to my office so that we can address the challenges. I'll cite a few that we've already implemented. That is, at the moment, we've allocated a budget of 130 million throughout our funded budget by the national spheres to prioritize their challenges. We've also allocated almost 10% in terms of repairs and maintenance. And we've also hired 10 vehicles. Why we did that, we've realized that as much as our employees are on the ground and they are working, they've cited quite a number of challenges in terms of the tools of trade. We have ordered 20 vehicles and we are waiting for delivery, but we couldn't wait for that. We had to hire 10 to assist our team in terms of water so that they can continue with what they are expected to do. Also, we've allocated equivalent to 10 million in terms of the budget to address their critical vacancies, because amongst the challenges that were cited in the mass meeting that I had with the supervisors and management from water was the issue of a vacancy rate that is high. So 10 million posts have been advertised already. A recruitment process is currently underway. Also, Commissioner, let me mention that we are getting challenges from the community in terms of the bus pipes and the water that is not coming through. And it has been reported to my office that there were strange things that were happening where valves were being removed by an unknown, and the way they were opened, we were suspecting that there was a sabotage. As a senior manager has said, at this point in time, no one knows whether it's from internal or it's political motivated. Hence, we then decided to have appointed internal audit to prioritize in forensic investigation, as it has been said. So I'm expecting the report in 2 months from now. Chair, that is all on my side that I would like to add from what they said, and to emphasize that it's very, very critical that we address the challenges that we have as a municipality. As we speak, we are starting work every day at 6, where political leadership is chairing those meetings just to focus on the challenges that are facing the city. And we're starting to see the results of those meetings, of which for the past 2 weeks, it focuses on water. It changes per department, because we all know that we had a challenge before of our city not being cleaned, and that has since improved. Now it focuses on water, and once that has been addressed, we are then going to move to another department. So our work starts at 6 at the moment, so that we can make sure that all the challenges that are facing the city are addressed. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, MM. As indicated earlier, then I will invite the panel to engage with you. I'll start as per custom with the Prof on my left. Prof.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, MM, and your team for the presentation. Earlier this week, we had the Mark and also another gentleman from Pietermaritzburg. So I just want, you've said some of it, but I think it goes in line with what was said. Specifically, the Mark put forward that there's a problem of skilled staff, a lack of capacity, which then is hindering service delivery in terms of water. They gave an example whereby Msunduzi staff were unable to read a map or to open valves, and they had to be assisted by members of the community to read the map and open valves. There are issues of delays in turnaround times for repairs, which have resulted in residents being without water for days on end. The gentleman from Henley Dam indicated that they were having quite a good time with water until Msunduzi took over from Umgeni Water, and it's been a slippery slope since then. Part of it was that Msunduzi put a flat rate of 75 rands per month, which the community said they were not interested in. They were willing to continue paying for the service, but Msunduzi thought otherwise, and since then they've not had water despite repeated attempts to engage with the municipality. So 85% of the community has no water at all. I think that's what we have here. And then there are a lot of housing developments happening within Msunduzi, new housing developments. What are your plans to meet this demand from the new housing developments? You've already mentioned that the infrastructure is already strained and not able to meet current demand. But like, in Lincoln Mid, I think there's that new development, Hesketh Heights. It's going to add thousands of units there. You mentioned Hilton, the issue of water there and the dependence on a pumped system, but there are also significant developments happening in that area. So all of those things are adding pressure to the system. So what are you doing to increase the capacity of the system, in response to the additional pressure from the housing developments? And being from the university, we have experienced the pain when there are burst pipes, as we have to shut down the campus. There's usually a notice that gets circulated to say burst water pipe, there's no water on campus, and so forth, and the inconvenience that then creates. And I must say that in recent years, it has become more of a routine than anything else, that frequently you get a burst water pipe. And in the old days, it was not so frequent. Now it has become ever more frequent. So what is the plan long term in dealing decisively with the issue of aging and dilapidated infrastructure, so that you don't inconvenience critical services in the municipality? Thank you, Chair.
We'll let you deal with those questions before we come with the second round.
Yeah, Chair, let me indicate that we have joined by the Honorable Mayor of Msunduzi Municipality, Councillor Mzimkulu Tebola, who had to start in another meeting, but because we all agreed that we have to be here, so he has joined us. I can start with any of the questions. Let me start with the last one. What is the plan that we are having in addressing the challenges around the area of UKZN? Because it has become a norm that the university get to be closed whenever they are pipe burst. Msunduzi Water Network, this is how it has been structured. They receive from the reservoir, which is at Murray Road Reservoir. They receive a feed from there. We've not that much experience in the burst pipe in that area, but because they receive a feed from that area, from Murray Road, whenever we had some repairs that are happening, that means that we have to close the outlet from that side, so therefore we'll do the maintenance. But what then do we do? So therefore the areas of Woodhouse, Scottsville are not going to be affected. We reroute water from Beasley Reservoir So therefore, they'll continue receiving a feed while we're doing a maintenance in the other side. So it's a plan in action, and it is currently working for us. Even as we are dealing with the issue of the HESCAT, it's a new development that is happening in that area of Lincoln Mead. What is it that we have done after we have experienced? Because we had a plan at HESCAT. This one need to be put correctly. We had a planned maintenance to say that on Sunday, we are not going to have water peak during these times because we'll be connecting a T connection. That is going to allow a connection towards a new development. That was, all the residents were informed. As we completed our task, as we were opening our valves, we find that water was not coming out. Hence, there was that noise that happened to say that water is not coming out. Because there's something that we have then sensed that we're sensing sabotage. We then rerouted water from Beasley in order not to affect the residents of Lincoln while we're doing some inspection of where are we experiencing the challenges. So that's how our network it has been made. On the issue of Handley Dam, it was an area that was owned by Umngeni. It was a forest. No residents were staying there, nobody. But again, in 1996, there was a Mandela project that was aimed in having running water in the area of Vulindlela. Handley Dam was not there by then when that project or that scheme started. But people came and invaded the forest and built their houses, ended up connecting themselves illegally so. That has reduced the water supply. What is it that we are currently doing as the municipality? We came with a plan where we are then saying that we will do the manual water balancing, where we were trying to make sure that in a certain times people will receive water because the network is congested and the supply now, it's no longer sufficient for the number of households. Let me make an example. If the scheme was meant to cater for 3,000, it's an example. Now, community members that are there now, they've tripled the number. There was an issue of violence that happened in the area of Vulindlela. People left their families. Then now, when things are back to normal and stable, they started to go back. When they go back now, remember, as they were building the scheme, it was not catering for them. Now they had to tamper now from the pipes in order to take water into their houses. That has made the scheme in order to be congested and ended up not having a capacity. But again, the engagement that we've been having with Umngeni in trying to upgrade that scheme, hence Mr. Supasad presented to say that Umngeni made a commitment to us to say that as from November, they are upgrading that scheme. So Handley Dam is within the area of Vulindlela. But I can then confirm to say today, you have had some areas within the Vulindlela that have never had water. We are agreeing with that. Simply because of of the network that was congested. But today I can safely confirm in front of this commission to say that with the plans that we came up with, community members within the area of Vulindlela, they are receiving water from their taps. And water, it's not now a running water 24 hours because we had to do the manual water balancing. We had informed the communities through the council meeting to say that in area A, you are going to receive water on Monday and Tuesday, but you are not going to have it on Wednesday because another area, which is area B, must then have fill up. So therefore, as we are currently working on a plan of upgrading the scheme, so therefore there will be consistent water running. I can safely confirm. I'm not going to mention my qualifications. But Mr. Supasad, who's the senior manager, is a qualified and registered with the engineering council. So you cannot register with the engineering council if ever you've got a baptized certificate. So Mr. Supasad does have a BTech degree in civil engineering. On top of that, he does have an honors degree. And he does have a diploma in accounting. So it addressed that you can't say that our employees are working using their baptized certificate. That's not correct. Mr. Hlela, an acting GM, is registered with Engineering Council. As you know, you cannot be a water service authority manager with a bad certificate. That's not correct. On top of that, what is it that we have done as the municipality? Through recognition of prior learning, we have taken our former general employees to go for trade test. Now, there are Section 28 employees now. Now they are qualified artisans. Now, you will come to a commission and say that Msunduzi employees, they can't even read maps. They can't even know and locate their valve. That was political grandstanding. We need to say that. So therefore, this is a commission. We have taken oath here. I'm not lying with what I'm saying. It's what I'm even going to invite the members of the public to come and check the qualification of these employees. So therefore, they will see that we are not lying. The issue of a flat rate, I think ACM, acting city manager, will then going to respond into it. The issue of Groenkloof, a pump station, what plan are we having? Even today, as I said, we had a meeting with the chamber. We are having some engagements. There are areas that we believe they need to be zoned, so therefore they are not going to be affected with load shedding, because we believe that they are offering a critical service to our people. So the issue of Groenkloof, where our pump station is there, is forming part of those engagements that we are currently having. Once it has been finalized, we will come and brief the community of what is going to happen with that area. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Deputy has touched on the issue that I also wanted, because I heard on the radio, and it was embarrassing for them to say that we don't have qualification. It's really, really, yeah, let me stop there. But as the municipality, we've employed engineers that are all registered. And I'm part of the panel when that is happened to appoint. Right now, we are finalizing the appointment for the general manager electricity as well as infrastructure. Our first requirement that we have to receive is being registered in terms of the engineering board. On the issue of Ivulindlela, it's a fact that we have challenges. Now, the challenges there are not only what has been explained, but it's the issue of non-payment as well. When we took over Ivulindlela, that was, I think, 2013, we only took over the debt. Debt was sitting at about in excess of 40 million. That pushed our debtors book to what it is right now. Now, considering that it's a rural area and the level of poverty as well is very high, the council took a decision that we are not going to bill them on a monthly basis. We gave them a flat rate. We'll continue to make sure that they have enough water in whatever method that we are providing, including the water tanks, but those consumers are only charged a flat rate of about 84 rand per month. Now, that if you have done our analysis in terms of our budget and in terms of our collection, it's not even a fraction in terms of covering the expenses that the municipality is experiencing in that area, but we are still providing that. Chair, it's important to mention that to increase the capacity of water, we've got reservoirs that are currently being constructed as a municipality, and it's being funded by MIG and WSIG. There is the Cobbsville Reservoir, and there is another one that is on top. To make sure that we are assisting.
One, two.
Thank you. Oh, I think this one is is back. Yeah, we are busy with those 2 reservoirs that will assist us in terms of increasing the capacity of water supply in the Msunduzi area. Also, Chair, like the Deputy Mayor has said, we have advertised to the public, more especially the private sector, to come and assist us in terms of our aging infrastructure. So we've got processes in terms of our SCM process that we are currently busy with. Also, the PPP that is supported by National Treasury, where the business chamber have come forward to say that they are ready to assist us. That is currently underway. It does take long in terms of the finalization of that, but we're hoping that it will assist us in terms of our aging infrastructure. Right now, we are finalizing in our bid spec committee the issue of auditing all the meters that are in the city. Why we are doing that, we've realized that part of the challenges that the municipality is facing in terms of the collection is also caused by the non-payment of consumers that we cannot identify. Hence, we are auditing all the meters for both water and electricity. Electricity is currently on the ground. Audit has started, but on the side of water, it's still at the level of bid specification. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner, good afternoon. Just for the record, I graduated in 1980 from the University of Natal. I've been a professional engineer for 36 years. And as Water Service Authority Manager, I act as regulator to Msunduzi water sections. So I have a lot to do with the planning of the water services, and the question that Prof asked with regard to housing developments in the city, I'm sure you would have heard this morning from Mgeni Water of the fact that both water plants that supply us and eThekwini with water, namely Midmar Waterworks and DV Harris Waterworks, are now working at 100% capacity. And the only time that we will be able to have access to the water that Midmar produces and sends on its way to Durban will be when the Mkamasi Dam is built. So at this stage, there are housing developments that are literally having to be stalled until such time as we can guarantee the amount of water that is required by those housing developments. Because without that, we can't, in any good conscience, allow a development of 4,000 or 5,000 households to take place, and then for the water to be interrupted because there's not enough capacity coming down the line. There is also the possibility that, and Mr. Sipasat said it earlier, that Mgeni Water is exceeding its license extraction conditions. And they have, and through the Department of Water and Sanitation, have said that unless we do something about our water losses, we are going to have to be watersheded in some way. In other words, we're going to have to make do with less water on an annual basis than we presently are using. So that is restricting our development plans. And it is not through our fault directly. Yes, it is indirectly a result of aging infrastructure and water losses, but that is something that the political leadership and ourselves have understood and realized that unless we get a grip on our water losses and reduce our daily consumption, we're not going to be able to expand our network. So that is what we're planning to do, is to put a lot of effort into reducing those physical losses from 29.5% to 25%. If we do that, it enables us to buy less water, or at least the water that we save can go towards development. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen. Oh, please come in.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, the panel and the House at large. There was a question which was raised by Professor with regards to the plan that we have with regards to frequent burst pipes in our city. I think it is an important question that he has raised. And number one, what we are doing currently. We have installed a number of pressure reducing valves. Number one, to deal with, because our pipes are very old. So the regime of the pipe network is very fun, is that once you increase the pressure, then your pipes start to burst. True, number one, that they are old as well. So what we have done, we have installed these pressure reducing valves so that we can reduce the pressure and try to prolong the lifespan of our infrastructure, especially now on water reticulation. It has worked, but the challenge that we are having, Swat Brendan has raised earlier on, that is a number of thefts that we have. And you can see that people who are stealing within the PRV itself, the pressure reducing valves. A pressure reducing valve is almost the size of this table, but there is only one instrument that is very critical that regulates the pressure, which is a pilot. They will open our cache pit, our manhole, then they steal data pilot. Then the pipe or the pressure is not regulated. Then we have all those now number of burst pipes. But those PRVs are helping us. So we are looking at the mechanism now that we will introduce within our manholes where we've got those PRVs, so that even they see the PRV, we will try to make sure that we hide it so that they won't see the pilot, as well as to make sure that all our PRVs that are on our SCADA, we can look at them at any time. If there's a problem, then we can dispatch an artisan to go and attend to it. Thank you, Commissioner.
No, thank you, Babhlela. Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Acting City Manager, Deputy Mayor, and colleagues. And Mark, is it Mark or Mike? Yeah, I also graduated from FETSEM in Mbali in 1980. in Mbali, at the Federal Theological Seminary, FETSEM. Obviously, colleagues, you are here today because of complaints that we received. But my first question to you is how many complaints have you received in the last year on water in particular? And Mr. Supersat has referred to some of those complaints and say that we've summoned you here because of that. Yes, we did ask you to present yourself here today because there are complaints specifically from our KZN office that went to you and that has not been resolved. And that's why but because we received complaints throughout the province that municipalities simply did not respond to. Hence, this inquiry is here this week here, so we can deal with all of those complaints and the other complaints and the witnesses that appeared before us. So I'd like to say the complaints that we received from the KZN office of the South African Human Rights Commission and the complaints that you have within your midst. How many have you resolved? How many of them are unresolved? If you don't have it now, you can always send it to us. But we'd really like to have that and so on. Because you see, the moment when complaints are ignored and the moment the complaints are not listened to, people make noise. And they either come to us as the Human Rights Commission as the last resort, or they go to the street. And that's why we felt it was very important. And water, by the way, I know there's a slogan, water is life and sanitation is dignity. But water is a human right. And once that right is violated, this institution needs to go either protect or promote it or monitor it. And the proof of the pudding is always in the eating. You've come here as the municipality officials to tell us what you've already done and what you're going to do. And we would like to see that happen, and we welcome that, and we thank you for that. But certainly, the complaints that came before this commission, you've talked about Vulindlela. Yes. So the second question to me is, how do you communicate? Because the complaints from people from Vulindlela say, you get 1 day and 2 days and some days nothing. And then eventually the community, the tension between the community, and I think Mr. Supersat has raised that when the tank goes past a group where they didn't have water, they rather get that water there. And by the end, when they get to the other side, there's no water, and then people have to wait. And that brings a lot of tension within that community, and et cetera. So we really need to. And both Vulindlela and of course, Henley Dam village, people are saying, when we were under Mgeni water, it was better than when we are now. That's what they're saying. Now, the second thing is about aging infrastructure. Now, you see, you are best suited in best knowledge that you have, that municipalities don't plan for tomorrow, just for 2 days, 3 days. They plan in advance, 10, 15 years. And therefore, when you see people coming into your area, there's a projection that last year we had 50 people coming from that area in this. How do we plan? Both from economic and other point of view, because people are coming. I mean, there is a ratio, and I think internationally there's a ratio about how many people come from the projections of at what stage at what year would there be 60 or 70% people in cities and in towns and less people in the rural areas. And therefore you plan for that ahead and so on. And the aging infrastructure, of course, is one of the issues that you could either extend the lifespan of that asset by maintaining it properly, or you can leave it, and in the end, it gives you problems. And that is what we find with all the municipalities that appear before us. They've got the same thing: vandalism, aging, all of those things, all of those leakages, etc. And I'll come to leakages now. So in the absence of maintenance, you pay much more. It's much more costly in replacing than maintaining. Because maintenance also do a little bit of extension, and also the percentage of your capex. There's a treasury guideline that says 8%. Some of the municipalities, don't even bother about that. So I'd like to know whether you are sticking to the 8% of your capex. On leakages, obviously there are underground leakages. And today you've got modern technology. You've got satellite and other high tech that can detect leakages? Are you in any way involved in the detection of leakages as part of your early warning systems in order for you to ensure that if there's something happening, that you on it and so on? On the theft and vandalism, of course, again, the municipalities that appear before us, you know, but the issue about water and water shortage is not a 2-year thing. It's been coming on for years. So we don't talk about last year. We don't talk about last year before. We talk about coming on for years. And in 1995, we had the transitional local government. 1995, at 1995 November, we had our local government elections nationally. So we've got a local government that is more than 27 years, with all of that experience that we're there. And yes, we do come from a background where we've inherited quite a number of problems, but in the last 2 decades, I mean, we can't be talking about aging infrastructure that in the last 2 decades we should have budgeted for it and so on. And then my last question is that in your new developments, you have put in, because local authority did provide bulk infrastructure in all your new developments that you have had thus far. Can you give me the ratio between that and the old infrastructure? Your new developments, you know, because whether they are also plugged into the old infrastructure, or are they new in terms of the bulk, particularly in the commercial and new housing developments in the upmarket area? Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. Over to you, Msunduzi.
Yeah, I think I'll respond to only one question. The rest of the questions the colleagues will cover. We were better under Umgeni water. It's been what was been presented. Okay, let me explain. You see that whole area there was supplied by Umgeni water. But did they explain now that there are 2 municipalities that supplies? Because there's an area of supply that is for UMDM, Umgungundlovu District Municipality. And now there's an area of supply of Umsunduzi Municipality within the same community. There is only one infrastructure that Umgeni handed over. That ACM explained that we inherited that. What is it that Umgeni did? They said that now at Rest 2, Kwatulela, they are dividing that reservoir into 2 compartments. Half will be for UMDM and half will be for Msunduzi. Day 1, they are pumping for UMDM. Day 2, they will be pumping for Msunduzi. Remember that whole reservoir was supplying the entire community for 100% was for Umgeni. But now, because they're handing it over to the municipality, there's no new reservoir that has been built. They've divided one into 2 compartments. What does that tell us now? It says that water that is supplying the community has been reduced with 50%. Are we still together? So therefore, there is why water that goes there, because this other 50 now, it's for UMDM, of which UMDM only supply Uhaza and Shiabazali at Mpopomeni, at Umgeni municipality. But they are taking that 50% of that compartment that is there of water. Maybe that is why they were saying that they were better, because they are not maybe aware that now certain portion is like its area of supply. Those are the only reason that has made it to be like that. But on top of that, we are working and we are having an engagement with UMDM on addressing that matter that is there. We are having an engagement. We have engaged Umgeni. Umgeni then said to us, go as my customers, have reach an agreement. So therefore, we are then going to increase the amount of water that will come towards the compartment of Umsunduzi. So therefore, we're going to increase that supply. As I said, that manual water balancing was also going to address those things. Remember, when the scheme was built, Henley Dam was not in existence. Remember, when the scheme was built, abantu kaShange have relocated, they've left their homes because of the violence that was happening at Vulindlela. All of them, they flocked back now. Henley has been inexistent now. Hence now, they need to go now and tap into that 50% of Umsundus. Those are the only reason. It's not that we are not aware of, but there is a plan in hand that seeks to address that. I thank you.
If you have something to add, but you don't have to speak if there's nothing to add.
I think there were a couple of questions, Madam Commissioner, if I may address directly.
Yes, you may.
I can give you the stats we analyze as part of our AFS. Mainline bus were 2,190. I think it was part of the slide. We have not dealt with the meter leaks. We've got a contractor. With regards, specifically with regards to leak detection and repair, I'm in contact with the company in Israel that has a area drone. I think it's also been used in eThekwini or been procured through eThekwini, that flies and finds out where your leaks are. So it flies over your system, so you use an area drone. But we've also got 3 leak detection and leak detection contractors appointed. They actually just started on Monday. We're doing the CBD, Ward 13 and 18. They're using a portion of acoustics and leak detection specialist mechanisms, and that goes up to from level 1 to level 4. How we envisaged it is we logged the mean night flow, the highest flows within the areas, and we started with those areas, but we prioritized the CBD at the moment. We do have a maintenance plan. As the city manager has alluded, we implementing certain portions through a panel of contractors, but the intention is to employ, and they've given us a budget now to employ internal staff. We do have the problem of the Section 28, if I may use that term, plumbers that still need to be tutored and mentored into the various different portfolios. So sometimes they close the wrong valves, they open the wrong valves, those sort of things, but we try and putting in a tutoring and mentoring program accordingly. I think that was it. I also wanted to just add that for Henley Dam, we've approved a budget for 48 million. That's MEG approved. We're starting the implementation from this year. That's WSIG to try and stabilize the supply there. But once again, it also hinges on the bulk supply from Umgeni. But we also can't wait for the bulk supply and not be ready to receive the bulk. So that is starting this year.
Can I just come in on the numbers quickly? I know Brendan has spoken to his numbers in terms of the BASP, but as a municipality, we've got a customer services department where we're receiving complaints direct from the customers. From January up until now, we've received about 679 complaints, of which 48 are water related. We have a team that monitors that. We sit every Wednesday at 7:30 to get reports in terms of how they are responding to those complaints. They are ongoing, so it's not easy to say that today we still have the same number. So my report is based on the previous Wednesday in terms of the numbers. Thank you. Oh, on the issue of water, Commissioner, yes, you are correct in terms of the norm. We are repairs and maintenance, we are expected to have 8% allocated to repairs and maintenance. Last financial year we had 6%, but we've progressed now to 8%. We are monitored by council to make sure that we allocate enough to cover the repairs and maintenance budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just something to do with a bit of the history around Vulindlela. Vulindlela scheme was the first presidential project instituted by President Mandela, and it was implemented by Mgeni Water from 1992 to about 1998. The number of the 17 reservoirs that were built and all the bulk water mains that were built to serve those reservoirs was there to serve, initially it was to serve a tap system for all the residents and not individual connections. During the project that in fact changed. So 20,000 connections were then made over that period to supply people with individual water connections. And the reservoirs and the pipes that were put in at the time were put in to serve 20,000 people. We inherited that project in 2013, and since then we believe that we are now serving over 30,000 consumers with 10,000 probably illegal connections, if we could call them that, where people have connected without authority. One must remember that there were people within those communities who were trained to be plumbers, and so they quite easily would connect anyone who's prepared to pay them to do that. So we are now with a very constrained system, as the Deputy Mayor alluded to, and so many of those reservoirs run at very, very low levels, and and if we have power failures, as Deputy said, those two command reservoirs start running dry, and once that happens, the system becomes very unstable, and reservoirs start to run dry, and that is why we get an intermittent supply. So the fact that Mgeni Water is now doing its best to upgrade the Groenkloof pump station, which it owns, will in fact ensure a much more stable supply of water to the two command reservoirs. In our 2018 Vulindlela master plan that we did, we were able to do real-time modeling of the whole system, and it showed exactly by how big the reservoirs, each of the individual reservoirs would have to be increased. So that is something that we've planned for. We know, and we've also looked at within Vulindlela the amount by which the population has increased over years by counting the number of homesteads that have been built in the different areas. So some of the areas have increased by 30% per year, and other areas only by 3 or 4%. So that then enabled us to set the path forward as to how and which reservoirs need to be upgraded first, and how big they're going to need to be to supply the areas. And then in addition to that, there are many areas of Vulindlela that were originally set aside by the traditional leadership for agricultural purposes and for grazing of cattle. And it is those areas which are now being used for residential purposes. So it has become very difficult for us to plan when those areas that were set aside for agricultural purposes are now becoming residential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I will touch on the issue with regards to our communication strategy that we have as a municipality. What we have developed so far as a municipality is that we are on group WhatsApp with all our councillors. If there is a challenge, if for example there's a burst pipe, it's either we get informed by a councillor that in area A, we've got a burst pipe, then we dispatch our plumber. And secondly, we've, as ACM said earlier on, that we've got our customer center where people can call to inform us that there's a burst pipe or there's an overflow of sewer and everything, then the plumber is dispatched. But even when we have received it from the customer center of ours, we also put it again on the WhatsApp group so that there can be progress. If a plumber has completed, then he will report to his supervisor, and his supervisor will put it on the WhatsApp. Then if the councillor is not happy, then he will raise an issue from there. There is a lot of more that needs to be done with the communication as well, because we can't say that we are the best in communicating, but there's still a room to improve as well on communication. Thank you, Commissioner.
No, thank you, Babu Hlela. Babu Mkhize, you spoke very passionately. I even thought you went to the same theological college as Commissioner Nissi. I thought he's going to open the Bible now. Babu Mkhize, in your opening remarks, you spoke about the Blue Drop report, and you said you've got the best report. Your water, according to the latest Blue Drop, is the best. Now, when the prof asked a question about expertise, you became very defensive and you started to give us the CVs of your engineers. So I want to just verify with them if they also are confirming your reading of the Blue Drop report to say that you've got, according to the latest Blue Drop report, that you've got the best results. Before I move on, I've got a number of questions, but I just want to confirm if there's consensus amongst you about this, what the Deputy Mayor has said about your Blue Drop, that you can go anywhere in South Africa, but the water in Pietermaritzburg is the best. Please do speak to the microphone for the record.
Yeah. Okay. In 2016, if you look at that was the last time we got Blue Drop accredited. We were ranked the best in South Africa. Right now, we are uploading the results for the new, after 2016, the Department of Water and Sanitation did not do any Blue Drop. So that 2016, 2017 financial year, we were the best in South Africa. Right now, in terms of how our rating is, Mike Rayford will probably come in here because I know I'm in a commission. I don't want to put a number, but we uploading our results, and it's also leading to a very, very, very positive result for us again. But in 2016, 2017, that was the last Blue Drop audit, and we are ranked #1 in South Africa. We went to Cape Town. I had the privilege, the honor and the privilege to be there and to collect that award with the leadership of the municipality.
No, thank you very much. And we agree that there has been a transition from Umgeni to yourselves, and we've spoken to some of the challenges that you've been having. The reason that I wanted to confirm this and to hear from yourselves as the experts is because the Minister of Water and Sanitation has released the latest Blue Drop report in March 2022. Now, the Blue Drop risk rating, the highest report that you have means that you are worse. Msunduzi scored 100. You scored the highest according to the Blue Drop report. You are #1 from the bottom after Umkhanyakude. And we all know the challenges in Umkhanyakude. But I want to read verbatim what the report of the Blue Drop says. This is particularly important in relation to the assertions by yourself, DM, noting also that you sit as the portfolio chair of the portfolio that's responsible for water. So we expect that you would have a particular appreciation for such issues. Now it's further concerning that the engineer is confirming this when we do have a report, which you are supposed to know, the report of March 2022. So I'm just going to read Umsunduzi local municipality, and this is the overview of the Water Services Authority, is responsible for one drinking water supply system, and the system achieved a critical risk rating. The Water Services Authority does not conduct drinking water quality monitoring. And this did not only impact on the score achieved, but also presents a serious health risk to the consumers, as the quality of water supplied from this system cannot be confirmed or guaranteed. The Msunduzi local municipality is urged to address this issue urgently. A water safety planning process has not been adopted and implemented, indicating that risk assessment and full SANS 241:215 analysis and risk mitigation has not been conducted. This is not from the South African Human Rights Commission. This is from the Ministry of Water and Sanitation. I do see that Mr. Greatwood is eager to respond. You don't have to respond to this. This is not a question anymore. We have established what you have said, and we are just establishing what the Blue Drop is saying, which is contrary to what you are saying. That's all. And we need to admit that. That's fine. I will allow you to come in. Yeah. We don't have to be defensive. The DM has made a particular assertion. The Blue Drop is making an assertion that is contrary to what the DM has said. So now you are saying that that's not true, and you want to be defensive. The state of water can only be determined through testing and monitoring. There's no other way that you can verify the quality of your water if you don't conduct this. So if you come to an inquiry and you attest to your water being the best quality, because in 2016 it was the best quality, 2016 was 8 years ago. We can't go on the basis of the quality of water that was in 2016 and say that in 2022 it is still the same quality. Noting the challenges that you have mentioned yourself, including the relationship between the infrastructure, particularly wastewater management, that is not being treated, that is also then affecting drinking water because of aging infrastructure. Now, while we are on the same topic of aging infrastructure, but perhaps let us start with the issue of the technical expertise that was contested by all of you, led by the DM. Acting MM, you said that you heard on the radio someone making this report about plumbers that came and they didn't even know where the valves were. And you thought to yourself, you thought something. As the leader, the accounting officer now, perhaps maybe then you went the accounting officer. The question I had when you said that is, what did you do? Did you call into the radio station? Did you show any concern for that person who was making this? Did you follow up to say to the person, what can they verify the information they are providing? Or did you just think that's not true because we have qualified engineers, as you have done here? So that's the question that is directed to you directly. What did you do when you heard this water report? Similarly, the presentation made by Mr. Supasad DM made particular assertions. One of those assertions was that there were frequent complaints that tanker services are infrequent. But that is untrue. And then it went on to say tankers are stopped by residents. I was very interested, similarly, because this is the same attitude that was forwarded by the acting MM. That says, I heard someone on the radio saying this, but it can't be true. The same thing is saying they are frequent, it's not just one complaint. There are frequent complaints that are coming to you. And then you are coming here to say those are not true. What system did you use to verify the truthfulness or the non-truthfulness of these frequent complaints? Is the attitude that let them eat cake, they are lying, these people? Or maybe is the attitude that we are being sabotaged? Or is the attitude that this is a political thing? What are you doing about these frequent complaints that you are saying it's not true? What system did you use to conclude that these complaints are not true? You then follow that to say tankers are stopped by residents who then want water, and then perhaps then by the time the other people on the other end want water, the water is finished because others have stopped them. Since you know this, what have you done to address it, DM? Similarly to that, or related to that, we would be interested to know if any officials in the municipality itself have business interests in the tankering companies that you hire in your municipality, Mr. Greatwood? And not just the officials, but also members of council, DM, the councillors themselves. How many of them have interests in these businesses? Because we want to establish a link between the alleged sabotage of your infrastructure and the booming business of tankering systems. Mr. Supersad, you reported that you've got 2190 BES. It's an interesting number, but could you perhaps provide clarity on, you said the rate is 6 per day. So is it 6 per day in addition to this, which means the 2190 has been added, the 6, it's a multiple of 6? The question more clearly is, tomorrow are we going to report 2196? And what is the rate of resolving these 6 per day BES that are being reported? In relation to that, Ubabuhlela indicated that the communication system that you have, the call center, we receive complaints that that call center doesn't work, nobody picks up the phone. Are you aware of this, DM, as the chair of the portfolio committee? And if the attitude is these people are lying, how many of those people have called to the call center and the attitude was, it's not true. You've got water, we released the water tanker to your place. You also spoke to an overload of illegal connections. What is the plan for addressing this? How do you detect, firstly? I know that it's difficult because the pipes are running underground. So it's very difficult to detect the illegal connections. But the system feels it. The question is, what then do we do about the overload of illegal connections? Is there a plan from the municipality? If so, what is the plan? The Commission has also received multiple complaints of incorrect billing. People are being incorrectly billed. Are you aware of this, MM and DM? If so, what measures are you taking to address these issues? I'll pause here. There are other questions, but in the interest of time, let's pause here and address these issues.
Madam Commissioner, can I just start with the blue drop? The issue surrounding the blue drop, last year's blue drop was what they called a blue drop PAT, a personal, what do they call it? In other words, it wasn't a full blue drop audit. And all it meant was that we had to fill in certain information onto the system. What happened was that despite the fact that Mgeni Water are our
Please speak to the mic.
It's on. Okay. The fact that Mgeni Water are the bulk suppliers and are the bulk testers of water within our jurisdiction, there was no link on the system due to a fault on the server of the Department of Water Affairs that linked the water testing that was undertaken by Mgeni Water with Mzanduzi municipality. And as a result, they had no information of the testing that was done. Mgeni Water have officially queried the result as well, because it puts them in a bad light as well, and the department has admitted that there was a mistake made. But what happened was that there was no communication between the department and ourselves that this link had not been made on the system. So that is why we were very surprised to have got 0%, when in actual fact all the information was there, it just hadn't been linked to Mzanduzi. Thank you.
No, thanks, Commissioner. Let me start with this one. It's an easiest one, this one. In terms of the water tankers. Whether there are any officials or councillors who've got interest in dealing with water tankers, none that I'm aware of. But let me clarify the issue of water tankers, because it appears as if water tankers are privately owned. Now, at Msunduzi, we've got 18 water tankers. 18 water tankers are municipality water tankers. You've got 10, Brandon, because we're in commission, we must give actual numbers, that are hired tankers.
15.
It's 15 hired tankers. 15. Then you had 2 that were from Cocta.
That's correct.
Now, these 18 are municipality owned. These other 15 are hired tankers. 2 are from Cocta. What is it that we have done to reduce those hired tankers? It's a system that I've reported about of communicating with the community and come up with a plan of manual water balancing. There is an area called Emafakatini. That area called Emafakatini, when a scheme was built in 1996, certain area in Emafakatini was not built because they were having a scheme that was built by Zulu government, ZG. Now, they decided not to be connected into a scheme because this new scheme, they were told that they have to pay Umgeni because they were using their own borehole system, which was, they believe that it's correct for them. When they no longer be able to receive this underground water, it came back to Msunduzi to say, hey, these community are not receiving water. What is it that we have done? They were connected into a scheme. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I received comments from the community members, if I can read them, thanking the municipality that they've last have running water in their tap 8 years ago, but now water is coming back. And they were so excited and so happy. And it was all over the social media. And they also even shared it with me. And I was so excited. I don't want to lie. Because we then said, in our portfolio, and as this council, we cannot continuously being insulted that water tankers are for so and so. Because that's a myth and a perception that's on the public to say that councillors or certain officials are owning companies that supply water tankers. Hence, there will be no water that comes out of their taps. We then said, let's cut water tankers. Let's develop a plan of action that is going to bring back water and let the community know when to have water and when they're not going to be experiencing water. That's what we have done as a plan of addressing and cutting the issue of hired tankers. So therefore, we then said we must rely on our own tankers. Even Cogta has pulled out its 2 water tankers. They've pulled it out now. Now, that means that we are running towards a correct direction, but indeed, yes, they are still hired tankers. But I cannot come and say there is a councillor or there are any officials, but this council has got a plan of action of dealing away with hired tankers. What are we doing with this frequent? Well, let me start with the one for call center. Yes, there's been a numerous number of complaints to say that our call center is not in operational. What is it that we've done? We then said that it might happen because we had 2 call centers. The one for disaster, which was stationed at fire department, dealing with disaster, and the other call center for the general queries, electricity, water, and so on and so forth. We said as a municipality, as the council, because there are these problems with call center, ACM will respond in detail simply because we said there is a report that get to be tabled in each and every council on what is it that we are doing in addressing the issue of the call center. Because we have seen that, yes, there is a challenge, but there is a plan to say that we need to partner sometimes. We have not yet reached an agreement with the private sector to then say that how are we then going to improve the standard of operation in our call center? Is our tools of trade, the type of the telephone system we are using, is it adequate? Can we introduce a system that is also going to be compatible of receiving WhatsApp? So therefore, when community members can even also send a WhatsApp, those are the things that we are currently in discussion, that we are discussing in trying to address the issue of our call center. So therefore, we are going to respond timelessly to our people on the ground. What are you doing with these frequently complaints? So complaints will also form part of the response that I've gave in dealing with the issue of water. On top of that, we then said that I personally, I will take a walk with the councillors in that ward, with the portfolio committee members, so therefore we'll then be able to see where there are challenges, because we don't want to theorize. Where there is a problem, we go personally, we inspect the problem. Even if it requires that we work with the community members up until 12 EPSU, we do that. But we have never deserted the site up until water was back, when we're dealing with issues of water. In any challenge that we have ever encountered, I physically and personally went on the ground. So therefore, I was going to make sure that it get to be fixed. So therefore, our people, they will not going to be ended up not getting the service that they are supposed to. That's what we are trying to resolve the complaints, because complaints are coming in numbers in all different social media. What we then have, what is it that we've done? We then appointed one communicator to monitor all our social media. So therefore, those who are sending complaint through social media, they must receive an attention. Then he screen grab that complaint. If it's water related, send it to water section. Screen grab it, send it to electricity if it's electricity related. So therefore, we are then going to be able to respond. Again, on wrong billing, there are complaints that we are receiving. But we then said there must be, no, they do not allow ACM to go in the technical finance language on that one. But we have received wrong billing complaints. And again, we have developed a strategy on how to address that. But I'll request the acting city manager to be able to respond into that, because he must speak the finance language. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the questions. Let me start by clarifying the first one in terms of the one that I had on the radio. It was during this week when Mark was presenting. For me, I wasn't sure whether I'm allowed to respond to a presentation that was made to the Human Rights Commission. I thought I would have my say in terms of responding to that. But we have since received a presentation that was made here. And as a municipality, we are going to respond accordingly. Because we are not being defensive in terms of the issues that we have. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we are stating the record straight. The municipality was audited by COGTA in terms of the qualifications, because it was out there in the media that we have people that are not qualified. We were audited, and a report was provided to the municipality, and there were no findings that were raised in our technical department in terms of wrong qualifications or incompetent that has been circulated in the media. So with the permission of the commission, we would like to respond to that because it's critical. We cannot allow the situation of dragging our employees like that when we know that we've got qualified engineers. Yes, we have a challenge in terms of the capacity, vacancy rate that is high. Hence, I've allocated 10 million to address that issue. Commissioner, on the issue of the councillors that have interest, I'm sure we are all aware that in terms of Regulation 44 of SCM, employees are not allowed to tender in terms of the processes of SCM. And we receive on a yearly basis a report from Auditor General in terms of irregular expenditure. And we've got a strategy that we have developed in terms of addressing the irregular expenditure that may be caused by that. But at no point where we have received an irregular report talking about the councillor being the person that is having contract with the municipality. We don't have those situations. So on that one, we don't have an issue. But if people do have those interests that we cannot identify, it's difficult for us as a municipality. Because on the processes, we've developed a strategy, and on a monthly basis, our irregular report, they go to council structures, including the MPEC. And there are investigations that are underway in terms of all those that were found in terms of the employees now who've been trying to be involved in irregular matters. So it's being monitored by MPEC. On the issue of a call center, we've got the main call center. We've got a call center that is supporting water, and we've got a call center that is supporting fire and all other departments. The main challenges that we have, it's a main call center, because we've been having challenges where consumers are complaining that they are not taking calls, and sometimes they will log a call and no one will respond. We've since embarked on training them in terms of the customer care, because what we've picked up, some of them are rude, and we've even tried as management to call them from outside just to pick up who are those that are rude to customers. And they were fortunate at that point because we were at the strategic planning and we couldn't pick up anything. They were fortunate because the person that took a call was like so polite to us, and we said, no, it was impossible to pick up. But as a municipality, we are trying to invest on a system that will address the issue of our call center. Fortunately for us, we had one of the business people who donated the system that we are currently using. We feel it's not enough. We still have to do more because there are still complaints, although the rate of complaint has been reduced in terms of the numbers. So it's not the same as it was before. On the issue of incorrect billing, I'm going to give a background. Umsunduzi in 2015, 2016, we've implemented a new system in terms of the SAP system. Now, we implemented it in phases because when you are changed from the old to a new system, there is a process that you have to follow. Our revenue was mainly affected. I'm sure we are all aware that when you implement a system, migrating the information from the old to the new, it has those shortcomings. We ended up getting a disclaimer. We moved to qualified. Right now we are unqualified, to show that we've been monitoring how we have migrated from the old system to the new system. We've also monitored the number of queries that were coming that are revenue related, in terms of saying at that time, after we've implemented, we were sitting at 200. Now, a percentage in terms of the incorrect billing has been reduced to below 20%. But we are not saying that everything now is right, is correct. No, it's not. Now, what we are busy doing now, we are integrating all other small modules that will assist us, one, to read properly in terms of our monthly readings, our daily readings, as we are getting our numbers from the consumers, that is our services. And two, we are also implementing an app where a consumer will be able to say at his home or her home, can then log a query to say, on this one, I've been read incorrectly, or you've been estimating me for quite a number of time. That will automatically reduce the number of complaints. So that one, it's on the level where we are piloting or assessing the impact. Once it's finalized, then the consumers will then enjoy that, so that they can then communicate with the municipality using the app. It has been awarded, it has been finalized. The only thing that delayed us was the actual instrument that our meter readers will be using. So it's gonna reduce the manual reading of our meters, because we felt that the human factor is really affecting us in getting the correct numbers and the correct billing in terms of our customers. We are also monitoring the estimations, because some consumers will raise, I'm not saying all of them, but some of them will raise an incorrect billing which is caused by the number of estimations. So we have a report that goes to all council structures that reports in terms of how many wards were estimated and how many were read. At the moment, we are sitting at 79%. But our target, it has to be 95% or at least 90% in terms of the reading versus the estimations. Chair, in conclusion, based on the issues that have been raised, it's unfortunate if it's coming up as us being defensive. We are not. we do have challenges, and we are trying to come up with systems that will assist us in supporting our consumers better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager, for that. The sense we are getting is that you are at least intent on turning the situation around. Challenges, we understand many of the challenges that South Africa is facing post-1994 is that you have infrastructure that had been developed for a very few that now has to cater for the majority. That is the main challenge. However, 28 years after the case, you can't still have infrastructure that is not being repaired, that is not being maintained, that hasn't been changed, and then you say it's because of a past system. While we acknowledge the historical challenges, we also have to take responsibility for the work that needs to be done in order to change this around. This engagement with yourselves is an engagement that understands that we have a common client. And it is in our best interest to work together in order then to achieve a situation where we move away from our past. And that can only happen through collaborative work across the spheres and organs of the state. So we thank you very much for the time that you have taken to come to us. I see that Commissioner Nissen also wants to say something, so I'm going to offer him the opportunity to say something before you leave, but I also want to give you, DM, the opportunity to offer us your closing remarks before you go, and then we can excuse you. Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Obviously, I'm still concerned about the complaints, and you must still send us that, because what has been resolved, the water complaints, and the fact that you had staff that did not take proper complaints, so half your complaints maybe were turned away. But we want to hear that whilst we see that you're going into your new system, but we still want those complaints to feed to us how many were resolved. I just want to have one last question or assurance, maybe insurance, because we did receive complaints whether you have resolved it or not with Vulindlela all over your areas, whether it is the whole of your municipality. That's why we're here today. The question that I want to ask you, can you give us the assurance that people that don't have water will get water on a daily basis? Whether it's through your tap, your standpipe, your borehole, or the tanker. That people do not, after today, come to us and say, we've seen it, but still the tank has not been here for days and days and days. How do you monitor that? How do you track it in order to give that assurance? We'll understand if it doesn't come one day, but water's a right. And if there's any violations of that right, as this commission, we'll have to take actions. All we're asking from you, you have got your plans, you've given us your plans, we welcome those plans and we will monitor those plans. But the fact of the matter is that people came to us out of desperation because the water tankers did not come to them, or they were as you say, down the line, they were offloaded to somewhere else. But can you give us this assurance that when people of Msunduzi watch this, they say they are our leaders, and they gave us the assurance that our right to having access and provision of water has been realized. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen. Those are very, very important requests for that commitment. I'm going to give you just 2 minutes, DM, to not only respond to Commissioner Nissen, but then to also offer us quickly your closing remarks, please.
Thanks, Chairperson. Firstly, let me take this opportunity to thank the Commission for affording us this opportunity as the municipality to come in front of the Commission to respond to the queries and the questions that were raised by our people. because all these challenges were raised by our people. So it is our responsibility that we must come and be able to respond to them and unpack our plan of action. What is it that we are having what is it that we are having as a plan in addressing the challenges that they are experiencing? What is it that we will do? One, we believe that with the plan that we had of decentralizing the depot, it is going to assist and speed up the process. Because now we were having one depot that was centralized within the CBD, where you will be expected to travel from, let's say there was a bus pipe at Inwati, there by Deepdale, closer to Umkomazi River. You have to travel from the CBD, Pietermaritzburg, to get there. But now as the municipality, we have decentralized the depot. So therefore we are going to have a depot, a mini depot in the area of Vulindlela that is going to be assisting the community of Vulindlela. What we can say is that in working closer and partnering with Umngeni Water Board, the issue of water challenges will be addressed. It is their basic right that each and every resident must have and receive clean water. We will do our level best as the municipality to make sure that before our end of our term of office, each and every resident of Pietermaritzburg that is connected legally onto our water network will receive water. We'll do our level best. It's a commitment that I'm making in front of the commission that we will work tirelessly as this council to make sure that we will do that. The plans that we are having are also assisting us. And thanks again, Commissioner, for affording us this opportunity. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
No, kubonga thina, Kabazela. Now, as we release you, we have made note of some of the assertions you have made, including plans that you have to resolve some of the issues. Our team has also been taking notes, the KZN office in particular. What we will do is we will follow up this engagement with a further request for additional information in line with your submissions and assertions this morning. And this request will be accompanied and supplemented by a list of our active complaints. And we will we will offer you a particular time within which to give us a response to the information that we were requesting, as well as to provide us updated information on the extent to which those complaints would have been resolved. This will then also assist us in forming our concluding remarks and determinations with regards to our engagements with yourselves, DM and Acting City Manager. That then will conclude our engagements for today, but as indicated, it's not the end of our relationship. There will be a follow-up. Please do expect correspondence from us within the next week and a half or so, while we then consolidate your inputs and responses this morning into a request for information. But for now, the time is now 32 minutes after 2 o'clock. You may be excused. Thank you. Thank you so much. Program Director.
Commissioner, I ask that we please take lunch and that we be back at 3:10. Our next witness is Umzinyati District Municipality and will be joined by Mr. Mtembu and Mr. Ngubane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mtembo and Mr. Ngubane. Good afternoon. Welcome to this inquiry on issues pertaining to water access in KZN. I am Commissioner Nduni and I am the chairperson of this panel. I'm joined on my left by Professor Mabaudi, who is our external expert panelist from UKZN. And on my right, I'm joined by Commissioner Nissen, who is the deputy chairperson of this panel, and he is a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. Welcome. Before we begin, may I get an indication if you will both be making presentations to us this afternoon?
I think I'll be just introducing and then we'll make a presentation. Should there be any other question?
Please speak to the microphone.
I think, first and foremost, I need to greet you, Madam, and your colleagues, and Professor, and the other staff from the Commission. I'll introduce him, and then he'll carry on. Should there be any other questions in need of my input, I'll do that.
So you will both be if responding and engaging with us?
Yes.
Do you have any objections to taking the oath this afternoon?
No.
No. In that case, then, can I ask you to please speak to the microphone, state your full names, the institution you represent, as well as the position you occupy?
Well, I am Petros Mtandeni Sani Ngubane, Alderman Mayor of Umzinyati Municipality.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ngubane.
I Litutolo Hope Mtembu, Municipal Manager of Umzinyati.
Thank you very much. Then we shall administer the oath. Do you swear that the evidence you shall provide this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please individually raise your right hands and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Kindly speak to the microphone.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Then, Babu Ngubane, we have an hour with you. The time is now 28 minutes after 3, plus minus 30 minutes will be for your presentation, and thereafter 30 minutes the panel will engage with you. Over to you.
Well, I think first and foremost, would like to greet the chairperson of this session and the deputy chairperson, Professor, and all the senior staff of the Commission. We are grateful that we are invited to make a presentation here on the issues of the water service delivery. As Umzinyati municipality, we are just like all the other municipalities in the country, but we think we are doing our utmost best in trying to meet the requirements as stated in this same book. Failed anyway somewhere, we're experiencing some shortfalls where we can't afford just through some certain circumstances we shall may outline later on. In my introductory remarks, will be also handing over to my colleague here, the MM, Mr. Letum Tembu. I would like to cite some few issues that are elements that need to be taken serious note of by the Commission. One is that of the resources that are scarce, which is well known that financially all the municipalities and government departments might not have enough money to meet the demand. Secondly, the political environment also sometimes is a challenge where you'll experience some political inputs which is also interfering with what you are trying to do. At Umzinyati, for instance, we have seen that since 2011 to 2016, nothing has been done when it comes to service delivery. Yet, a lot of money in the form of grants and a loan from DPSA to the tune of 303 million rand were taken by the municipality. However, not a single tap was opened. There was no service delivery at all. Then we came 1 year later than any other municipalities in 2016 because there was a by-election at Ngutu. Then we came in 2017 in June.
Babungobane, maybe you can use the other microphone. Because
Yeah.
Yes, or maybe just bring it that close.
Okay. The other issue that we have seen, which was also a challenge, although we did have some challenges, we found out that there were five forensic investigations which were conducted by the public protector, the National Treasury, the COGTA, and Umzinyati itself. And recommendations since 2014-15 were not implemented. And we had a task when we came, because the municipality was placed under administration since 2016, to look at that in 2017, which we did. There was a challenge of the people fingered in those forensic report recommendations. 2 years we're in and out of court trying to address those issues. However, we managed to do what we could by also stopping all what was cited as a reason of failing the people of the Umzinyati district to obtain water. The other challenge which was there, we found, which we inherited, the municipality was already under disclaimer and adverse. Then after 2019, 2020, 2021, we move out from those status to the qualified. Having achieved that, we noted most of the discrepancies that were there, aging infrastructure, and also the staff that was also not supporting our initiative. A lot of our staff, we found, like in many other municipalities, that they were claiming the overtime, having not worked for those overtime. A lot of money was being taken for that. And secondly, we found out that there were trucks, water tanks that were hired. Out of those water tanks that were said to be 50, there were only 23 on the ground. Then we took a decision to stop the water tank services that were given to us by the service deliver, project, we bought our own water tankers. We were the first municipality in this province to buy the water tanks on a 2 years arrangement with the company that sold these water tanks for us. We managed to get 20, having bought 9. So even after that, but we still experience a problem because of the theft, water being sold, and also the other problem was that of fuel. We decided to also to buy our own, to have fuel in-house, but to have a service provider over 2 years to help us so that we also get these people ready to implement that. Of course, we are doing that. The last but not least, which is very serious, since we had to stop the overtime and all this, we then experienced a challenge by some of our staff members conniving with the people on the ground, having these strikes and also tampering with our infrastructure in the form of cutting our pipes, tampering with our pipelines, our substations. This is still ongoing as we talk. The last, but which I think the most important one, is ESCOM. ESCOM to us, because as I say, I think Umzinyati has done very well when it comes to putting the pipes underground, trying to address what was said by the former state president, the first one, where he said people must have a walking distance of 200 meters or so to get water. But ESCOM, because of its challenges, have failed us because we have paid for 6 projects, but up to now, because ESCOM has got some challenges, they can't connect us, they cannot upgrade their infrastructure. We have those schemes not operating or delivering the services per the expectations. We have paid them since 2019 almost 8 million rand to do that. We raised this matter with the Presidential Coordinating Forum. Then I was also referred to the Deputy State President to report this matter of ESCOM. But we don't receive joy. Yet ESCOM also is billing us, which Mr. Mtembu is going to account to 3 times. We have lots of ESCOM. We're paying, I think, almost 10 million rand a month to ESCOM for all these connected generators. ESCOM will bill us, I think, send us 3 statements per month. But as we all know, you receive the statement and then you'll have maybe 7 days to pay. But ESCOM will just cut all, which also make it very difficult for us. We have reasoned with ESCOM on several occasions. ESCOM is divided into 3 with us. Pinetown, which is Durban, Pietermaritzburg, and maybe Newcastle, which make it very difficult for our staff to attend to these things, because ESCOM will give us the statement today, the next day ESCOM will cut us out, which is making it very difficult. We know ESCOM is owed by some of the municipalities millions and millions of rands. We don't owe them, but they just do that. And this also is adding something which is negative on our financial status, because we have a fruitless expenditure. If we don't pay them today, tomorrow, you are getting your statement and there'll be an interest. And in that interest, you are now said to have a fruitless expenditure. I brought our agenda for the meeting, fortunately, that we had yesterday. I do have the projects that we are waiting for with ESCOM. But I said that because that is a political statement. Political also, we encounter a problem from other political parties, I won't mention their names, who are sabotaging us, tampering with our infrastructure, sewer, even the people who are service providers. We have learned that those who have got water tankers sometimes also have gotten a contribution to this, which is very impacting on this, because as you heard, our former minister, Dr. Mkize, went to the northern, I think northwest or Limpopo, where he got that sometimes the people are deliberate in doing all this to the infrastructure so that the service providers, those people who have got water tankers, also get some work. Sometimes people are killed just for that. But in our case, it's just politics, because we see that it's politics. But I can say to the Human Rights Commission, which I respect and admire, we are the best in the country, not in this province, who have done something good when it comes to this turning around system. If you might have had a chance of listening to the Auditor General when making a presentation in Parliament to the portfolio, he did acknowledge that we improved as Umzinyati's municipality much. We also cooperated with their, in fact, recommendations and suggestions. Unfortunately, we are also having unfunded budget, which we expect to move out as soon as possible. With those few remarks, I think I need to hand over to Mr. Mtembu, who I also admire as a young fellow, who has been an engineer, but we promoted him to be a municipal manager with the knowledge that he possessed in water as a function. I thank you, Madam Commissioner.
No, thank you very much. Over to you, MM.
Thank you very much, Madam. Greetings to all the panel, and also greeting to my mayor. I think the mayor has just alluded on. I'll just go deeper to technical part. Umzinyati consists of 4 local municipalities, which are Endumeni, Umsinga, and Ngotu, and Umvoti. Umzinyati is a water service authority, comply with all the legislation of water regulations. We know that water is life, sanitation is dignity. As we are water service authority, our main focus is to supply water to our community of Umzinyati. The mayor have just said, I will just briefly mention that we have tried our best to make sure that Umzinyati community have water. I'll make an example that we have the backlog that are facing us. Talking from the census 2011, I will mention the main thorny one area, which is Umsinga area. The backlog there is still 66%. In Ngotu area, which is 37%, the last one is in Dumeni. In Dumeni is more than like an urban area whereby most of the people have the services, and Umsinga is still a serious, deep rural area where we have all those challenges. I won't dwell much back for what happened in our municipality, but I'll talk to what we've been doing as the Umzinyati for past 4 years, 5 years. We acknowledge that in the population of 554,822, as about 350 people that had access to water services and sanitation. This is just because of, I'll put it as a part of the planning. I'll make example, Madam, that in Ngotu area has pipe that was laid from 2009 until we also carry on from till today. The main challenges of the planning of the municipalities, how they conduct their water services. We get protest that this pipe has been laid from 2009, but there's no water that is being serviced by this pipe. It's just simple because the water treatment works needs to be capacitated, needs to be increased the capacity. I'll communicate with the last year projects that we had to implement to try to lay down the strikes and the protests of Ngotu area. We have spent almost 56 million just to increase the capacity of the water treatment works so that those pipes that has been laid for past 10 years can have water through this project. We are nearly finished with that one. In some areas, they've already started to drink the water. They are happy for what Umzinyati have been doing and all the stuff. This implies in all of the 4 areas that we must do. Chairperson, I will make the thorny presentation right now regarding the project that was implemented from 2009 till today. But there's no water that has been coming out from that project. Almost 592 million was spent, but nothing till today that Umvoti community can have water. We have engaged with water authorities, DWS, but the simple answer was off. Mzinyati, you have been given 596 million allocation. Till today, you don't have water. Now you must fund from internally so that the community has water. So, as the mayor said right now, we are unfunded. We still need an amount of 40 million to complete this project so that the community of Great Town and surrounding can have water. There's the challenges of the backlog that we have. Like I've mentioned, other pipes are there, but they need to provide the extra allocation to make sure that they get water and those one. We have three categories of our water services. That will be the short term, where the mayor mentioned that Umzinyati have bought 20 water tankers. We have hired 8 at this current moment because we acknowledge that in other areas there's no even a pipe water that can deliver water in that one. That's why we're using these water tankers to make sure that we provide those services on daily basis or on weekly basis. The second one, which is the middle one, we drill the boreholes there. We try to centralize those boreholes around those areas where they still have no piped water. And the third one is to provide the pipe water that we are implementing through the allocation of MIG and WSIG. The mayor have mentioned that we also have challenges that I will speak with our municipality. We have an allocation of 204 million per year to provide water services in all of these 4 towns. These water services also have the subordinate, which is called a sanitation. Chairperson, I will mention that we have directives from DWS at this financial year that we must now overlook in our sewer treatment works because they are overflowing. We was with the Honorable Minister past 2 weeks at Kranscorp, came physically on site to have a look on this pollution that we are doing. Chairperson, Madam, in this 204 million, now as Umzinyati, about 80 million must be put aside to attend these directives letters that we receive from DWS that it's a must project that we must do. It's a Kranscorp sewer network, it's a Pomeroy sewer network, and also Umsinga wastewater treatment works. That tells us that now we're left with 120 million to carry on providing the services of water services in our areas. But with those challenges, we are trying our best to make sure that we comply with water services. We, as the municipality, have taken a decision as a municipality that we must get our data for our indigent, for all the households that we have in our municipality, so that even we apply for our equitable share, it can come up because we've got a lot of people that is in our indigent book that needs to be subsidized with 6 kiloliter of water. However, we know that some challenges through the vandalism of the infrastructure. ESCOM connection, like the mayor just alluded. We have projects that are completed. We have paid the ESCOM, but till today is about 8 months of those projects, but ESCOM never come closer to those areas where we need the connection. Illegal connection that we have. On Tuesday, Madam, we were at Msinga, where the community also get ashamed of themselves that we know very well we didn't do justice to the people where this water is going because we have tap now in this pipe. So we argue the municipality that they must put the booster pump so that this water can also go to reach where it's supposed to go and come to us and put those water meters so it will be able. It's them, Madam Chair, that says we are going to pay for those services. We know that we've done the wrong thing, so we're here to bring that into attention that Mzinyati come back to us, put the water meters, and we'll be able to pay those services. We have the problem with our revenue. Sometimes you know that when people are supposed to pay, they will tell you that they don't get the billings, the billings are not correct, billings that are over billing. So all this data capturing, want to make sure that we've got all those information that who's supposed to pay and what time it's supposed to be paid. So this way I can end for now. Maybe Chairperson will be able to give some, or will keep on answering as the project comes. But really, We have some backlogs in our municipality. We have unfinished projects. That some of those projects must be finished with the internal funding. Our municipality doesn't generate very well in our funding through the revenue, but we have those projects that we must fund internally, where the money, I won't say was misused, whatever happened, that 596 million, but there's no water till today. And then the municipality must budget about 40 million to finish that project for the community of entire Great Town and the surroundings to have water. But we are trying our best. Most of the areas like Ingoto and Great Town, they have pipe water. It's a matter now we must budget and increase the capacity of water treatment works so this water can be pumped up to those pipes that have been laid for past 2009, 2011, because I've been there myself. No water have reached that reservoir for past 10 years. Julie, that the back there, those pumps cannot able to pump that water to those particular reservoirs. But as a municipality, we have the plans, we have the long-term plans that is aligned to the budget that we are receiving, because we need more budget to fast-track all the implementation that we want to do. I think for now, I will just end there from now. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Babu Mtembo, for that submission, and thank you, Babu Ngobane. Thank you. Then, as indicated, I would invite my fellow panelists to engage with your submission. Prof.
Thank you. Afternoon, Mayor and MM. Thank you for the brief presentation. So I have a few questions. Earlier on, we had representatives from Utukela. They raised issues of non-payment of invoices for bulk water services, and non-servicing of debt, and they pleaded for municipalities such as yourselves to include, infrastructure development into your IDP so that it could actually then be funded. I would appreciate a comment on that, because linked to that is the issue where you were saying that you have laid a pipe from 2009 and so forth, and then there's no water to supply. So I think, what is the limitation there? Is it an infrastructure issue where there is no capacity, the treatment to supply that water, and what is being done in terms of integrating these issues into your IDPs and securing funding? And then lastly, you raised an interesting thing. You mentioned that you had 200 million, but you got a directive from DWS to address some pollution, and subsequently you have less. So I just wanted to find out curiously that had DWS not given you those directives, would you have prioritized the matter of pollution, or in your opinion, it was a secondary matter? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, with those questions and the remark. We as Umzinyati were quite aware that we are owing Utugela to the amount of 38 million, backdated from 2009. That's a bill that we have from Utugela. Madam and Professor and colleagues, I also want to add that we are owing DWS 68 million for taking their waters from backdated from 2002. We quite aware, we have an engagement with Utugela. A bill per month is 1.248, 1.2 million. That we are trying. I won't lie that sometimes we default due to some challenges that we have as a municipality through funding, but we are trying our best that we have to pay them in time, because we know that they are the ones who's doing all the work for us to get water at Glencoe and Ndumeni. We have projects that we funded that are implemented by Utugela, like a Biggersburg project. That's a main project that is supplying water in our area. It's a treatment works. This financial year, we've allocated 20.2 million to them, to Tugela, to make sure that they upgrade their infrastructure for us, to make sure that we get the water services. Prof, yes, it's really a matter of prioritizing regarding the directives that we received. But as the municipality, we have only budgeted for grant scope that we are going to implement in this financial year. However, now we see that we still have to attend 2 water treatment works, which is Pomeroy and the Umsinga area. Prof, is really a problem that we cannot do everything at once, but with those interim that we have, we as the municipality, we took the decision that we're gonna do the oxidation ponds, just those concrete oxidation ponds wherever in the morning on the peak flow and later, where it overflow, it now overflow to those oxidation ponds so that it cannot go through to the reservoirs for Pomeroy and also from Umsinga areas. But for Grand Scope 1, we have prioritized that one. I was here in DWS last week on Tuesday to present the project. It's going to be taken to COCTA for approval. We're going to start to implement this one. But it's a matter of balancing, Professor, not that there's other one that you don't look after, but we will see how to juggle around with what we have as the municipality. Thank you.
There is also a political element which is found here. When these sewer treatment plants were built, they were meant for just few communities. You'll recall that Africans were not so many in towns, because in our town, even Great Town, we are experiencing a problem of overflowing, let alone Glencoe and Dundee, where people are complaining, because now the people they've not even doubled. Even the townships, there are new settlements. You'll have informal settlements also contributing to this matter, which is also a problem. However, I think we also have to accept that is our main problem when it comes to Endomeni and Great Town, as well as Nondweni, where people are complaining. Because whatever is being done, you will have this also giving us a problem. And it also now affect even our nearest streams because of overflowing. I would be of the opinion that since we'll be meeting the minister who saw this himself, maybe we are going to request additional funding. However, with regard to Utugela, if I may also cite a political scenario, the government initiated the establishment of Utugela, which was a joint project of Utugela District, Umzinyati, Amajuba, and Newcastle. Unfortunately, because you know, sometimes people, when they start something, they'll just fail it along the way. Section 78 was implemented around 2008, 2009. We wanted to move out of this because it was not benefiting. We pumped money as shareholders, but it didn't work for us. Every term, you'll know that you have a new minister, a new MEC. When we are coming to a close of closing down this entity, it's not closing. Then we have to continue, because we saw that a lot of our money, in fact, we got these disclaimers and all this because of the assets that were not, in fact, accounted for. Utugela was getting clean audit, and the municipalities' shareholders were not getting because of the assets that were not, in fact, transferred or even accounted for. Now, those are the issues that we are sitting with, which even now, I don't think we can hardly say it in front of all the people. It is very difficult for us to pump the money to Tugela, because we are not certain whether we are going to benefit out of that from the previous experience. That's what I can say. Although we like to see it going, would have loved to see it, in fact, being closed down and divide all the properties and the staff to different shareholders, finish. Because we didn't receive joy from this bill. I think I had to add that. But there is something also which was said by Professor, a question or statement, if we knew that from 2009, that project.
Don't forget the
no water.
microphone.
There's no water. And what are we planning to do about that project? Because up to now, there's no water from that project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In that regard, we have the letter from DWS that clearly stated that Umzinyati was funded 596 million in 2009. Now Umzinyati has to budget internally to finish that project. We have budgeted 18 million this financial year just to start fixing the pumps. That will be able to pump that water from Moempofana to Greytown. That means this project will only be physically and viable in the next financial year, where we'll have to add another 22 million for us to make sure that we complete the project and the community of Greytown and surrounds can have water in that regard. Prof, Madam, if maybe we had all the time to tell you about this project, it's a thorny project that we found ourselves that we have to complete it now with internal funding. And then it was supposed to be completed by that time of the implementation. But because of those challenges, people ran away with government money, sessions were signed, you pay the main contractor, he ran away with the subcontractors' money, they keep on carrying on as if there was nothing happening. Now, as the municipality we are facing that, we must build out 40 million to catch up with that one. We don't have money as the municipality, especially internal. We are relying to DWS to let them assist us. But I can present that letter that says, municipality, use your internal funding to complete this project. We don't want to even to entertain this project. Thank you.
Because those sessions that were signed, there were letters also appointing the subcontractors, which were produced by the subcontractors. They took us to court, and we lost out. And we had to pay, I think, 13 million rand as a result because of our staff failing or conniving deliberately. When we wake up, there was only 106 million rand to that project. And there was no more money. The project was meant to start from Pekipen, which is Moempofana Dam, to Kranskop. That project was going to service the people of Kranskop within Umvoti and also attend to the sewer issues. Unfortunately, because of that, it only ended at Greytown. There's a lot of shenanigans that went on, which you all know that people will do at times. It's unfortunate, honorable commissioners and professor and other senior officials of the commission, that not only us, we are where we sympathize with all the other colleagues of us, the municipality that we have seen here. A lot has been going on when it comes to water. I even still say, it's not supposed to be like this when you listen to what the first president said. 30 years down the line, we're still having a problem of water, shelter, and electricity. It's not supposed to be like that. But we have to accept that there is a problem within ourselves, which we must own, all of us, not only local government. Because I will talk if you're not going to ask me to make, because it's a statement which we did here. The man will come down, but it will have all the stops When you receive it down there, you will receive not a quarter of that money, which will make you fail to deliver. That is the problem. If that is not, in fact, contained, I can tell you, we'll never be able to service the people as we are supposed to render the service delivery in South Africa, unless there's a political will. I'm not going to own a lot of issues because that's what I've learned on the what Prof I did from your university when I did my thesis at a master's level. I can tell you, nobody will be able, I know this is human rights, also my rights sometimes might be affected. If there is no political will from us as politicians, things won't come right. But the people also need to be educated maybe, so they know their rights. They don't come at the end. Because as you heard from my municipal manager, it is us who are contributing to this because we are fast asleep as communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Babu Ngobane. Then I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair for questions. You have follow-up, Prof? No.
Thank you, Chairperson. Welcome, Mayor. Welcome, MM. Mayor, you raised a number of what appears to be political problems, but at the same time, there are problems affecting the municipality. For example, you talk about unfunded mandates. You talk about the ESCOM project. The bill you and there's 3 projects that they have that you've paid for 8 million. What do you think is the problem? And that ESCOM, have you engaged them? Have you put your legal people on them? Have you threatened them with legal action? Because that's not normal how you bill people. And do you feel that you're being discriminated against as a municipality? And then also, Mayor, you say that with Tukela Water Provider Authority, that you're reluctant. I hear you didn't say it, but it comes out that you're reluctant to pay them because you do not know whether when you pay them, you are going to get service from them. But at the same time, you say that you seek to have it disbanded and spread amongst all the shareholders or stakeholders. So on the one side, there is all this political interference that affect the smooth running of the municipality, that in the end affects the delivery or the provision of water for ordinary people. So I think it, and have you sit down with the Auditor General's office to explain the background and the fact that you have for more than 10 years empty pipes in the ground with no water in, and where's the rest of the money that's supposed to build the other infrastructure that can have the water go to the people. So that is on the one hand the issues that I think it's very worrisome. If we have this kind of situation where in the end it does not help the ordinary people to realize the right of water, because water is a right, it's a human right. And if that right is being interfered with, then we need to protect that right. Just the things that really and this is the reason also why we're here, it is to know, in terms of your water tankers, the three levels of provisions, the water tankers, the boreholes, and then it's the tankers, the boreholes, and the taps, the pipes, yeah. So can you give us a rundown about, how many beneficiaries in each of those categories? And can you also tell us whether those beneficiaries are are getting it on the regular. I believe the pipes would be, because it's flowing, if it does. And then how many times are there people without water at any given day? Or do they get the water as and when they needed it? You also have an issue with DWS, and again, this sounds like there's also a little bit of a discrimination, if any. But well done to your turnaround strategy. But you know, we need to have water, and people need to live on that water. So that for now, Chair, is my questions and comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Over to you, MM.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Yes, we, in line of the Treasury, they are the one who will assess our financials. From there, they'll give an opinion that our budget is not funded, unfunded budget. So we'll have to cut and make sure that we concentrate only on the services that the municipality is obliged to do. We will find out that maybe in the mayor's office have some program. They will also make some notes or remarks that you must cut in this particular item until your budget been funded. But we are trying our best, because the main thing is to supply water on our daily basics. And the ESCOM, yes, we will be able to now and then inform them regarding what we've paid and then what is due to them. But you know that they will also give us their projections that they've appointed the subcontractors, they are waiting for material. They will also put those snake-like challenges like the looting, which was last year. So that was a problem. But really now, in all of these 8 projects, I can also give what they've sent to me last month. They're busy with their SCM to appoint the subcontractors where they will come and connect in our. So we'll give them another month, but I think something will change. We will find out in another month. They'll just say, contractor has been appointed, ESCOM have ordered the material for them. So it drags now and then all the stuff, but we think we will be on their case to make sure that they provide those services in time. But like I'm saying, that's what the report that we normally get from them. I know it was 8-1, they are busy with the SCM, but in the next 2 months I know that they will say they ordered the pipes. Yes, we have those water tankers as per question from the Deputy Chair. In Dumeni, 22,779 households do receive water. And then we got a backlog of 2,929 that are receiving water on the walking distance, but 200 meters to get water. And those ones that you supply them with water tankering, we've got 89 households. Because Dundee is also, I will say it's an urban, so that's why I've got that small backlog. The main one is as Umsinga, whereby 47,818 households do receive water on the walking distance. Therefore, on the hand pumps, we have 13,842. There's be a centralized boreholes. You will walk almost a kilometer to go to that that borehole. We have a backlog of 28,9 where there's nothing at all. There's no borehole, there's no water pipe. So as the municipality, with this municipality water tankers and those few that is hired, they are the one who's playing the role to make sure that they deliver water on weekly basics. We know that you'll have those big blue containers, about 100 liters. So on weekly, because all is scattered into ward, therefore we've got a roster as the municipality that on Monday, it will go to Ward 1 and Ward 2. On Tuesday, Ward 2, only on those areas where there's no pipe water and also there's no boreholes. Also, we'll go to Mvoti, which is the about 36,491. They are receiving water on their short distance walking, and also 8,370 the one who are walking about a kilometer, 1.5 kilometer to get water from the boreholes. And the backlog there is 18.3, where there's no water, there's no borehole, where our trucks also play the role on that regard. And also go to Ngotu, we've got household that receive water is 48,867 that get water, and also 11,011 they are getting water from the walking distance of 1 kilometer to get water from the boreholes, and the backlog there is 19 where there's no water at all. Also mention that backlog of 19 at Ngotu is just because we are busy as a municipality to increase the capacity and the vast drift. Once that capacity can increase, that backlog would go back to 8% because the pipes are already laid, but there was no problem with the infrastructure capacity to make sure that the water reach those communities. So that's how we are as the municipality. Like I said, Prof said, we've got 120 now for water services. 80 million must go now to sewer, which now will also don't make us faster on the water because we also have to attend the sewer network. But we were trying our best to make sure that the community at large get water in that particular regard. Whenever there's a problem, the mayor is always with them. We are glad only few that you'll see them on the street, but mainly they will write the letters to Office of the Speaker and the Mayor. They want to know what's the problem with water. We'll attend them with the immediate effect so that they'll know very well what's happening. But we have those one that I'll say they are not willing to hear anything, like the one of Ngotu, who had a problem with the pumps. They're quite aware that we've got a problem with the pumps. We'll take those pumps to be fixed. By interim, when we say, okay, yes, the water tankers that gonna deliver water, they were brutally said, once you bring that water tankers here, we're gonna ban those water tankers. We want water in our taps. So we'll see now people have just used to have those water in their taps. They don't want anything from the water tankers. I have to take back all those water trucks and make sure that within 2 days the pump is fixed. I managed to get the pumps from Jamestown and Gauteng, therefore managed to service that one. But that's a problem that our community, sometimes others, you could see that they are driven by something that the mayor maybe can allude on. Some of strikes are man-made just because of the political thing as well. Because now you see those trucks there that are here coming to deliver water, and they refuse those trucks. But just to put us on the bad news, appear on the TV as if we're not doing a justice to them, that's where the problem. But the mayor can allude that because at the end we know who's behind those things because of the councillors and all the stuff. But I won't dwell much there because I'm not a politician. But as from official side, we are trying to make sure whenever this letter comes from the community, we attend it. Wednesday, I was at Ngotu, at Msinga, and Mhlangane, where they said, Mtembu, now we only get water during the morning, during the day, what's happening, all the stuff. And then we have to go back there, is where we noticed that the community have illegally connected. And others, they put 500 liters Jojo tanks at the backyard. Before the water can go to other people, he makes sure that there's also got small pumps next to the house. He get this water, he pump the water up to that 500 liters. That even there's no water, he knows or she knows that it's covered. That's also disadvantage other community and household. So we urge with them, those one that please disconnect those pumps, please disconnect those illegal connections so that everyone can have water in the area. So I'll just have to stop there for now. Thank you.
Chairperson, Deputy Chair, spoke about whether there is also discrimination that we observe. No. We are working hand in hand with the province and with the DWS when it comes to this. The only problem that we encountered, which I think need to be also highlighted, during the lockdown, where we got some assistance with regard to the boreholes, a tune of 33 million rand. That matter was so broad in the media. SAFM covered it because people complained. They thought those boreholes were built by ourselves, which was not. They were from National. 44 boreholes and 733,000 rand. But they are dry. Then people started, this is what they started, in fact, accusing us, where we haven't done anything with the province. I'm not going to point a finger. I'm not there to do that. But that is where we thought there was something wrong. But there is also something which you asked with regard to Together Water. Of course, nobody would like to feed someone who's not going to help you at the end. We have seen this thing. We are like this because of such, which take us back. We have to give them a little bit of money because I don't say we don't trust them, but we have to be sure of what we are doing. Otherwise, we put our money in the same bucket, we lose out. Here, for the benefit of the commission will judge us comparing to all the provinces and district municipalities with our water service authorities. Because Mzinyati, as I said, lots of pipes are underground. And we managed to acquire our own fleet of water tankers, which was also appreciated by the then Premier Ndebele, Premier Zigalala and his MECs. I can tell you, I would love to share this transparent thing. People can talk and talk. If you can point that your money is here, then I don't have a problem. The only outstanding matter is connection. If ESCOM can do that like tomorrow, in fact yesterday, we'll be grateful. We know that lots of our projects are complete and the money is stated here clearly. Only that is outstanding. Then I can't think ESCOM is deliberate in doing this. It's a challenge that we know, all of us, that they are experiencing. But it's unfortunate that it's not working for us as Umzinyati, because I cannot also point a finger and say, Newcastle owes ESCOM millions and millions of rands, or Msunduz or whoever. But they don't cut them. But if we can't pay today, you have a 7 days down the line, they'll cut you today. It's unfortunate with us. And then you have those, what you see there, interest, which is a fruitless expenditure, which amounts to a number of thousands of rands, which is not called for. We engage them, had audience with them, but you don't receive joy from these people. We thought of taking them to court because they are sitting with Armand since 2019, which you can see here. I would love Chairperson to share this experience with some of you, so that you take this, you compare us to other provinces, to other district municipalities, because people have got funded budget. Look at their service deliveries. I'm not going to speak about them or backbite. They don't spend money on the ground. I know a lot. They keep their monies. They'll do only one project and then have the money and look good. Is that money for that? It's first for the service delivery. Finish. Otherwise, you look at it, then you steal it. I'm sorry if I'm blunt. I'd like to share this, in fact, if possible, to one of yourselves so that you can look at it and judge us from when we started during the previous 4 years up to that far. Within all the four,
Please continue.
all the four municipalities, because we divide accordingly money every financial year when we get the money.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is it working? Okay. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Babu Ngubane, can I ask what the title of that document is, please? Yes.
This one, sometimes there's this what they call master plan, then the national department, the department will call us where we'll have to put the status, make a presentation, the status of the municipality on water. How far have we gone in meeting that requirement which is cited on your master plan as a district? Then you have to account for a certain financial 3 years financial term. Yes.
It's a water services delivery
Yes,
report.
yes.
Okay. No, thank you, Babu Ngubane. I just wanted to know what the title of the document is, Water Services Delivery Report. As you know, Babu Ngubane, and I think as you and the MM have presented here, there are significant challenges in, sorry, our microphones are failing us, but there are significant challenges within your jurisdiction. You have spoken to backlogs, and they are attested to by the complaints that the Commission receives. I don't want to go into details and individual complaints because then kyoshoni lang. But people are having to struggle to have water. Others are sharing water with livestock. Others are drinking dirty water coming out of taps. And it's quite clear that you are very much alive to these challenges. You have also stated reasons for why some of the challenges exist. Ours is to find solutions to these. It's one thing to state challenges, but then the question is, are we foreseeing a way out of this? Or are we not? Or are we just going to talk about challenges until the break of dawn? We want to see solutions. We understand that in terms of the history we are coming from as a people, we are having to deal with a limited amount of infrastructure that was created to only cater for a few, and now it has to accommodate the rest of the population. Those are realities that have long been established. But the question then is, with all the resources that we have had, can we truly say that we have used them optimally to really give essence to the notion of transformation? Or are we just occupying positions and playing politics? These are comments, they are not really questions. We've noted the report, Babu Ngubane, that you are saying you wish to finish the commission with. We've also noted a file that you shared with us. But in terms of the rules of this inquiry, we would have to administer that formally. The rules of the inquiry also allow us to then request you to submit information after your testimony, and noting that there are some outstanding documents that you would still want to submit, including the water service delivery report. We would want then to allow you to do that more formally. We will also request that as you do, the Commission will issue to you a list of the complaints that are active within your jurisdiction. And we will request within a period of time, which will be 2 weeks, following your receipt of the complaints, that you issue us with a report that details the extent to which you have addressed these complaints, and where applicable with evidence, so that we are moving together in addressing these issues. So that then will mark the end of our engagements for today, but noting then the follow-up issues that still need to be submitted. It's not the end of our relationship. And even following that, we would want to build a relationship with you that says we want to periodically be in a position to have less complaints from you, which will then be the determinant of service delivery. When we have less people crying, it means people are getting water. And that is the end goal. So with that, Babu Ngobane, I will want to offer you some closing remarks. And with that, perhaps you could also offer us your own views and perceptions about how, noting the challenges that you have stated, what your perceptions are about how the Commission could also hold your hand and assist in resolving some of the issues you are facing.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Deputy Commissioner, and Professor and senior officials from the Commission. When making this last presentation or submission, I think first and foremost one need to appreciate and thank you for having listened to our people when they brought their concerns to the Commission. Of course, you can't hide, and this is what we're saying, you can't hide behind your thumb because you'll be seen. There's nothing that we can argue here. But there's one thing that I omitted. Why at this point in time people have to complain so much? It's about the load shedding. I remember now. Because our pumps, our generators were affected. Each time we have a load shedding, when, because of the aging infrastructure, the pipes will burst, and also our generators as well as pumps will be affected. And also the floods, the previous rains affected our pumps, and they are very expensive to maintain, together with the generators. The other matter which I think we have to also attend to is that of also taking care of our staff, because we have seen that they are contributing to this since we had to cut the overtime. Last but not very, which is very serious, is that of councillors who are conniving with the people behind our scene. This doesn't, you have to get me well, it's not only, it's intra-political. It can't be as an opposition or whatever. All the councillors connive because of some grievances. They'll do these things behind the scene. We have seen this. And also, I think the solutions which might be also very important is that we engage with the community, because one of the problems that they raised is a failure to communicate our shortcomings. And whatever they raise, it takes time for them. I saw even on the media when they were writing about the commission, they said, because they've been reporting. It's unfortunate. I haven't met some of the people from End-Domain, those who were complaining. Those are the issues which I think need to be also acknowledged. We have to report back to the communities. We have to address them. We have to also inform them should we have any problem. We have started now a line of communication in the form of using also the social media, which was not there before. With regard to the relationship with the Commission, I will appreciate that with gladly, and would love also at times the Commission to be with us when we are also officiating at some of the projects, so that they can attest to what we are doing. We have also extended invitations to Sarka National and to wherever, because we need transparency and also to appreciate what we achieve on the ground, so that we also can witness what's happening. We love also to have the Commission not to come to visit us, because Durban is too far. If the Commission also, people can know that there is a commission, abantu abangakazi ukufinyelela kithi nje bakhulume ke basi advise basi qugquzele kuba senze into zabantu timelessly. Ngaba kuhle kakhulu lokho kusize futhi sonke kuba sivuke siphaphama. Kodwa i-commissioner futhi siyacela sisize if it is possible. Approach these also stakeholders. We need more money. Our line function minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, was here. She also said she experienced some constraint because she is not carrying a purse, but it is just treasury. She understands our problems and shortcomings, but she can't assist us. But if the Commission also somewhere, somehow, can put this, it's not only for Mzinyati, not only for KwaZulu-Natal. We need more money for water. And also, well, you have mentioned, Madam, the periodical engagement, which I appreciate. You said 2 weeks, it will be possible. But we would love to compile and add this on our presentation. I can tell you, you'll be very grateful when you look at this and see that these people are serious. We are not the good friend of the people, service providers at Msemtem, because we stop the water tankers, service providers. We stop a number of service providers trying to have in-house service delivery. And I can tell you, in 2 years, I say 2 years, God willing, we'll be out of this problem. I look forward to leave that municipality after this term. I don't see myself still serving. I think I'm too old now. But I have to see to that I leave the people happy, all having water if possible, running water. And the trucks will be also assisting only should there be any problem of a breakdown or whatever. We didn't buy the trucks to be people to depend on those things. I would love to see all the communities having water. And I can tell you, we have to appreciate the working relationship with the province as a municipality. Because when I raised the issue of drought, they met us. I know I opened a window even for other municipalities with regard to boreholes. And we are going to plead with you. Help us. They listen to you as one of the chapter 9 institutions to give us money and attention, more especially in KZN. I know you are all in all the provinces, but when you think of us, and you know this is Mzinyati for now, and Mzinyati, you know they talk about Mark Buffalo. So when you go make that joke and say we met a municipality from KZN, which is known as Mzinyati, and they said, Mr. President, give them more money. With these few words, we thank you and also appreciate your concern and also your ear that you gave to our people. Thank you so much. God bless you.
No, siyabonga kakhulu Baba Ngobane nawe Baba Mthembu. God bless you too. We do wish you all the best, and I think we have made note also that you are interested in leaving a legacy. To say when you leave this municipality after your term, ufuna ukuhlala phansi, but you want to look back and people can say kwakukhona ubaba uNgubane la sasingenamanzi kodwa usishiye sesinamanzi. I think that motivation and that will is what we say when we talk about political will. That's the thing. So we wish you all the best, Babu Ngubane, now Babu Mthembu. We are also quite pleased, you know, when you understand municipalities and the relationship between the political and the administrative. There are usually tensions between mayors and MMs, but it's good to see this relationship, to hear a mayor saying, you admire this young man. It's something that we shouldn't just take as if we didn't hear, because it's rare to hear such a thing. And we appreciate that, and we wish that relationship will serve not yourselves, but will serve the people that you are there to serve. We thank you very much, Babu Ngobane. We thank you, Babu Mthembu. Wish you all the best. And as indicated, then the follow-up questions with the request so that this inquiry, we can make the best out of it by receiving those outstanding matters that are emanating from these discussions. It will be very important. But for now, you may be excused. Nihambe kahle. Thank you. Program Director. Program Director, can we take just the 2-minute leg stretch for the...
Yes, that's fine.
Please.
Our next witness is from Amajuba District Municipality, and it's Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon, ma'am, Chairperson. Thank you.
Can we
very much.
ask you to take the center seat, please? Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Singh, to this inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission into issues pertaining to access to water in KZN. I am the chairperson of this panel, and I am Commissioner Nduli of the South African Human Rights Commission. I'm joined by the Deputy Chairperson, Commissioner Nissen of the Human Rights Commission on my right, and on my left, it is Professor Mabaudi, who is our external panelist and a water expert at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Before we begin, can you kindly indicate if you have any objections to taking the oath this afternoon?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, Deputy Chairperson, Professor. Good afternoon to members of the Commission and other members seated here this afternoon. No, I do not have any. Thank you.
In that case, kindly state your full names for the record to the microphone, the institution that you represent, as well as the position you occupy in the institution.
Thank you very much. My name is Vijay Singh. I am from Amajuba District Municipality. I'm currently the Assistant Director within the Expanded Public Works and the EPWP within the Project Management Unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. The notice issued by the Commission was for your municipal manager to appear before us. Have you received any delegation formally, a delegation of authority in writing by your municipal manager for you to appear before us this afternoon?
Commissioner, thank you very much. Yes, I did. I received one today, and I was delegated since yesterday to attend the commission today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then the record will note as such, Mr. Singh. Then in that case, let us administer the oath. Having stated no objections to taking the oath, do you swear that the evidence you shall give this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. You are
Thank you.
duly sworn in. We have about 1 hour with you. The time is now 2 minutes after 5. Plus minus 30 minutes will be for your presentation. And the deputy chair was just whispering in my ear. 30 minutes will be for your presentation, and thereafter 30 minutes will be for engagements between ourselves and you based on the submissions you would have made. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Commission. Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and inviting us to the Commission.
Our microphones are very sensitive. If you can please just speak directly to the mic.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I would like to firstly thank the Commission for inviting the Amajuba District Municipality on making the presentation. I would also like to thank the community within the Amajuba District Municipality living within the Danhauser and Imanjlegeni area for actually contacting the Commission if there were any, and I believe there has been reasons for them to contact the Commission. I would also like to apologize on behalf of my municipal manager, the acting municipal manager, our mayor, deputy mayor, and our portfolio committee for not attending this commission. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I do have a presentation and I would like to proceed. Before I proceed, I would like to ask if you have a copy of the presentation. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, you may. If you can confirm, is that the right presentation?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
In that case, because it is controlled remotely, when you are moving slides, can you just indicate next slide or something to that effect? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. What I would like to inform the Commission and firstly give you an overview of the Amajuba District Municipality location. We are located in the northern parts of KwaZulu-Natal, close to the province of Mpumalanga and Free State. We, as the Amajuba District Municipality, we are divided in two WSAs. One WSA is the Newcastle Local Municipality, and the other is ourselves, which is Amajuba District Municipality, and we are responsible for the Imanzlangeni Local Municipality and Danauza Local Municipality, which is adjacent to the Mzanyati District Municipality. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yes, according to the Water Services Act, we are mandated to comply with the Water Services Act number 108 of 1997. We as Amajuba District Municipality, we do comply with the National Water Act, the National Environmental Management Act, the Municipal Systems Act, and the Municipal Financial Management Act in order to ensure that water services are serviced within the Amajuba District Municipality. Can we? Yeah, so based on this commission, we actually had to understand what we need to address in this commission. So yes, the provision of potable water and the access to clean drinking water is a basic human right. We cannot deny that. If we do not supply clean drinking water, it's a violation. We also considered sanitation to be a basic human right at the Amajuba District Municipality, as it works hand in hand. Water and sanitation delivery is part of a sustainable development goal for the year 2030, and we intend to achieve that. We're also looking at the DDM, the National, Provincial, and District Development Models and Plans to set the priority on water and sanitation. And I will take you through the entire presentation, which will unpack how we're going to achieve it and make sure that our community receives water within the district. The reason we are here today is that, yes, I'm sure you've been hearing all about the aging infrastructure. We did a SWOT analysis at the district municipality. You've been hearing about aging infrastructure from the time you started, but Amajuba itself, we inherited dilapidated old historical infrastructure that came from mining companies within the Danauza and Imanzlangeni area. We have a water loss within the district of more than 60%. We're losing water at the moment. You can say even moving up to 60 to 70%. At our municipality, we have limited human capacity. That's one of the reasons you can see I'm presenting on my own today due to the fact that our department has a human capacity challenge, right? We have a lack of adequate raw water systems in the area. That's a major threat at the moment. We have a lack of built services in the rural settlement, insufficient funding to maintain our preventative maintenance plans. We cannot ensure a reactive maintenance plan at the moment. Lack of data to update the GIS system. Our alignment of capital projects and budgets for the department are misaligned at the moment. Okay. We do have an outdated WSDB. I'm going to admit it, but I will give you interventions how we're going to overcome that moving forward. The services provided do not generate any revenue for the district municipality. We are not receiving any revenue because of the area that we serve. That is 80% of the community within Danauza and Imanzlangeni fall under an indigent area. Okay, extremely high unemployment and the socioeconomic status has an adverse impact on services being provided by the municipality. That's a major concern. Our strength is that, yes, we have a good track record with the utilization of our WSIG and MIG grants. We eradicated all the bucket, the sanitation issues within the municipality. We have an updated SDF, the Spatial Development Framework. I'll take you through on the next page regarding more issues. Can we move to the next page, please? Yeah, we have an influx of new settlements, the mushrooming of communities around water projects. As soon as you build a project, we provide water, we install standpipes, we see a mushrooming of communities because we don't blame the community. They want to move towards water and infrastructure. They want to receive a livelihood. You cannot be carrying water 20 kilometers and 10 kilometers above your head for the rest of your life. So people are moving towards services. Poor maintenance of the water infrastructure is our problem. Unauthorized water connections to the bulk infrastructure. Now, we cannot call this illegal water connections. We call it unauthorized water connections. You cannot charge someone. The only time it becomes illegal is when there's a case against a community member that he has tapped into your system. Now, we cannot blame community members for actually tapping into the system. They all want water connected to their households. We talk about the 200-meter RDP standard. I think the time is over for that. People want to have a hot shower. They no more wanting to walk 200 meters. You get elderly people living alone. The young of the home are leaving the rural areas and moving into cities to bring in income for the community. So the older people cannot be walking 200 meters anymore. So what's happening is that a major problem at the Amajuba district municipality is the unauthorized connections in the bulk system. That is causing a huge impact on the water loss and erratic water supply. Okay? Poor revenue, it's a problem. The unemployment has an impact. Limited capital to fund the projects for new infrastructure and refurbishment, the lack of skills, and load shedding, yes, it's causing a major problem towards the erratic water supply. And our opportunities are excellent. We have, we're looking at the development of new dams. We want to explore alternative technologies to aid in the sanitation and water challenges. We are looking at shared services with local municipalities. For example, we have one area called Kingsley. It's very close to Vryheid. We want to look at cross-border negotiation in order to serve the community of that village. The fact is you cannot install a 1 billion rand pipeline to serve only maybe 500 households. You have to balance your monetary value. Can I go to the next page, the key challenges, please? Yes, I will speed up this presentation. Our challenges, as I mentioned to you earlier on, is aging infrastructure. The mitigation is in place is that we're planning for the replacement. We have funding applications in place to do that. We have a huge limited budget allocation for the WSIC program and the MIG program. We are currently, we have business plans being prepared at the moment and awaiting allocations. We're trying to accelerate those programs. We have a huge problem with critical posts in Amajuba district municipality, unfilled vacancies due to budget constraints. Our budget was cut by 50% in the beginning of this financial year. Imanjilangeni reticulation, this is the area closer to the Vryheid area. To reticulate the area, it's quite costly, so we need to re-look at a strategy how we secure funding and start reticulating the area, as they currently depend on water tankers, and water tankers cannot be here forever. We need to move forward with that challenge. Thank you. Can I go to the next slide, please? Vandalism in the community. We are looking at community awareness campaigns, public participation, theft of our solar panels on our boreholes. We're having lots of issues with that at the moment. Water and sanitation backlogs increased due to infills. We are trying to engage with the chiefs regarding Ngonyama Trust Land, how we're going to be looking at the matrix of integration with housing. We need to create a balance between housing within the Ngonyama Trust land. We need to formalize the housing because that has an impact on water supply. The moment you get a new housing project coming in, you start depleting your reservoir levels and your raw water supply to the system. Delays in the tendering process leads to price escalation. SEM is a huge concern in municipalities. You can start a process today, you might only receive implementation plans by maybe in the next 9 months. It's just a red tape. It's going on and on and on, and it's difficult to get around the proper SEM procedures. You get a bid committee, then you get collapsing of a bid committee. So we need to actually look at that. Shortages of vehicles. We need to be purchasing more vehicles to enhance our water supply systems and support that. Insufficient bulk water supply from the bulk service provider. We are serviced by Utukela Water. They are our bulk service provider in Newcastle, Amajuba, and Imanjlangeni. As I mentioned to you, Newcastle is a WSA on their own. We are WSA on our own. So Utukela Water services both WSAs within one region. Okay. Community unrest, social issues. We are looking at community awareness campaigns and public participations in terms of the proposed interventions. Can I go to the next slide? Okay, this slide just gives you an overview of a combined backlog of 13%, including Danhauser and Imanjlangeni. The hotspot is that we really need to look at dysfunctional water systems. If you look at how we implement projects, we have a major problem. By the time we start implementing a project, okay, and by the time the water really gets into the system, the project is already collapsing. It becomes a backlog. So even if you're putting a new pipeline, and if you cannot put water in there, it's still a backlog. We need to look at the growth factor. There's two things of supplying water. You have the growth factor, and you have the backlog factor. At the moment, it seems like both are similar because you cannot catch up with your growth because your backlog is expanding. So the average, we have a 12% backlog in terms of a hotspot area. 40% of our community does have access to piped water, and households within the RVP standard, the piped water is sitting at about 20%. The 40% and 22% is made up of also the unauthorized water connection. We must not forget that, right? Next slide, please. Okay. I just want to give you our percentage in terms of this. These were the percentages on the 2016 Stats SA data. Our total households in Danhauser were sitting at 19,781. We have a total backlog as of today of 20%, 19 to 20%. Imanjlangeni area, our total household count is 6,636. We have a total backlog between 27 and 32%. Access to safe water in Danhauser is 79%, and Imanjlangeni is sitting at 67%. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. Very quickly, Commission, I would just like to give you an overview. In the Amajuba District WSA, we have 3 water treatment plants, 3 wastewater treatment plants, 44 reservoirs, 14 pump stations, 1,983 boreholes, 2,429 kilometers of pipeline to date, 156 kilometers of sewer lines, and septic tanks 2,897. All this is going to be changing as we're moving forward with the implementation and supply of water within the communities. Can we go to the next slide? This slide indicates to you our demographics in terms of where our treatment plants are situated within Imanjlangeni and Danhauser. Can I go to the next slide? The functionality of our treatment plants. In Danhauser, we have 2 treatment plants that are functioning. Danukol, we have 2 treatment plants. Utrecht, we have our treatment plants there that serve Ward 2 and Ward 4 of Utrecht. Danukol, we have 2, which is functioning. Tweedydale, we have 2. And Utrecht, we have 1 pond. Thank you. Okay, Commission, this is a very important slide. I'm going to quickly go through the number of projects that we're currently implementing to ensure water supply. I seen that you want to see what are we going to do instead of us just sitting and raising challenges to you. So At the Amajuba District Municipality, I'm going to speak a bit on sanitation. I know it's more focused on water. We have a VIP toilet program, which will be affecting Imanjlangeni area. We have the Danhauser Housing Development Bulk and Water Sanitation Program. This project is 80% complete. Now, I want to elaborate on this, Commission. You will be getting calls from the Danhauser local municipality, the community itself. They are having erratic water supply at the moment, which is ongoing for the past maybe a year. This project is interrupting the services of the community. It is a housing project. As they are constructing, and when they are constructing, there's damage to the existing infrastructure. And the integration of this bulk water system is affecting the reservoir of Danhauser. Also, we're having a raw water pipeline problem from the Inchingwayo Dam coming into Danhauser, which is leaking. It's an old dilapidated pipe. We have plans for replacing that pipeline. I will take you more into that as we go forward. So, project number 2, Danhauser Housing Development Bulk Water, is currently affecting the water supply in Danhauser community. That's in the town itself. Then we have a project called the Hilltop Reservoir Settlements Water Supply Scheme. Its value is 83 million rand. It currently services Ward 7, 3, 12 in the Danhauser local municipality. We are almost 72% complete. Now, which is, as we say, we're putting in pipes into the ground, but there's no water. Once we complete our Braakfontein Reservoir, that's situated in Ozweni, that feeds from Ingagane Purification Treatment Plant, you will notice that households within this settlement will be receiving water. So you will be also receiving calls from the community that we still do not have water. Thank you. Khudowa Bulk Water and Sanitation, the project is currently underway. We have the Mafarslane project that is under planning. Buffalo Flats Phase 3B. We served Wards 7 and 11 in Danhauser, which was 68 million rands. And then we have the Disaster Management Center under the MIG program. Why I'm raising that is because we are currently going to be putting our customer care call center within the Disaster Management Center. The next slide, please. I'm going to indicate to you our water service infrastructure grant. The first project is the Scombering Eastbourne project, which is in Danhauser. The impact, it has an impact on wards 1, 7, 10. The project is currently in completion stage. Then we have the refurbishment of the waste and water treatment plant in the Danhauser and the Imanjlangeni area. We're currently at the BEC stage. The construction of Braakfontein Reservoir. This project is it's the empirical project for Amajuba District Municipality. It's going to be serving wards 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 within Danhauser local municipality. It's a 20 megaliter reservoir. It's approximately 70 million rands. It's 75% complete. There will still be challenges. This reservoir will be feeding those areas, but we also need to do a pipeline replacement from Ingagan Treatment Works into this Braakfontein treatment plant, into this reservoir. Thank you. Then we have the emergency water supply to Ramaphosa. It will impact wards 1, 2, 3, and 7 for Danhauser, 179 million. A very, very important project is the Water Conservation Water Demand Program. This project is where we are now connecting all the unauthorized connections that were undertaken by community members. Right, what we plan to do here, even though water is a human right, even if you cannot afford it, we need to provide it. So we're planning to put a meter even if you have an unauthorized water connection. We want to see what you're doing with this water. Are you feeding cattle with it, or are you drinking it, having it just for drinking human consumption? So by doing this, we will be able to monitor our problems. It's no use you giving a 200-meter standpipe anymore. It's not working. People don't want 200-meter standpipes. They want water in their homes. So we decided we are going to turn around the standpipe implementation, and we're going to be connecting meters. And then we have the drilling of boreholes, urgent projects. We have the COVID intervention project that's still underway. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the accelerated access projects that we are currently implementing as I speak. It's the drilling of new boreholes in Imanjlangeni and Danhauser, wards 1, 3, 4, and 6. It's a WSIC program. We also have the existing, the drilling of boreholes in the Danhauser area, which is a WSIC program. It's also supplementing all the different grants to make up the borehole program. We also have the Kokta funded project of 15 million rand. It also affects the Danhauser and Imanjlangeni. Thank you, sorry about that. And then we have the MISA project. You're aware of the MISA program. We also applied for funding through them. Sorry. That's 35% complete. And then I would also like to take you through the medium and long-term projects. Construction of the Kroonvlei bulk water sanitation project. That's in the Imanjlangeni area. We have a very interesting project which we require funding. This is called the construction of the new water treatment plant in the Zayuk Dam. I'm not sure if you've heard about the Zayuk Dam. It's close to Mpumalanga. Water from that dam is utilized at the Majuba Power Station. A certain allocation has to be allocated to the Majuba Power Station. However, we are pleading to government to allow us a certain amount for human consumption. You can live by the dam, you can see the dam, but you cannot touch and drink that water. So we as Amajuba, we're planning to build a treatment plant next to it and create a ring feed round Imanjlangeni coming into Danhauser. So if Danhauser does not have water, we can supplement it with water from the Zayuk Dam. Then we have the Maflachwane project, the bulk water system that we're currently in the planning stage for that project. Upgrading the existing raw water pipeline for Danacol. That project is also currently in the planning stage. We have the Danacol water treatment plant that's also under approval for RBIC funding. We have the next project which is in Utrecht, Mkaneni project. We also within the planning stage of that. We have a drought relief program, Imanjlangeni borehole and Imanjlangeni sanitation. These are our long-term projects. Over and above that, we are also looking at the Danhauser regional bulk system. That will cost us 950 million. We want to become independent from Newcastle. They also have a lot of demand for their water, so the capacity for Ingagan water treatment plant has now reached its lifespan, and we need to develop our own treatment plants. In conclusion to the presentation, Commission, immediate effect, we need to procure more water tankers. We are looking at new water tankers and new desludging equipment. We are currently implementing boreholes, as I've mentioned to you in the projects. The implementation of the water conservation water demand program for the metering. With something very important, Commission, is that we really need to look at the equitable share value versus the indigent community that we're serving. 80% of our community is indigent. The balance, how to balance the water deliverable system, it's just not balancing the equitable share we're receiving. We're trying to understand in terms of how we're going to relook at that status quo. High unemployment contributes to non-revenue, which leads to lack of service water supply. Okay, the process and development of a web-based WSDP is underway. And it's expected, we plan to complete it by the end of December 2022, sorry. However, we're going to be aligning it to the Stats SA report that's currently been concluded at the moment. The infrastructure operation and maintenance plan was developed and adopted in March 2021 and will be reviewed during the 22-23 financial year. We have a raw water supply issue. Commission, our Inchingwayo Dam in Newcastle serves Newcastle, Dannhauser, and Utrecht to an extent. The dam is currently silted. It's been reported on numerous occasions. If we look at raising the dam wall, we can save our community. We need to look at new dams for the Amajuba District Municipality. If we do not receive attention to the dam, I'm pleading to you today, you will see a disaster in the next 5 to 10 years. If you look at the integration of environmental management and disaster risk management, if we look at what happened to Durban, we cannot afford that in Newcastle. We have one source. So if that dam is contaminated, it's the end for Newcastle, Dannhauser, and Utrecht. We need alternative dams to supplement that region. That's a plea to the Commission. That is affecting the water supply within that district and the integration with 2 WSAs. Okay, there's another very important thing, ma'am. We need to resuscitate what we called is the Municipal Infrastructure Investment Plan. Now, we all talk about human consumption. This plan will devise a strategy how we're going to allocate water for agricultural use, for mining, for industrial use, and human consumption. If we do not devise the allocation, we will not be attracting investment within the region for mines to open, for industrialization to take place, and agricultural use of water. So that is the municipal infrastructure plan for water use within the district. We need to align it to the DDM, District Development Model, and the National Development Plan. If we do not start that process, we will also see a disaster coming towards in the next 5 to 10 years. We need to focus on the WCWDM, water conservation, water demand management, in terms of human, agricultural, industrial water consumption within the district, in order to effectively allocate limited resources within our district. We need to alter and adapt a new water tariff formula in order to accommodate the current socio-economic system. What we're saying is, if you have a village that is 80 kilometers away from the main resource and the water treatment plant, it's actually more expensive to pump the water to that area. We have a problem. That is the area where we have the highest indigent community. So we need to relook at the tariff settings in terms of how we're going to bring about a sustainable water supply with regards to the balancing of free basic water. That we need to relook at. I thank you, Commission. Also, with closing remarks in terms of that, I would also like to open up a very extensive spreadsheet, and I want to show you as a Commission our biggest challenge at Amajuba District Municipality. Can you open up the Excel spreadsheet I have given? What I'm going to elaborate to you, Commission, is that, for example, Amajuba District Municipality gets 100 million rand, including the WSIG and the MIG program, to accommodate close to 300,000 people, okay? Our backlogs, starting in this financial year, to achieve the National Development Plan goals will not be achieved, because if we allocated 100 million rand, our estimate based on all our planned projects, we actually require 250 million rand per annum to eradicate the backlog within the time frame we have, and we're not going to do it. So I can, if you can put that spreadsheet up, we created a formula, and we came up with a value of 3.3 billion that is required within the district up to the year 2030. And we're not going to get that funding. We cannot build the regional plant in Dannhauser. We will not be able to relook at the Zayu Dam, and we will not be able to eradicate the backlogs with the current revenue and the grant allocation that we have. So I'm not sure if you got that. You don't mind me turning and trying to. Sorry, I'm taking a bit longer. I'm not sure if I'm over your 30 minutes now. Thank you. Sorry about that, Commissioner. Okay, very quickly, I'll give you an example, Commissioner. In the year 22-23, this financial year, our MIG allocation is 46 million, and our WSIG allocation is 70 million. We, however, require 67 million rand based on all the approved projects we have for MIG, and we're only getting in 46 million. We have a deficit of 20 million rand just for MIG, and those are approved plans, projects in the implementation stage. So you can imagine we have a project, we have a lack of funding to complete those projects effectively. The same goes with the WSIG program. We have 70 million rand for the financial year. We anticipate 155 million based on the planned contracted projects. Okay, so we cannot stop the project. Therefore, under the WSIG program, we have a deficit of 139 million rand. So we decided to come up with a plan. We will now be implementing projects in phases. If you implement a project in one go, you cannot complete it. So you need to do it, stage it out. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and employ different contractors as the time goes. If you employ one contractor for all those projects, for one big project, it does not get complete, and you will never get water in the system. It will take you years to come because government has limited funding to allocate to all municipalities. So that goes on for every year. At the end of the in the next 7 years, we're going to be sitting with a deficit of 700 million rand. That is what we need. If we get 3.3 billion rand today, the community will never call you all again. That's what I'm trying to elaborate to you. We just don't have that fund to accommodate all our projects at the moment. I just want to thank you, ma'am. I think I'm almost done. If you have any questions regarding the presentation, I would like to quickly answer it. I don't want to hold much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for your presentation. I will then invite the Prof first, and thereafter the Deputy Chair of this panel. Prof.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you for the presentation. I think you provided most of the recommendations to your challenges. So I only have a few questions. You've probably been here the whole day, so you probably can anticipate some of what we ask. You mentioned restrictions in a raw water supply, bulk water supply. So I just wanted to again ask what your relationship is with Utukela water, your current standing with Utukela water. I think you are also owing them, and you know. And then you mentioned the issue of misaligned capital projects with sector departments. So can you elaborate on that misalignment? What is the cause of the misalignment? And what is the impact? How is it impacting on access to water? And then the last is just a comment to say you are correct in that society usually evolves faster than the system, and then the system has to catch up and sort of ratify what society has already, agreed to. And by this I'm referring to the issue of illegal stroke unauthorized water connections, where you put a yard tap and people then connect it into the house, or whether it is a stand tap and people then connect it to their households. So I think it's just a sign that society has moved past that sort of water provision. It was fine in 1996 as a first step to addressing lack of access to water in certain areas, but I think it's been almost 30 years now. So we need to concede that some of, and I think this goes beyond this issue, generally to the whole issue of how we define certain things for the sake of progress, how we define access to water. By that, there's a pipe 200 meters from you. So then, by that, then there is access to water. When the reality is, as you mentioned, that you in these places now, I work a lot in rural areas. All the young people have basically left and moved into the cities. So you get gogos and very young kids, their grandchildren who are in, ECD. So there's no one really to be fetching water for those long distances. So that is an issue that needs to be addressed in terms of meaningful and true access to water, not book access to water. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Professor. Firstly, with regards to our bulk service water provider, that is Utukela Water, I will not, for this commission, I will not answer all your questions, but I will agree that, yes, they do provide us water. There are challenges, and Amajuba has entered into an agreement to pay them accordingly. What we would like to see is a good relationship going forward to make sure that government works together. Personally, we cannot discriminate any working system. We need to actually try and better it. What I want to raise with you is that Amgeni Water has assisted Amajuba district and that region, I think the whole of KZN, to provide us with what is called the Universal Water Access Plan. And if you drill into the plan, it represents the bulk water system and how it's going to work with the districts and the region. Yes, we have an agreement to pay them, but we also would like to see more engagement in terms of rollout with the regional bulk systems. What I would like to raise with you, Deputy Commissioner and Professor, is that you have a regional system, right? And then you have the reticulation, and then you have your minor reticulation, you have your bulk reservoirs, and we need to know where does the buck stop? Who manages what point? What is the cost of purifying water from the raw water supply to the treatment plant, and then how much will it cost to reticulate it? These are things that need to be unpacked, and we really need to do a proper feasibility to ensure a sustainable bulk water supplier, that is Utukela Water. For the purposes of this meeting, I would like my council to take a decision more and respond to you all in writing what is the way forward with Utukela Water. I wouldn't like to comment more on that for now. Okay, I'm not sure if I helped you to really answer your question. Let's go to the misalignment. Right. If you look at the housing projects in KZN, you look at the water systems in KZN, you look at the waste treatment plants in KZN, you look at the roads access plans. To our planning, we need to have a comprehensive infrastructure plan that feeds into the national master plan, whereby I say, if we know there's 10,000 houses coming up, we must allow for the growth, allow for new treatment systems, allow for bulk reserves, to engage with the Department of Housing, with the Department of Roads, to ensure alignment takes place in terms of the program I mentioned, the Municipal Infrastructure Investment Plan. You cannot start developing water systems when there's a mine that's going to be coming up in that area. We need to talk to the Department of Minerals and Energy. We need to talk to the Department of Sports, Department of Health, Education, to see where the schools are going to be built, where is the stadiums going to be built, so we don't cross-function. So that way, this is where I'm saying we need to realign our IDP, Comprehensive Infrastructure Plan, and our master plan to ensure effective utilization of national funds that will sustain community with good water services and any other services that are provided by government. I hope I tried to answer you in terms of the misalignment.
Do you have a follow-up? Please go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to note for your record that he's committing to sending a written response to the question on on Utukela. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Professor. I will ensure that a written response comes from my acting municipal manager with regards to the relationship with Amajuba and Utukela Water.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Just for your own knowledge, I think you were here. We had an engagement with Utukela earlier, and we were informed that Amajuba is the only municipality that does pay consistently their account. So that is something that we have also noted, but the question nevertheless by the Prof is important to give us an overall picture of the situation between yourselves and Utukela. Commissioner Nissen?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for your presentation. In part of your strengths, you also said that there's no bucket system in your municipality. Is that correct? In the entire district municipality? Okay. How many tankers do you have, and are they owned by the municipality? You can write it down and then you can respond afterwards. So you don't have to respond every time. So just tell us how many buckets, how many tankers you have, and how many boreholes. And please tell us also whether any of, if it's owned by you or if it's rented or hired. Please tell us in that event if there any of the municipal officials are involved in that business. Then the indigent policy, you say the total population is 80%. But now you see in some areas you find a person who's working for government is not indigent. A person who's an official, who's a teacher, lawyer, all of those, there must be those people in the area. And there are people who are also self-employed, etc. So the problem is, whilst we are fighting for equitable share, but at the same time, there are people that's riding on the back of being indigent and enjoy the services of the local government. So please, could you just give us some idea whether that is correct? Because there are some people that build massive houses in those rural areas and feed off the services of the municipality. Also, please let us know if there's any of the officials or working for the municipality that's also claiming to be indigent, because we've seen what happened to the relief grant in terms of COVID, where there were thousands and thousands of civil servants who also claimed that relief grant. Then the other question that I wanted to ask you, the reason why you are here today is because the Human Rights Commission in the KZN office received complaints. And I'm very happy about your optimism to say if you have 300 million, then nobody will complain to us. But there are complaints, and we will, you are very aware of it, but if not, the Commission will send it to you. Then I want to know, how many complaints have you received? If you don't have the answer now, you could provide to us in writing. And how many of those complaints have been resolved, and how many of those claims are still pending? And particularly with regards to water, and you can put / sanitation, because without water, sanitation is that. And then you'd call about, you have a number, few hundred or septic tanks. Do you have a service to that, or do the people clean it themselves? And what happens to that? Then can you also say to us that while you're sitting here, that how many people are without water? And I say without water, and have to go to springs or wells or wherever. And how many people are without water? How many days per week? Those on tap, obviously, you've just explained also how this one project impact on the erratic, distribution of water. So if you can just tell us, because in the end, and I'm glad that you said at the beginning of your presentation, you didn't go to the normal water's life and sanitation is dignity. You've put both of them as human rights, and as if there's a human rights violation, then certainly this organization needs to look at that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Chairperson. Right, your first question was how many tankers we have. We have 4 Amajuba tankers and 4 that are hired. I'm not sure if the mic is clear. So we have 4 Amajuba and we have 4 that are hired. When it comes to the involvement of officials, I cannot comment on that because I'm unaware of any officials at this given moment who are involved with having interest in tankers at the moment. That I will arrange or request my acting municipal manager to respond together with the letter regarding the Utukela water issue. I'm not sure if you're okay with that, Deputy. Okay. And then you spoke about boreholes. You asked me, we have 1,938 boreholes, but at the moment, for the past 2 months, we've been implementing the MISA project, we've been implementing the Kokta borehole program, and definitely we're now sitting at over 2,200 boreholes plus. So I can even get you more accurate information and a detailed report submitted to your office, including the interest with regards to the tanker. That figure will be validated. I don't want to give you figures that are still not confirmed. Yes, a very important thing, Chair, is that you spoke about the indigent people of Amajuba. We have a place called the Danhauser CBD. That is a little town. It's an old mining town. Unemployment is very high. Mines have closed down. There was the Danakol mine that closed down. The young left the town, they're all gone to the cities. Migration is taking place there, so they left behind with people that are more dependent on the social grants. But if you drive into the rural areas, you will see massive, beautiful houses. Yes, I agree. You will see teachers, nurses living there who can afford to pay for the water. We are looking at assessing the indigent register. That is a new, that is a must. In order to gain more understanding of the indigent rate, what happens is that community members tend to register their parents on municipal accounts. It's a fact. And that becomes a litigation, and then it becomes a legal aspect, how you actually validate that this person lives there. And this needs to needs to be investigated and re-looked at to make sure we have a proper indigent register. You also see, for example, in the rural areas, you will see what you call it, a tavern, where someone makes not even thousands, they make good hundreds of thousands and millions, where they can well afford proper services. And all these kind of businesses need to be also understood. Another item needs to be understood in that area is when a mining company who's mining coal registers their property as a farm and the service rates change. All this needs to be reanalyzed in order to make sure government receives their rightful value for the services that are provided. So yes, Deputy Commissioner, we need to readdress the indigent rate and the values to get a proper reading in terms of what's the indigent percentage within the district itself. But our indigent percentage is quite high in that area. Therefore, we are battling to provide a service, and we are receiving a revenue which cannot sustain the water supply within the district. What I have noted in our call center is that we receive an approximately 240 calls regarding water problems. The Denhauser area has a problem based on the fact that we're implementing the Denhauser bulk water housing project. And whilst they're implementing that project, it is interfering with the water supply in that area. As we all spoke about it today, load shedding has a problem. So we're getting numerous calls coming into the call center. We have a call center. We also have a walk-in office in Denhauser and Imajlangeni, where we can actually respond to consumers within the Denhauser and Imajlangeni area. So we're getting approximately 240. We resolve most of it, but some gets carried over. We have a charter plan where we monitor how many incidents have been cleared, how many are recurring, how many are defaulting, how many are repaired. So we have a good monitoring system in place. I would also like to include that in your response to give you a more detailed data analysis in terms of customer care and the reporting on faulty supply of water supplies. The last question was with regards to your, it was the borehole one, and the last one, the complaints, and can I be pardoned on that? What was the last one, sir?
Basically to say, are you aware of the complaints at the Human Rights Commission's West KZN office?
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
if not, we will resend it to you.
Yes, please, we will appreciate those inquiries made and complaints, and we would like to respond to them. I will request my acting MM together with our new acting technical director to personally contact the community members who are complaining. We want to we want to actually be part of them and ensure effective public participation takes place with regards to all complaints. So our community is our first priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. We've made note of all of the outstanding matters that will then be for follow-up. Our time is up now. I just want to ask just 2 or so questions. The first being your relationship with Ingonyama Trust Board. Much of the land in Amajuba is shared between yourselves and Ingonyama Trust Board. You mentioned earlier that you have an intent to engage with Ingonyama Trust Board in the future to assist with issues of land and human settlements. But one would want to know what is the status of the relationship currently, especially as it pertains to water. Related to that, you can just make a note of that and you can respond to all of the questions. Related to that is the question of mining and mining rights on land, especially where land is shared in the way that you do share it with the Ingonyama Trust Board. Now, the relationship between land, mining activities, especially coal in your areas, and water is very well known. The specificity then of that dynamic where the resource is coal is even more accentuated or exacerbated. How does this impact the challenges that you are currently facing with as it pertains to water? Then the next question would be with reference to the water losses. You mentioned a figure of 60%, but in our engagements, I didn't hear what the plans are to address this. We would want to know this, but not only that, we would want to quantify that in terms of monetary figures. What does that 60% equal to on an annual basis? How much are you losing? And then you mentioned your relationship with MISA, but we didn't hear your relationship with DBSA. Do you have a relationship with DBSA? And if so, what is the nature of that relationship, particularly as it pertains to issues of grant applications? DBSA has a system that assists municipalities to apply for grants. We notice that I think in this current financial year, the previous, you don't have ARBIG. And we would want to know why many municipalities don't get funding because of the stringent system through which the application is approved. Why do you not receive ARPIG? Then you didn't mention your maintenance figures. How much are you spending on maintenance, operations and maintenance? And how much is that as a percentage of your annual budget? I think those would be the total of the questions I would have for you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Would you want me to address some of this in writing back to your office, or can I answer questions that I am quite comfortable with at the moment?
We have run out of time, so
Okay.
those you are comfortable with, please do. Those you would prefer to finish in writing, we would also allow that.
Okay, thank you for that. I do appreciate that. With regards to mining, let me start with Ingonyama Trust. We need to do the alignment. We spoke about misalignment of different sectors. Housing needs to engage with Ingonyama Trust in terms of the building of new homes. That will assist us to put our bulk infrastructure into the sector plans. You cannot just go outlay a waterborne system. We currently service our area with a VIP toilet system in the indigent areas. Now we are planning to convert that to waterborne. Therefore, we need a relationship with the Ngonyama Trust, we need a relationship with the Environmental Affairs, we need a relationship with the Housing Department. That relationship will be responded by our council in terms of what is the communication and relationship they have with the Ngonyama Trust, and I will also deliberate that in the response in detail, together with all the other responses required. With regards to mining, a huge impact. It has a positive impact with employment. We need the jobs. We need the mining industry to open up, and this supplements our indigent communities where jobs are created. However, must remember one thing: Imanjlangeni and Danauza is historically a coal mining town. When you drill a borehole, that is why we need to be careful. The high sulfur rate in the boreholes have an effect and a negative effect on the consumption. So therefore, all this has impacts on the reduction of water supplies within the area. Therefore, alternative water supplies such as Jojo tanks and tankers become more viable because of sustainable quality water that is being delivered to the community. Washing plants, your mine uses huge amounts of water. Water licenses are granted by a different sector, that is the Department of Water Affairs. But if you do not issue water licenses to mining companies, mines cannot operate. So raw water is needed, and that is a scarcity in the area also. So there needs to be, again, we have to go back to the municipal infrastructure investment plan. We need to resuscitate the program to see how much of raw water can be given to the mines, how much can be given to the cattle, the agricultural sectors, and all different sectors to balance the balance between human consumption, industrialization, and mining and agriculture. That is where the mining, you speak about the mining, what water impact does it have in that area. I think, Commissioner, your other questions is in terms of our water losses, how we're reacting on that. Yes, we are starting to put in the meter program. We are currently having a very, very effective program called the Expanded Public Works Program, where we're employing the local community, living within that community, going and identifying the water losses, and we are training them as plumber assistants, and then we will be sending them for training to actually start repairing where there are water losses and where people are connecting and causing problems on the system. And not only that, we're engaging with COCTA, we're engaging with other sectors to assist with the water loss program. That is we're spending about 40% of our MIG and WSEG funding to reduce the water losses. So we have intensive programs in terms of water loss reduction. You speak about DBSA. We did have engagement with DBSA years back. I can still remember where it was called front loading, where you utilize DBSA funding and then you roll out your projects, and thereafter you pay them back with your MIG or WSEG funding. That our council needs to engage with the Development Bank of Southern Africa. I will actually relate that to them. And then we spoke about RBIG. RBIG, we do have applications currently in progress. It is quite a lengthy process, but Department of Water Affairs is in full support. They are constantly supporting Amajuba District Municipality together with the COCTA MIG office. We get technical support from them. So the RBIG, we have the regional bulk system, that's the Danauza bulk water regional treatment plant, which is 950 million. We have the raw water pipeline in Danauza, the one I spoke about, where we're losing water. We have the new Brakfontein bulk line coming from Ingagan Treatment Works, that's going to be an RBIG. And then we have the Zaihook regional plant, new water treatment plant, that's a 120 million rand project. Those are all going to be RBIG projects. So we're definitely going to be focusing on RBIG in the next 5 to 10 years. The maintenance operational plan, what percentage we're using on that, that we will respond to you, ma'am, on a written confirmation and response. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. We've noted then the questions you are going to respond to in writing. On the question of mining, are you able to tell us what percentage of your total water supply goes to mining activities? Out of your total water that is available to you, how much of that goes to mining? If you could just respond to that. And then lastly, Mr. Singh, having have been delegated by the MM, and noting that we had requested the MM, are you able to tell the commission the organizational structure within Amajuba? You mentioned that you're an assistant director, but we would want to know where you sit in relation to the MM. How many other people do you report to before you get to the MM?
Thank you, Commissioner, for that. Yes, I report to the engineering, Director Engineering Services, and the Director Engineering Services reports directly to the Municipal Manager. Okay.
And why did the Director Engineering Services not appear before us?
Today, Amajuba District Municipality had what you call a water war room meeting with COCTA and other stakeholders. So he had to be present there to answer all challenges that we are faced with in order to overcome the responses that were put out by COCTA this morning.
Okay, you can answer the question on mining.
Which question, ma'am? Sorry.
On mining,
the percentage of
yes.
water. Commissioner, that I will definitely have to get back to you with. What we'll do is we're going to have to get an analysis of the mining allocation, the human consumption also. We'll do all in one and forward it to your office. Then you have a better understanding of that.
Okay, the Deputy Chairperson also has a follow-up question.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. It's just about if the mining is using X megaliters of water, do you have I assume that you have a waste recycling plant as well, that they can use the same water going back into that?
Definitely, that will have to be, for this purpose of this commission, we have to get information on that and give you feedback, Deputy Commissioner. I will not be able to answer that at this given moment. Thank you.
That's fine, Mr. Singh. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. We have, as per Program Director, exceeded our time with you, but we thank you very much, noting also that you've been here all day. I'm not sure if you are still traveling back home, but if you are, we do wish you a safe journey. Do not drive too fast. We then shall await also the follow-up questions. But we will issue written communication to you as well, highlighting some of the outstanding matters. But further to that, also, as you have also invited, finishing you with the outstanding and active complaints that the Commission would have received in your jurisdiction. And that then we will expect to be sent back to us with a report within 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I will respond. I will take your message through to my acting municipal manager. What I would like to, will you forward a letter of request first and then we respond on that, or must I start responding with immediate effect?
Please do start responding with immediate effect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Then you may be excused. Have a good day.
Thank you for your time, and it was a pleasure answering and responding to the Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Program Director.
The last witness is Ilembe District Municipality, and we have the municipal manager, Mr. Kumalo, Ms. Mazibuko, the manager of water services, Mr. Bengu, also the manager of water services, and Ms. Mbola, the senior manager of technical services.
One, two.
Good evening.
Evening, Chair.
Why is the sister pointing to you when I greet her? Does she not have greeting powers?
Good morning, Chair. I'm with my boss, Chair.
Oh, you're observing protocol. No, then good evening to all of you, and welcome to this inquiry into issues pertaining to access to water in KZN, as you are aware. You are our last witnesses, not just for the day, but for the inquiry. So count yourselves very fortunate. My name is Commissioner Ntuli, and I'm the chairperson of this panel, and I am joined on my right by the deputy chairperson of the panel, Commissioner Nissen, who is also of the South African Human Rights Commission. And on my left, I'm joined by Professor Mabaudi, who is our external panelist and a water expert who is adjoined to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Our engagements will be approximately 1 hour, and we will begin with, of course, administration issues. Can I see if all of you will be bearing witness this evening?
Correct, Chairperson.
Then in that case, do any of you have an objection to taking the oath this evening?
I don't, Chairperson.
I've seen the, is there an objection to taking the oath? Then in that case, may I kindly ask you to individually, speaking to the microphone, state your full name, the institution that you represent, as well as the position that you occupy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening to everyone, including the panelists. I'm Jeffrey Tlagani Kumalo, appointed by Ilembe District Municipality as a municipal manager. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Deputy Commissioner and Prof. My name is Ngqingi Sambola, Senior Manager Technical Services of Ilembe. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Deputy Chair, Prof. and the panelists. My name is Elias Bengu, Water Services Manager, Ilembe.
Good evening, Chair and your panel. My name is Xolelwa Mazibuko, appointed as the Manager Water Services within the Technical Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having indicated no objections to taking the oath this evening, we shall individually administer it. Do you all swear that the evidence you shall give this evening shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and individually speaking to the microphone, state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Then Mdungwa, the time is now yours. It's 20 minutes after 6 o'clock. You'll have plus minus 30 minutes to offer us your presentation as per our request, and thereafter the panel will engage with you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have arranged a presentation. It's going to be done by my colleague, who is Senior Manager Technical Services, who is going to get into details on it. However, when it comes to questions, all of us will then assist in terms of providing responses that are required. Thank you. If, with your permission, can I request Ms. Mbola to then lead us with the presentation?
Thank you very much. I didn't get the surname. It's Mbola. Mbola. Okay. M-B-O-L-A. Okay. Ms. Mbola. Then, Mbola, over to you.
Thank you,
Please,
Chair.
because they are operating at the back, please just indicate to them. I'm not sure if you are aware, it's flighting behind you.
Okay.
Then just indicate to them when you are moving to the next slide so they can also move it.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I will just move straight to slide number 3. Okay. Our mandate is to ensure access to water and sanitation to all our consumers. In terms of the Act 108 of 1997, as you can see on the slide, that our mandate is to ensure that we're taking water from the rivers and ensure that it gets to people through purification of the water, also through water tankers, as well as to ensure that it gets to households through sewer networks. Our presentation covers both water and sanitation. In terms of our staff establishment, Chair, I'll talk about technical services, the department that provides water within the municipality. It consists of 2 units, which is PMU as well as operation and maintenance. PMU dealing with planning of infrastructure as well as dealing with new capital projects, and then operation and maintenance, it deals with the operating of the infrastructure. We've got about 512 employees, including permanent as well as temporary employees. That includes registered engineers, technologists, process controllers, as well as artisans and drivers within the municipality. In terms of the municipality, we do have vacant positions, Chair, that I want to mention. As a municipality, we're in a process of recruiting those positions. We do have positions for heavy-duty drivers, the driver assistants, as well as process controllers. Some of the schemes that we have, we've taken over from our Umgeni schemes. We are trying to fill those positions. Also, within the staff complement, we do have staff that are falling within the EPWP staff, which is temporary staff as well. Chair, beginning of this year, the municipality, which is the next slide, we had a strategic planning where we looked in all the angles of the municipality, and we said, let us have strategic objectives on which areas where we want to service people in terms of water. I'll deal mostly with the water. We look at the scheme called Umshwat Water Scheme, where we're providing water through our big project, where we're doing together with Umgeni Water, our water board. And we said by 2024, we need to ensure that this project is commissioned and people of Indwedu and people of Mapumulo have water. This project is earmarked that people of Indwedu will receive about 18 megaliters of water, and people of Mapumulo will get 8 megs of water from this scheme. Also, if you look at the area of a scheme of Makambini, this scheme is servicing the southern parts of Mandeni. It consists of 9 phases, from phase 1 up to phase 9. Currently, we're implementing phase 5 of the scheme. We are looking at 2026 should have been commissioned the scheme. So by 2026, we should have been almost 70% of that. And also, this includes sanitation as well as Kwaduguza Park Sewer as well. I said I'm not going to talk a lot about sanitation because the presentation is about water today. As well as number 5 talks about a reduction of non-revenue water. We said we are looking at reducing non-revenue about 2% per year. That's one of the focus areas as a municipality. And also eradicate water and sanitation backlogs as a municipality. Also, one of strategic objectives is to commission the scheme of Crowdville, which is sanitation. I won't talk a lot about that, as well as readiness to take over the area called Caesar Water, because in our municipality we have an area where it's being serviced by water service provider called Caesar Water, which is area of Palito and other areas. We have left with only 8 years on that area, so we need to be ready when we take over that area as well. It's part of the focus that we're having as a municipality. Okay, on this slide, is the next slide, where you see a small monitor, a computer monitor on that one. On this slide, one of the focus area on that strategic planning, we talk about supply versus demand. When you look at the supply versus demand, our district is not different to any other district. I didn't mention earlier, we were consist of 4 local municipalities. But our challenges are not different to other challenges. The demand is always more than the supply due to the influx within the district. I'll expand later on that one and how we're dealing with that one as a municipality. We look at the issues of resources as a municipality. We look at the issue of funding we're receiving as a municipality. We've looked at the issue of revenue collection because we're 70% rural as a municipality. We've looked at the issue of communication, an issue of developing a call center. We're developing a call center as well. That's going to be starting to operate by the 1st of September. It's going to be full operational. We look at the issue of staff establishment. I've mentioned issue of critical posts as a municipality. We've looked at the issue of storage capacity as a municipality, how we're dealing with that, as well as water conservation, water demand management as a municipality. On the next slide, how are we dealing with this? I'm packing what I've just mentioned on the above. Issue of vacant posts. We are recruiting. We want to fill those vacant posts, a long-term goal as a municipality. And the second was the issue of having a dedicated unit that deals specifically with non-revenue strategy, with non-revenue issues, non-revenue. We've already having a non-revenue strategy that was developed in 2018 as a municipality that deals with water conservation, water demand management as a municipality. We've got projects that are in place that are dealing with aging infrastructure. I'll also unpack on the future slides of that. We're having telemetry in place, we're dealing with that as a municipality. Also, we've looked at the issue of secure water resources. I've talked about demand versus supply. What do we talk about that? Umvoti, we've got our own plant called Umvoti, which produces 12 megaliters. We've looked at on how we can resuscitate that plant and ensure that Ilembe have their own plant. Also, we look at the Kwaduguza water recycling plant. Currently, we have a funding that we've approached TIP SA to assist us to have a recycling plan so that even if we don't have or have floods, we have a plan that can bring water back about 90% of the water to the system so that people can always have water even if there are floods. So those are the plans that we have in place. That is ongoing. We're doing feasibility study on that one. Also, we're busy working together with Umgeni we're in a project called Umshwati. We are currently on tender. Umgeni busy with other part of that one on the RPIC to ensure that people are going to get water in Dwedwe, as well as on Mapumulo Waterworks. Umgeni is upgrading Mapumulo Waterworks from 12 megaliter, from 9 megaliters to 12 megaliters. So those are the resources that we're looking at. And then I won't mention everything that is on that slide, but I'll highlight a few. We looked at the issue of safeguarding infrastructure, because we've looked at infrastructure as the critical access of the municipality. Also, we've looked, and then also we have our water service and development plan. It is existing, but we are reviewing it using DPSA funding. Also, we have a master plan that we did as Ilembe Municipality 2016, also reviewing it using DPSA funding again. We also have an approved, or an plan was approved by council. Also, one of the issues that we had to said we have to look at it is the issue of business forum, because one of the issues that we have that municipalities are facing these days is the issue of business forum when implementing projects, which causes delays on our projects, because you go to implement a project and then you get disturbed by business forums, and then that takes longer in terms of the implementation of the projects. A challenge that we're having because of the new PPP systems. Also, the issue of power cuts is a challenge. I think it's a national challenge. So as Ilembe started procuring generators to deal with the issue of power cuts. And also on our DDM, we've had ESCOM coming in, and also on the 26th of August, they're coming in to do presentation on how they're going to assist us as Ilembe going forward, because our infrastructure, if we do not have power, you cannot pump in terms of the water. So these issues that we're dealing with on our DDM as well. And then moving to operational resolution, we said we're doing away with shift system. We're implementing telemetry because we want to deal away with non-revenue. We don't want to have unaccounted water. We're dealing with that. We also want to ensure that we scale our employees. We're dealing with our filling of toilets, dislodging, and community awareness as well. The next slide. The next slide, I just wanted to mention that in 2016 we had a master plan that developed as Ilembe, and in that master plan, one thing that I wanted to highlight is that on the next slide, I think that slide. One thing that we wanted to highlight is that one of the things that when we did the study was that in terms of the water, we look at it on terms of the 5-year horizon, 10 years and 15 years. In terms of that, we noticed that water we need about 2.1 billion, and sanitation is about 1.2 billion. That's about 3.3 billion in total. And then we look on the MTF funding in 5 years, 2021 up until 2026 financial year. The only money that we receive is about 1.5 billion, which is I think is what we're facing all the district municipalities. So it means that for the shortfall of about 1.8 billion in municipality. So that makes our plans to be practically somehow delayed in terms of implementing the projects, even if you want to implement this project, but you are now constrained by the funding to implement these plans. So that's the challenge that we're having that we need to highlight on this one. On this slide, the next slide, I'm not sure if Chair, you can see on that one. That slide, after we did that master plan, we did not only sit and do only the calculation, we went as far as starting to put business plans. We went to Department of Water and Sanitation, went to COCTA. All the business plans have been approved that 3.2 billion. But look what has happened. That 1.8 billion is still a shortfall. It's exactly that. It's as how much we've calculated 5 years back. So it means that the issue of funding is a challenge. And we do have relationship with DBS, as I've mentioned. We do have a relationship with MISA, but the issue of funding is still a challenge. And we also have other relationships with other sources of department as well, other stakeholders as well. But the challenge is still funding on the local municipality as well. And then COCTA came in I think in 2018, they did their own master plan. we've included this in this presentation so that we can have an insight of what is happening with the entire KZN master plan. You can see that this is Kwatuguza. Where there is green, it says that there is water. Where there is orange, it says there's rudimentary schemes, means that there's water, but there's some challenges. Where it's red, it means that there's issues of water. But over the time, some of the issues have been addressed. And then I won't dwell into each and every slide, just to give an indication there. But below that, we are showing what are the interventions that we're doing on each and every one. For instance, on Ward 1, we're saying there's a refurbishment. On the second slide, there's a refurbishment of the infrastructure through water conservation water demand management. It's a project that we're doing there on that one. This is the same, the second one. Okay, the next one. In Mandeni, you see again, other words, they're green, there's a bit of orange. I've mentioned that in Mandeni we have Macambini that we're doing from phase 1 up to phase 9, that where I said we should be 70% commissioned by 2026. So there's something that we're doing, but this was done in 2018, we are now in 2022. It means 4 years down the line, a lot has been improved than the rate that you see here. But, and then there's this another slide coming, show, yes. And then this is where I wanted to put attention into CHEP. And in Ndwedwe, where I'm assuming that you might have received some of the complaints. Ndwedwe is one of the areas that they do not have water due to the area Ndwedwe is located. This is where I was saying that it's going to be receiving water from a project called Mshwati scheme that we're doing together with Amgeni. So where you see lots of reds. In Ndwedwe, the reticulation is on the ground, but in terms of the source, this is where we're having challenges. However, there are interventions on the ground that I will allude to as I'm going to the presentation, what we're doing in terms of the municipality. But I do want to mention that there are challenges of Ndwedwe. We're getting water from Mshwati. Mshwati is coming from all the way from Howick, coming all the way down. So it means you can imagine the kilometers of the pipeline coming down to give water to people of Ndwedwe. So that's how much we challenge in terms of that area. So, but that is where you're gonna receive a lot of complaints. It's the area of Ndwedwe. But this is where we are focusing on working together with Umgeni on this one. And then there are reasons below, because Mshwati, we've broken it down into phase 4, phase 5. We're doing phase 5 as Ilembe and Arpik. Umgeni is doing phase 4. And as phase 3 as well as phase 6, we're doing phase 5 of that one, because we're working together with Umgeni on that one. And then in Mapumulo, you see a lot of reds. The lot of reds in Mapumulo is not because there is no water in Mapumulo. The issue in Mapumulo is that the water that is there is also constrained. In Mapumulo, the entire Mapumulo requires 18 megaliters of water. We now only have 9 megaliters of water. Hence, I've said Mshwati is gonna assist us with other 8 megs of water. So it means that without having Mshwati on the ground, it's still a challenge for Mapumulo for people to get water. But what we do in Mapumulo, we have a process called Vulaval. It means that people get water for 14 days, and then other days we supply them through water tankers, and then we move to another area. But they still have water, but it means there's the issue of constraint in terms of the resource. Hence, I've mentioned earlier that one of the challenges that we're having as districts is the issue of resources. And then those are the explanations that are coming. But I do want to mention that in front of this commission, that in each and every ward of the municipality where there is no water, is not articulated, there is a water tanker. And then bulk system interventions. I've mentioned Mshwati, phase 4. Phase 4 is done by Umgeni. It's got 3 contracts. First one, contract 1 is on tender stage. It covers Ward 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19. Phase 5 is being done by Ilembe. It covers Ward 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 of Indwedwe. A tender went out in May. We are now awaiting on 14 days of objection so that the contract can start to be on the ground. We had an agreement with Mngeni. You said, Mngeni, you're going to do other phases, we're going to do the phase 5 so that you can start implementing, you can do together as a team. And then phase 6 is going to be done by Mngeni. They're busy with detailed design this point in time. Also, Umvujane in Mapumulo, Mngeni will be upgrading that system up to 12 megaliters. 3 weeks ago, Chair, we had a meeting with Mngeni. We said with Mngeni as the district municipality, we said some of the time frames in terms of these phases, we're talking about 2024, 2025. It's a bit far in terms of the community. Community wants water now. Let us revise the implementation plan and look at the resources, what we can do in terms of the funding. And Mngeni has agreed. Mngeni is coming to see the municipality next week, Thursday, in our offices to come up with the revised plan in terms of the implementation plan, to revise the entire implementation plan of this Mshwati scheme. Because Mngeni is a bulk water supply, they have funding that they can put up front in terms of doing the implementation. So we're working on that one to ensure that people still get water, even if the grant has not come forth. And then the next slide, I think is showing the map. It's just a phase 5. The entire project is about 225 million. You can see how it's earmarked to 2023 is about 37 million, 105 million as the year goes. I won't dwell into that one. And then another slide, slide 25, interventions to address operation maintenance. We have sat down with COGTA and we said to COGTA as a municipality, maybe it is a need that, and there's this time now that, because normally the municipalities, we're supposed to get our budget, operation maintenance grant supposed to be 8%, but I think none of the district that has reached 8% because of the equitable share, because it means that maybe salaries they won't be paid because of how the districts are structured in terms of the systems of the district. Our district, in terms of operation maintenance, we get up to 3% to date. And then COGTA said they will look into our on the MIG going forward. So this is what we've put to proposal to COGTA, that on our MIG, we want 10% to assist on operation and maintenance to ensure that we refurbish our infrastructure so that we don't let our infrastructure to go up until it doesn't get, we cannot even be able to use it further. Also, to resuscitate a plant called Umvoti, as I've mentioned before, because that plant is going to cost about 23 million, but that we need to take it from our grant. Also, I need to mention that we've been affected by floods, but I'll allude that later. That has had a huge impact in terms of our infrastructure that we have as a municipality. Hence, we've requested COGTA to look into our MIG and ensure that we take 10% and put it to our infrastructure. Also, in terms of the repairs and maintenance, we've spent 100% share as a municipality last financial year. And we've also looked on the next slide, slide 26, we've also looked on the dysfunctional schemes. Dysfunctional schemes are those schemes that there's reticulation, but that reticulation, maybe the pipelines are too small, some of them there are too many leaks, and we said we are refurbishing them. We're talking about Glen Hills, we have a project that's working, that is there, in Mandeni, in Sokombo. I won't mention one by one. You can see there's a list of them who are working on those one. We are refurbishing all those areas so that people do not continue to complain on those areas. And then quick wins. Quick wins. I just want to highlight in Indwedwe alone, I've mentioned that Indwedwe is the area that are affected. Indwedwe alone, in 2021 financial year, we have installed about 50 spring protection to ensure that people can have water and access to water. About 3 boreholes in total, in spring protection that were constructed by entire district, about 58. Also, we did some in Mandeni, Kwatuguza, but Indwedwe, our focus was Indwedwe because this is where we knew that's a need to put spring protection in boreholes as well as quick wins while we're busy with the long terms as a municipality. And then infrastructure projects, Chair. This This slide is to show, Chair, the amount of, I wanted just to show, we took the slides, just the numbers just from the census numbers, just to show the amount of demands we have, just coming from the people that are coming from Mapumulo to KwaDukuza and Indweto to KwaDukuza. That causes a strain in infrastructure, because KwaDukuza is one of the areas that has got a lot of people. Because of the area, it's got more attraction to tourists. You've got people that are coming from all the areas, from Mozambique, from all the areas, because it has become one of the biggest areas of tourism. So that has got an impact in terms of infrastructure and also in terms of the water demand as well. So that requires us to relook in terms of our plans. Hence, I've mentioned earlier that we are also reviewing our existing water and sanitation master plan to ensure that we keep up with times, we keep up with the demands that we have as a municipality. And then in terms of the backlog, Chair, how much water can you give to people of Ilembe? So far, in terms of water and sanitation, I've recorded here 15.29 and sewer 13.32. I've left it here as Chair because we're still doing financial and with the AG. It is more than this, because it is less than this, because I wanted to give you audited numbers only in this presentation, but it has reduced than this, but I wanted to give audited numbers for the sake of this presentation. And then in terms of grant expenditure, Chair, you can see this next slide. You can see that we've been spending very well. The only year that we've been affected was 2019, where we all had COVID. We all know what has happened to COVID, but that money we've redirected and we did what is called MIG representation, and we built a boreholes and spring protection with that money. So that's why you see that percentage. And then in terms of grant expenditure, we just started financial year now, you can see our expenditure, those are the grants. The grant, the last two grants, we got that grant, the accelerated grant, because of the good performance that we did. And then Collector said, because you've been performing very well, let's give us accelerated water grant to assist you with the funding for infrastructure. The disaster relief grant, we got that grant because we were one of the most affected after Tegwini. We got that grant. We're dealing that grant. We have to spend it within 6 months to ensure that we resuscitate everything that we've lost during floods, because we were badly affected during floods. And then slide 33, I call these slides strategic projects. I've talked about Mshwati. I'm not gonna say anything. It's just projects that we normally talk about. Makambini talks about, when we talk about water, and Ndolindi is all servicing the areas of Mandeni, what 6, 11, 12, and 16 of Mandeni. So once all these schemes are in place, it would mean that we have done well in terms of water, in terms of in Ilembe. And then, Chair, slide 34, these are the projects that we are doing. I don't want to mention them one by one, but this is in these slides, I'm breaking in each area, in each project that we are doing, because each and every area we have projects that we're doing, not even one, maybe 2 projects and more. But when we're doing projects, we're not only doing water, Chair, we're doing water and sanitation. We are very big on waterborne. I'll tell you why. We are along the coast, we have got high water table. So we believe that we rather do waterborne projects, because our VIP toilets get filled very fast. So, and it is very expensive to dislodge. It is better to do waterborne projects than having filled toilets. So most of the project, you'll see that they're mostly waterborne. We've got lots of business plan and lots of projects that are doing waterborne projects in our municipality. So I won't dwell on these slides. It's all projects, Chair. Slide 36, 35, all projects. And then this is where we're doing a water and wastewater treatment, with just the indication in KwaDukuza, in Mandeni. We've got a wastewater project in Manda Farm, housing projects. We've done projects, waterborne in areas that they've never had waterborne. In township, we've went to that extent. We've changed the the area. And then these are capital projects that we're doing graphically. And then I've mentioned Caesar Water. Caesar Water is servicing the Balicho area. We've got a contract there that's servicing that area in terms of water and sanitation. And then I want to talk about job creation. I think, oh, she's already far. And then there's a big elephant in the room in all the district. When you start in any district, as you started in 2020, in 2003, I think the baseline for any district when you start, it's the non-revenue water should be about 25% baseline. We are sitting on water losses of about 46%. Chair, we have aging infrastructure. Our water, our aging infrastructure, our lines. Some of our lines were as old as 70 years, but over the years we've done a lot of projects to deal with aging infrastructure. We've reduced that. In 2021, if you see on that slide, we've reduced the water losses about 10%, which is a lot in terms of water losses, and that we've managed to save about 12 million rand within 1 year. In 2023, we are also anticipating, 2022, anticipating to do a reduction of about 3%. I have not put value in 2022 yet, because we have not have audited figures for that one. In 2020, you see audited amount 123 million that we've lost in terms of non-revenue water. Non-revenue water, you cannot talk about non-revenue when you talk about, there's two is apparent losses as well as real losses. So we're doing both apparent as well as real losses. Talking about you're dealing with the telemetry, dealing with refurbishing aging infrastructure, dealing with data cleansing, dealing with such projects. So we are doing that. We've got projects on that one. So I've mentioned earlier in my presentation that one of the strategies is that we've got a unit that is dedicated, and it does appear on our organogram, that somebody's, that's how you can have somebody that deals with non-revenue specifically. We've got projects that are dealing with that. We've got a project in Sonkombo, Chair, we've got leak detection, a repair that we're doing currently. We've got a servicing of PRVs. We've got pipeline replacement in Guatuguza. We are dealing with it in Nomadungela system. We're dealing with billing analysis, dealing with data cleansing, those are one of the issues. We're dealing with meter auditing and refurbishment. We've got projects, I've mentioned some of them on the slides above, in Padaniaka, in Newark, in Guatuguza AC replacement. Chair, in this one, I think is one of the challenges whereby, Chair, you've been receiving some of the complaints, because when we're dealing with structure, you're probably replacing within the households. So obviously the old system, you're going to be interrupting the consumers. So now and again they get interrupted, and that's when you're going to be getting a lot of complaints from the consumers of Ilembe. So and there's a lot of that during the water conservation, water demand management project that we're doing, because we're doing a lot of that. And then the challenges that that talks to that on the next slide. There's always insufficient funds, lack of resources, and also there's also issue of unregistered consumers. But we are dealing with that through a program called Vutel that's assisting us through a circle funding to ensure that we consolidate our data together with the local LMs to ensure that we cleanse our data. Also, our challenge is no cost recovery from rural schemes. However, our council in 2016, they took decision that there will be no installation of stands pipe anymore. Now we're installing yard connections so that we can ensure that we can count our water going forward. And then those are the recommendations that came from our strategy. I won't mention them one by one. Spare maintenance, new pressure design standards, we're doing that in our departments being implemented. All new projects within the municipality are connected and being restarted within immediate effect. We have indigent register. We are dealing with illegal connections. So all this we are doing it through the funding called Vutela as well as a municipality. The non-revenue structure has also assisted us to consolidate all this all this together with the Vutela funding we got from Senco. A partnership in dealing with non-revenue. I've mentioned Vutela. Vutela is giving us about 29 million rands. That's just this financial year to deal with non-revenue and also the strategies that we have in place. And also we have partnered with Umgeni to assist us in analysis of determining water demand within the areas of Indwege and Mapumula, because we had issues of high pressures in those areas. Then we sat down from Umgeni and said they're going to assist us in terms of commissioning and study together. So we're having those partnerships with them to deal with non-revenue. And then, Chair, coming to flood relief, I've mentioned that we've been badly affected. We've applied for funding for 99 million. Unfortunately, Chair, out of 99 million, we only received 9.5 million to date. 19.5 million to date. We received that funding, but however, the department mentioned this is phase one of the funding. All these projects that are listed there, as you go down on the next slide, will be implemented within this funding. This has to be implemented within the period of 6 months. We have already appointed a service provider. We've done the bills. The contractors are on the ground to implement this project. But I do want to mention, Chair, that also all these areas that were affected by floods, everyone that is affected, they do receive water. We've managed to restore water in all these areas. In some of the areas, we've restored them temporarily because we did not have funding in such part. We made sure that there is water available within that period before we even got the funding back from the NDMC. So as we go along, even when waiting for the phase 2 of the funding, but people are receiving water in those areas. And also in some of the areas where we still need to build, we're also tankering water to those areas. Operational challenges, Chair. Challenges that we are having, Chair. I've mentioned the issue of high water table. There are challenges of water cuts, especially on the area called Lower Tugela, where we scheme on the north. We've sat down with our water board. They will be installing cathodic protection. The project starting by 30th of September. What happened, Chair, on that scheme? That scheme it's about 1.2 billion rand scheme that was implemented by Mgeni called Luau Tugela. And within 30 days of that scheme being implemented, cathodic protection was all stolen, Chair. So now the Mgeni has to go back and reinstall the cathodic protection. So that causes the water cuts within that community. So in the absence of that, we ensure that there's water cuts, there's water tankers to ensure that there's water in the area. The issue of electricity supply, I've mentioned we're procuring generators, but I still do want to mention that this is the challenge for us, but generators for infrastructure are very expensive. It is very expensive to maintain them. The diesel is very expensive. We've looked on the options of green energy as well. It is not a quick win as well, because we have to plan certain a farm to have those, and it's going to take longer to do that. So we're looking on all the possible options as well. So that's what we're dealing with, Chair. And also aging infrastructure, I've mentioned. Telemetry, we're installing them as a municipality. And also the encroaching in our servitudes by the community at times, it does affect the municipality, but we do have community awarenesses that we talk to communities about that, but it's something that it's meant to mention in Chair. And theft, Chair, is one of the biggest issues. That's one of the biggest issues, Chair, that we're dealing with every day in infrastructure. You put infrastructure, but the next day it's whole stolen. They're stealing palisade facing, they're stealing everything, Chair. It's a challenge in every way. I think most municipalities are affected by this, Chair. And then moving to temporary intervention in water. As a municipality, we have 41 water tankers that we bought in our in-house. These are water tankers. Over and above that, I do want to mention, Chair, that we do hire more over and above that, because water tankers are cars, it's transport. Sometimes they break, sometimes they have issues of gearbox, but now and again, but generally we do have our own water tankers that are supplying communities. And each and every ward, as I've mentioned, we have a water tanker. Currently, we have additional 8 in Mapumulo, over and above what we have. We have additional 3 in Dwetwe, additional 5 in Mandane, additional 2 in Gwaduza, just to deal with any issues that we're having. And then for recommendations, Chair, I just put the slide. I've always put it this, if you can if this commission has got a way of getting additional funding, I don't know, Chair. Wherever I go, I ask for funding because we don't have money to put infrastructure, Chair. That's our submission in terms of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Can you just fly to that last slide of recommendations? You only spoke to the funding, but not the other recommendations.
Okay, Chair.
Just quickly go.
Yes, okay. It's funding, and also in support in terms of funding for repairs and maintenance. I've mentioned that we only can manage to get 3% from the municipality, and also increase money for the quick wins in terms of the boreholes, and also in terms of electricity cards, we need assistance to buy more generators. And this one is to just to expedite in terms of recycling plant that we're wanting to build. That needs about 200 million rands. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Mbola. You have gone way over your time, but nevertheless, we thank you. Thank you very much. I will now invite the Prof for any questions, reflections. Prof?
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I'll just stick to a few questions in the interest of time. First question, you mentioned that you have been making progress in terms of replacing aging infrastructure. Can you give some indication of how much progress that translates to, percentage-wise or cost-wise, in terms of replacement of aging infrastructure? And then your water and sanitation plan has a shortfall of 1.8 billion. What plans do you currently have in place to address that shortfall in funding? Are you taking any proactive measures to seek funding from elsewhere to address the shortfall in funding, or are you looking to government to provide that? And the last question is, you mentioned that you are drilling boreholes. What is the capacity of these boreholes? And of course, linked to the issue of boreholes, you did mention the issue of a high water table and the risk of waterborne diseases. So how is that being managed? Thank you.
Thank you. You can address that, and thereafter the deputy chairperson will come in.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the question. Some of the colleagues will also assist. Chair, in terms of the replacing the existing infrastructure, the aging infrastructure, we have replaced infrastructure in a region of more than 160 million in terms of money. I'll mention the area for Zingwazi, Blightdale, CBD, Stengamena, Harwich, all those areas we've replaced infrastructure. We are now currently replacing infrastructure in Padenieka and other areas that I've mentioned on the presentation. I'm not sure if I've answered that correct. In terms of in terms of the boreholes, it ranges of between the about 200 cubes to 1 meg that we are drilling. Also, in terms of the boreholes, most of the boreholes that we're drilling, they are mostly on the Indwet area. Indwet area is not closer to the coast, so so we are not highly affected in terms of the diseases and high water table.
Chair, we had challenges with drilling boreholes on the coastal side, like at Zingwazi. Some of the boreholes that we drilled there became sidelined because we were pulling the seawater from those boreholes. And then we looked at not going towards the coast in terms of boreholes, but concentrating more inland when we did drilling boreholes.
Chair, I want to concentrate on the question number 2 in terms of how we close the gap of the shortfall. We are applying multi-pronged approaches in terms of trying to seek much more funding. We are engaging with the Department of Water and Sanitation in terms of drawing funding that were to be granted to us in the future years. But also, you heard from my colleague, which she mentioned SECO. That's a Swiss funding that we received. There are also other, Denmark, is it Denmark if I'm not mistaken, also are coming to the party to assist us in terms of water demand management and other interventions. We are also looking at issuing out a tender for any other consultant firms that can able to assist us in drawing grant funding. We are not looking at the loans, we are looking at the grant funding that could assist on our project, because we do have a master plan. We know which project that needed funding, and also the master plan of the province, which also could assist for those consulting companies. We will have that tender being issued out to then invite those that can actually assist us in drawing much more funding. It could be within South Africa or internationally, but as long as it is grants, as we not want to venture into loans. We have spoken to DBSA. I think you have heard about some of interventions or monies that have come from DBSA, and also from the presidency. There were some intervention in terms of infrastructure project type of funding, but that seems to have slowed down. Also, what DBSA, if I were to go back to DBSA, sometimes they promise you funding, but it actually takes some time for them to then grant it. Or they'll come back to say there are sources due to the changing of economic situation, they are now withdrawing to provide that such funding. But we are talking to various institutions that has potential to assist us to have much more funding so that we speed the issue of service delivery. Thank you. I think colleagues who are left with question number 4, or high water table. I think my colleague has answered that one, and boreholes has been answered. The issue of shortfall and the issue of how much in rands or percentages. I think you've covered that one. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add in terms of funding, Chair, also on our municipality, we've got developers contribution funding, Professor, that we receive, because we also have developers that we are building infrastructure that goes to developers. So whenever they want us to build the infrastructure, we charge developers contribution. So that funding is injected back to infrastructure. So it assists us to also develop some of the infrastructure as well. So it forms part of the funding, not only grants.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've got a few questions and comments. The business forum that you talk about, is that the nothing for us without us. Is that the forum you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you work with the law enforcement agencies because, this is extortion and it's a criminal offense, it's a criminal activity because we've heard even from Mgeni board, water board that it slows down development, has got an effect on the whole access to water and sanitation because they extort and it also puts up the price because it then adds to it, etc. So I just want to know how you're working with the law enforcement agencies on that one. But let me just say thank you so much, sorry, for the presentation. It's a very, very dynamic presentation. And we will be monitoring all of those that you've been saying that you are going to do. My concern is about and question about Mapumulo, because you've got little 2 green blocks over there, and part of the pillars is only 2 green, and the rest are all the other, red and orange colors. Please remind us again your intervention there in terms of the water situation for the residents. And you're correct, we have received quite a number of complaints, and perhaps I wanted to know also your complaints handling in terms of, whether you've got satisfactory clients, or are they still there understanding the kind of some of the problems or the challenges you mentioned of the erratic water because of the construction, etc. And then lastly, your communication with your residents in your district. You have mentioned, for example, that you do talk about the community around the vandalism, etc. But your overall building public good, and how do you sell your public good stories so that people do not only have the bad stories, but how do you sell the public good? Because once people know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it and how they're going to benefit, they become your ambassadors. They become nagging afterwards, say, when are you going to do it, when you're going to do it. But it's better for them to ask you when you're going to do it than go to the street and demand something immediately. And then very lastly, the issue about in your province, in your district. As we sit here now, are you satisfied that all your residents have access to water, even if it's to the springs? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take some of the questions. My colleagues will also assist. In terms of Deputy Chair, in terms of dealing with business forum, call them in KwaZulu-Natal amadela ngokubona. That's how they call themselves. It's a very tricky one. I'll explain, because they come in different groups. You'll think you've dealt with the first group, and then the next thing you deal with another group. That's how they are. But be that as it may, as a district, we've developed a database where we register all our local companies that are within the district, so that we can try to cap as much as we can, so that we can try to deal with the issue. As much as we still do have these companies crop, or these groups crop up in any event. However, we do have that whenever you're gonna have tenders gonna go out, we do call for them into auditorium and say that it's a new financial year now, register on our database, come and register. And then what we do, what we've learned over the years, we're a district. We're supposed not to have an issue when we're giving a local contractor gas coming from Guaduguza and projecting in Ndwedwe, but we found that it has become an issue. So what we've learned is that on projects that are specifically in Ndwedwe, we look for contractors that are sitting within Ndwedwe, so that you don't have issues, because some of the issues, they get into that level. So because they say, no, this is my space, this is my area, I want to work in my area. So we've managed to get into that level, working with the local councillors as well as working with the leadership. In terms of working with law enforcement, we do work with them. There are cases and incidents where we've reported them even to the police, and we've called for protection order. Previously, I think is going to add on that one. I was once held into hostage myself for some hours. So because of those, they wanting work. It's either me or nothing. So, but we do work with police, and they're assisting us in terms of that one. But I think the strategy that we have in place of getting the local contractors, even getting to the ward, it must be coming from the ward. So that one is working for us. And also ensure that the law enforcement agents understand that the project is coming, and also they're part of the steering committee as well when having this project in place. So we have that risk mitigation strategy whenever we're having a project going. And then in terms of communication and vandalism and good story, this is one of the issues that we've realized over the time, that we do not paint the good stories about ourselves. One of the people that we just do work, and then we don't tell good stories about ourselves. But that, as I've said, on the 21st not on the 21st, on the 1st of September, we've got a new call center that is coming into place, where we're going to be a communication. We've even have a communication strategist now that we're putting in place to ensure that our story is being told out there, what we're doing as a municipality. Because yes, people, there's still a lot to be done. I cannot not say that, but there's a lot that has been done over the years. So that needs to be told, and that needs to be communicated in all level of platforms, because people have moved to take news from radios and on papers. We need to be on all social media, on Twitter, TikTok, if we have to go to TikTok and talk about our municipality. So this is where we need to go. Hence, we're saying that those platforms needs to be there. And for us, we need somebody who's got skills to do that. And then, another question, I think, Emapumulo strategy, how are we dealing with Emapumulo strategy? The project, I think, I'm trying to check what slide is that one. Emapumulo, I'm trying to see what is the strategy. On the schemes that we say dysfunctional schemes, there's a scheme called Inebo. I've said in Emapumulo we need 18 megaliters of water. So now we have 9 megaliters of water, and 8 megaliters is going to be coming from Mshwati. It means that we need if we need 18, it means we need 9 plus 9 to make 18. So currently, from now up until December, we're going to refurbish Inebo to get 8 megaliters as Ilembe, while waiting for Umgen to do the other part of Mshwat. So we're not sitting and waiting. We're doing something about it to change those small cranes that are there. Because I've mentioned that it's not because Emapumulo there's no water. There is water, but because the water that is there is not sufficient. People get water for 2 weeks and then we turn and then we give them water tankers. So it does not give them satisfaction in that, because we're not giving them full reticulated water. It's like when people are used and reticulated and then we change them and say giving them water tankers. So we want to change that. So if you giving them 8 megaliters over and above 9 megaliters, that will make a huge difference on the ground while waiting for Mshwati to come in. So those little cranes are gonna change, Deputy Chair. And then, are we satisfactory with our residents in terms of water? Chair, I would not say we're satisfactory in terms of water. We are doing something, and we've come a long way. Professors asked how many we've done in terms of water consumption and demand. When I think when we started the water consumption and demand, Professor, in 2012, Ilembe, everywhere there was water everywhere on the road. This program was nowhere there, but the improvement that is on the ground, it is massive now. It has gone way beyond that than before. We have people that ride. It's just that those comments that are positive, sometimes they don't come to the commission and say that we've done something. But the people that write and say, we are now receiving water, we thank you for that. We've done a lot, but a lot still needs to be done. So I cannot say, if there's no 100% in terms of the backlogs, I cannot say I'm satisfied. Satisfaction will be saying it means that it must be 100%. But we are working towards it. We are doing everything. We are having a team. We want to ensure that we have a dedicated unit for non-revenue. We want to ensure that our organogram is fully fledged, not with qualified people. Thank you, Chair. MM will add.
No, thank you, Chair. I'll start with these are going to be just an addition, Chair and Deputy Chair, so as Professor. And how we deal with law enforcement agencies. Also, again, we deal with this matter in multi-pronged type of way. One of them is that database type of register of all other small contractors within our area. Then we consult as we move from ward to ward or LMs where we are actually implementing our projects. That's one way. But if over and above that, we still have challenges, we utilize the interdicts because we had a project held in ransom and not actually moving. Remember, as they stop, we always get charged standing time by the contractors, which means it's costly to us. And we had to then utilize the other law enforcement agencies through application of interdicts. But we have had very extreme situation. I wish that one day, I said before I came here, if we can switch the roles at some point. If we switch the roles and you go to the deep down of the rural areas of Indwedwe, and we have those people who say, because angizange wathola amanzi, and then switch and close the gate, and then put the gun on and use whatever a type of a weapon as a threat. We have faced all of those things, but we understood that our appointment by the district municipalities is that we deliver what we provide those services, and we understand the frustration that our people sometimes encounter and so on. Therefore, we are working quite well with the law enforcement agencies. I think the invention to change. Probably it is worth to mention that each of those would have a water tanker. Where have you ever find that? Yeah, I see 0 minutes remaining. Each and every ward has a water tanker. Over and above the rationing of water, moving from one wards to another. Unfortunately, also our wards are quite vast. Issue of complaints handling, we have establishing a call center. In fact, we are improving the call center that we had. It is also going to become a district-wide call center. We hope that it's going to help us in terms of communication and actually responding quickly. But also we do work with ward councillors. Where there are extreme challenges, we go and sit down with ward councillors. We've solved quite a number of problems. We move as a team, including the MM, at some point with our political representative, like mayor, speaker, who go and sit down with that particular ward councillor and public representative and see that how the problem is resolved. Therefore, also we apply various mechanisms so that we can arrest whatever issues that are there. Publicity, recently we're seeing us on radio, led by the mayor. And in terms of satisfactory, I think my colleague has tried to answer that. But if you also look into the presentation, to tell you that in each of these LMs, we have a very strategic project that are implemented, capital project. When we talk about Indwedwe, there is Mshwati. Mshwati starts from it will go up until Mapumolo. And that changes the phase. And what is nice about it is that whilst we will be implementing phase 5, you have Umgeni and concurrently working on phase 4 and 6. And the situation is going to change. Currently, we are relying on to Hezemia. And also Hezemia is quite limited, it's giving us some challenges, hence the supplementary of that particular service through water tankers and with boreholes and springs and other matters. When we talk about Mandeni, in Mandeni we have also focused, because Mandeni is an urban rural type of municipality. Our focus has been on to rural areas, which were the difficulties, that have not had that quite access, that had threat. We are having projects in the area of what you call in Dolinde, is at the top hill of that LM, and also another area. Those are strategic projects, are capital projects, and people are now receiving water, some of them. We're implementing them through phases because we can't have money all at once. We have mentioned Mapumolo, there's Ngebo, there's Mshwari that needs to come in, and also Mgeni improving the current existing water treatment plant so that we strive to try and meet the demand. But what is also nice about Mapumolo, yes, is a negative and a plus, is that it's mostly reticulated. The issue is now is about that bulk supply that must then go filter into these pipes so that people can receive water closer to them. KDM is mostly urban. You've seen having a lot of greens, but the issue there is an old infrastructure issues. We have projects that are there, well-funded in terms of changing that particular infrastructure. But it is also one municipality that was highly affected in terms of flooding. Bridges, we had pipes that were going underneath the bridges. Those bridges fell off. But we have also made means to make sure that those people still have an excess of water. But also we're going to have leaks, which we are addressing in a way that is quite necessary. Therefore, yes, we're striving towards having a satisfactory provision of water to all our communities. Thank you.
No, thank you, MM, and thank you to your delegation. I have some questions as well, but in the interest of time, we also have people who still have to travel long distances back home. So what we will do is we will send you follow-up questions. We still wanted to engage on some of the issues, but we will send you follow-up questions. We also have a list of complaints that we have received. I see, ma'am, you are smiling. I don't know if it's nervousness or just you're excited that it's come to an end. But we must thank you very much for your presentation. As my deputy chairperson has said, a very dynamic presentation. I have a personal vested interest. My father is from Okaqeni, so I want to see this area work, and it is important to know that people have water in this area. We will send you not only follow-up questions, but we will also send you a list of the complaints we receive from your area so that you can respond to them in time for us to then consolidate our report and then make a determination on our own then position in terms of your municipality. But with that, MM, I'd like to just offer you 1 minute or so to offer us your closing remarks before you leave.
Thank you, Chair. Let's also really appreciate the engagement. It can only assist that our poorest of the poor really get what they actually deserve. We welcome the engagement. We don't fear the engagement. I'm getting disappointed that now it has to end, because it was then that it's getting heated. And I think in the process we all get empowered. And as we go back, we'll try to do things differently. But we appreciate the engagement. We certainly, as we receive the other questions in the list of those complaints, we'll appreciate to respond to them. But not only responding to them, colleagues now, talking to ourselves, is then to see to it that they've been addressed. Of those that have not been addressed, that we attend to them immediately. Thank you for an opportunity.
No, thank you very much. We appreciate it. You may now be excused. Have a good evening and drive safe. Thank you. Program Director.
We've come to the end of our program. Commissioner, I don't know if you have any closing remarks that you'd like to make before we adjourn.
Thank you, Program Director. Indeed, I do. I have also invited, noting that we have come to the end of our inquiry, my fellow panelists to also offer their own closing remarks. I think it would only be fair to the process. Just to begin us off, and for the record, the Commission has conducted this inquiry into access to water in KwaZulu-Natal, and we commenced on Monday, 15 August 2022, up until today, which is the 15th, which is the 19th of August 2022. During the course of these 5 days, we have engaged with and received submissions from stakeholders representing all corners of the province, from both state and non-state actors and institutions, as well as individual members of communities and civil society. The inquiry, as we are very much aware, was convened in the backdrop of rising water crisis in KZN, which was then also testified to by the presentations and that we received from this inquiry throughout the 5 days. Since 2020, the Commission, through the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Office, has received more than 600 complaints regarding to access to water. These complaints relate to no access to water for more than 7 days in some instances, widespread water shortages in communities, inconsistent water supply, and or abrupt water disconnections, the lack of alternative measures such as dispatching of water tankers, poor water quality, and polluted water in some instances, as well as disputed water bills in many communities. Guided by our constitutional mandate, particularly in terms of Section 184 of the Constitution, to monitor and to assess the observance of human rights in South Africa, with a view particularly to taking steps to secure appropriate redress where human rights have been violated, as well as our statutory mandate of conducting investigations in terms of Section 15, subsection 1. We then, as the Commission, convened this inquiry to address the challenges that I have outlined earlier. The inquiry more broadly sought to investigate the challenges of access to water within KwaZulu-Natal at a systematic level. Our specific objectives included to investigate the extent of the challenges experienced by the communities in KwaZulu-Natal relating to access to clean drinking water, the systematic nature of the violations, the extent to which the organs of state have respected, protected, promoted, and fulfilled the right to sufficient water, and the reasonableness of measures, including legislation, bylaws, policies, and programs adopted by organs of state to ensure the realization of the right to sufficient water. The inquiry panel program director was composed of myself, Commissioner Pili Lentuli, as the chairperson of the inquiry, together with Commissioner Chris Andrew Nissen as the deputy chairperson of the inquiry, and Dr. Tafatswa Mabaudi as our external panelist. The inquiry process was inquisitorial in nature as opposed to being accusatorial. I would then now like to offer the opportunity to my fellow panelists to also offer their closing remarks. I will begin, as per custom, with yourself, Prof, and then Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the chairperson has provided the context and background to the inquiries this week. I would just weigh in to add that I think it was, as the background states, that it was a systematic approach. And I think what we found this week was basically confirming that it's the right to access to water is mostly being infringed, but the solutions are not linear in terms of how to intervene. It is quite systematic. So it is a complex issue that is then resulting in the right to access to water not being realizable. And a lot of these issues are legacy issues that stem from apartheid coming back or coming into the new era, the post-apartheid era. The challenges that most municipalities therefore face are cumulative issues that have come about through years of neglect, lack of service and maintenance of infrastructure due to various reasons that have been given, lack of capacity in critical areas that are needed to support the maintenance. By and large, the challenges are not related to the scarcity of water as a resource itself, but more the delivery of the water to the end point or to the customer or the client. And these delivery issues are mostly then isolated to management, lack of proper planning and forecasting in that regard on various elements. The gaps in terms of cooperative governance and alignment of the various spheres of government, as well as the various entities of government, also came to the forefront as the various government entities sought to defend themselves, but mostly they highlighted the inconsistencies and the gaps in terms of alignment. The lack of communication between the state and the citizens was also apparent in terms of the defensive approach from the state entities, the municipalities, and their general lack of awareness around the issues that were being raised by the witnesses, the citizens, and the fact that a lot of the issues which they raise, which are true from a technical nature, have not been adequately communicated to the communities, the issues of illegal connections, the impact of that on the system and availability of water supply. So there's a need to educate and build awareness amongst the communities so that they take responsibility to jointly manage the resource together with the water service authorities. But that also requires an element of humility from the water service authorities for them to realize that they are there to serve the people and to work with the people to co-manage. The South African Constitution, when it comes to natural resources, it speaks of stewardship. So stewardship and custodianship are very different. So stewardship is not about owning, it is about looking after for the future, for the benefit of posterity's sake. So we have to go back to those founding tenets and understand our role as stewards and better inform and communicate amongst the different stakeholders. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Professor. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor. I think the gentleman from the Mgeni Water Board has raised quite a number of issues, which is really creates a political environment to try and understand where we are today. And I'm speaking specifically around vandalism and theft, and also maybe the illegal or unauthorized usage of water. Because we see, and then coupled with the whole business forum, we see a kind of a civil society that has gone down in terms of good citizenship. Because if there was good citizenship, you know, they would not engage in those things, and that kind of activity also hamstring the delivery of water and access to water, because we see that the community becomes ungovernable, and nobody can go in there, and that ungovernability also contribute towards you know, municipalities rolling out their programs. But it's good that this inquiry also comes after just recent local government elections, because what we've seen also here is a playing out of politics, the way they have expressed themselves, etc. And for us also to understand where we are with regard to the access to water. It's also good that the Commission has embarked on this, because it does strengthen the KZN office. It strengthens them, it gives them the kind of exposure, it helps them instead of individually dealing with individual municipalities. Now municipalities have seen the real face of the South African Human Rights Commission, and instilled in them some kind of respect, bar for the one you know, that came very defensive. But I do think that this inquiry also strengthens the platform of the KZN office in ensuring that they can now go out and deal with those municipalities. And now they understand the full might of the Commission. Particularly, I think the Zululand municipality will think twice before they say no to you or take you around the bush, because they understand the power of the Human Rights Commission. So I think the inquiry itself is if they've achieved one thing in this week, many things, but one thing is to strengthen the hand of the KZN office. And I think I want to thank Commissioner Ntuli for really steering this and driving this. Of course, what's going to happen is, and some of them ask, what next? What are we going to do next? How long is it going to take? And important for us is to make sure that we don't disappoint those complainants who believe in us that this inquiry will bring relief to them. And secondly, people have been watching us in the media, on YouTube and elsewhere, and we've created the hope to be doing here. And so for us now is to carry that hope of those people, so that we don't say, oh, you've come here, had an inquiry, it's 2 months, 3 months later, what is going to happen now? So let us continue that flame of hope for those most vulnerable people, so that at least they know that they've been listened to, and the Commission took their fight further for realization of the right to water and sanitation. Chairperson, I'm sure you're going to thank all the staff, but from my side as well, just want to say thank you so much. I think we had a wonderful time. I think some of us panicked a lot, especially when there was a doof, doof, doof at the side. And one way in it, can you please go quiet? Other one way, please quiet. And then the doof, doof, to start again. But thank you so much to all of you. And I'll hand over to the chairperson. And thank you to my fellow panelists. Professor, thank you so much. And thank you for the expertise and the questions that you've asked that really and unearth a number of answers. And so I thank you and I wish you well. And thank you for being a partner to the South African Human Rights Commission. And Chair, thank you. Well done. Long live the Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. And once again, thank you, Prof. But most importantly, Program Director, thank you. And thank you to the KZN Office of the South African Human Rights Commission. To all of you, well done. The Provincial Manager, you have steered a very strong team. Well done to you. We thank you. It's been a very difficult few weeks for your team. Many demands coming your way, but I'm sure that this week has demonstrated the fruitfulness of hard work. And of course, this is only the beginning. As the Deputy Chairperson has indicated, the taste is in the pudding. I hope I said that term right. We must also thank our sign language interpreters. From day one, you have been excellent. By now, we also understand sign language because of the excellent job that you have both done. Thank you very much. Sometimes we have gone over time and you have stayed. We know that you have to travel home very late. We appreciate your commitment, understanding that there are people who are still continuing to listen to us and who are going to require your services. So we thank you both very much. With that, we must then move towards closure. Program Director, we will then now begin the process of analyzing the submissions that have been received, together with the follow-up questions that we are going to send, which will then inform our final analysis. Thereafter, we will come up with findings and recommendations documented in an inquiry report. This is with the view of securing, as indicated, appropriate redress where the human rights to water has been violated. And with that, the inquiry proceedings are accordingly adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Well done.